Sometimes we're barely floating, so please don't rock this boat. But if we tip on over, we won't wash to the shore. We'll sink down to the bottom, 'cause we've been here before and we can breathe underwater. Been down at the bottom so long we can breathe underwater. So tell him to bring it on. Now he's a big timer, but he's lost on the river. Never went without, never had them cold shivers. Had a silver spoon, always warm in the winter. Drive a fancy car, never had to kill a standard. No bloody hands, never really had a backbone. Never been too deep down the back road. Never showed no respect to a flagpole. Come on, city boy, just another punk asshole. Me and mine, we gon' make it through them dark days. So take your ass on back down to Park Place before you end up in the deep end where them hungry ass sharks stay. We go hard all day. Been here, done that, that's a given. Out back, guns out, country living. If you doubt that, find out, come and get it. We ain't going nowhere, but I'm about to go swimming. These days my guns stay loaded, my family's a little more close. Sometimes we're barely floating, so please don't rock this boat. But if we tip on over, we won't wash to the shore. We'll sink down to the bottom, 'cause we've been here before and we can breathe underwater. Been down at the bottom so long we can breathe underwater. So tell them to bring it on.
Won't you take me back to the old days? Just horses in a wagon, shotgun shells and wishing wells, and you could hear them pistols blasting. Better give them hell, but live to tell. Let's write another chapter. We just want our country back, and we gon' get what we after. In them pastures, in them fields, we the ones that keep it real. You come stupid around here, that'll probably get you killed. Cold steel under cold skies, a rebel soul from the old times, like Jesse James and those guys. I'm watching you with both eyes. I ain't telling no lies. If you wanna come and get it, backwoods country living, shotguns and ammunition, whiskey drinking, steady sipping, saying to hell with the system. I've been living at the bottom, so I'm about to go swimming. Y'all can hate it or you can love it, but I promise we ain't budging. If them boys looking scared, someone probably told them we're coming, so y'all better get to running, but don't head for them hills. That's where the hell we living. Round here we keep it real, boy.
These days my guns stay loaded, my family's a little more close. Sometimes we're barely floating, so please don't rock this boat. But if we tip on over, we won't wash to the shore. We'll sink down to the bottom, 'cause we've been here before and we can breathe underwater. Been down at the bottom so long we can breathe underwater. So tell them to bring it on. We can breathe underwater. Been down at the bottom so long we can breathe underwater. So tell them to bring it on.
Is low. No audio. That's probably not a hum. Well, test 1, 2, nope. Is that any better? Nope. Dang, what the heck happened? I'm like jinxed or something. See, that's so weird because I barely got it turned up. Okay. Give me a sec. Let me try this. Where am I at? Okay, bear with me. Can you hear me now? Do I got some audio? 5x5? No, no, no. Hey, how's that? Is that better? What's up, Garrett? I'm working on getting audio. For some reason, I'm just being jinxed. So, I'm trying to figure out just what the hell happened. Man, I mean. Okay. Okay, so now you guys can hear me okay? See, I'm not even showing like anything on my meter. Tell you what, I'm gonna try this. Don't know what happens at this point, so. Okay, just bear with me. Hang tight, we're in for the ride. You know how this goes. So let me see what happens when I do this. Oops, there we go. Okay, hold on. Okay. Now, is that any? No, that's still not better. I don't know what the heck happened. Man. Okay, let's see. Okay, how is that? I did though, Ray. See, that's what I'm saying though. I did the. Hold on, here. I'll send you an invite, Ray. And I'm sorry, guys. I'll address everybody coming in. Give me just a moment. Yeah, because for some reason it's good. Okay. Alrighty. As long as y'all can hear me, I was going to read these two little quotes. That's kind of where it started. And I don't see nothing, Ray. There you go. I got you now, sir. All right, bear with me. I'm going to read these two things real quick and then we'll just kind of chit chat. So, the first quote I came across and I thought was rather good. It's Confucius. It says, "It is easy to hate and it is difficult to love. This is how the whole scheme of things works. All good things are difficult to achieve and bad things are very easy to get." Thought that was a very good one. And then the second one that I found that I thought was kind of struck me as I was just casual reading, but it says, "By three methods we may learn wisdom. First, by reflection, which is noblest. Second, by imitation, which is easiest. And third, by experience, which is the bitterest." And I thought, man, I don't know. Somehow, that just kind of stood out to me. Okay, and you're done. Will you please bring down the background music? A bit. I'm with money. It's high. Thank you. Okay. Is that still high there? Give it a minute. Let it see if that's still high. I don't know what all went south.
Well, is this the first time you're using OBS?
Oh no, I've been using it. Hell, I didn't do anything to different. Whenever I started up, other than I really haven't been to sleep, so I've kind of always had it running. Usually I shut everything down and kind of start everything up fresh.
StreamYard might have done I might go in my own headset. StreamYard might have done an update. They do that without notifying you, they change things sometimes because I've noticed that.
Yeah, that and whenever I use OBS and StreamYard, I never use the OBS mixer. I allow StreamYard to have direct access to my microphone, and they don't even worry about OBS doing any of the mixing.
It's probably the way I had everything going through my outside system before, and so this right here, I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go live. Okay, well now that I don't want to do that, my wife's sleeping, so plus I get the feedback. I so wish I could just kind of do the headphones out, but I can't do that because then I'll pick up feedback. Because man, if I kick y'all through my outside speakers, yeah, everybody within a mile could hear. But then I like my music, so then that's my.
I like the music, but your voice is like a 3.5 to a 4 when it's normally a 5.
Yeah, see, I don't know. The only thing I could say is, well, I'll tell you what. Okay, I can always restart everything.
That's why I was thinking maybe StreamYard might have done an update on their system on their audio.
If that's possible. I mean, I've been having some problems
because they never notify me when they do that.
Yeah. Well, the only difference thing right now is that I've already had everything was
too loud.
Whoa, what'd you just do?
I didn't do nothing.
It's got to be StreamYard.
So now, there it is.
Yeah, now you're beautiful.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? My VLC, I think, was overriding it.
What's the VLC?
Video. Damn.
Is it through OBS?
Video. No, it's this whole set, dude. It's been around for decades.
Oh,
it's an audio video player. So, hold on, I'm gonna put that.
That's the first I ever heard of it.
There is that. Now, is that better?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
It's the original media player.
My status bar now has activity, but yeah, no, VLC is actually, and it's free. I would recommend it for anybody if you know all different file formats.
Oh yeah,
it'll play them. That's really useful.
It almost sounded like a short because all of a sudden you got really.
Man,
I was wearing my headset.
I was fixing to say, well, here, let me just restart everything. Well, the minute I close VLC and then I go to doing it, y'all are like, oh, no, there. And it's like, okay, well, the only thing I did was just shut that. But see, that's what I'm saying. I had shit already running. I was just sitting here jamming kind of, and then realized, dude, I was going to go lay down, but then I didn't bother when I realized what time it was. By the time I got there, frustrating project. So I was going to make this cool little video is what I was trying to do with these fires that have been happening, because I have this list compiled, and I was going to do it. Dude, that was just such a pain in the ass, and I don't know. My brain just isn't. I don't know. All I know is that I don't like thinking of shit too much anymore. It's like, look, basics, just the basics, whatever. There you go. Video LAN client. Okay. I knew there was video in there somewhere, so Auntie's got my back. But anyway, I was trying to make this damn video, and it didn't go over so well. Hey, I know. Let's see. I could put that up here.
My Bluetooth speaker's on. There. How's that?
Okay, don't want to do that. That would be annoying as hell. So... Or if I do it like this, then I can do this. Yeah, okay. So, I'm going to share this screen. It's no audio.
Your audio is really nice. And it's 6x6, 7x7.
Yeah, you're perfect now.
Wow, okay. Well, see, that's what it is. My VLC, I had just because I have the audio cables, on the software side. Well, it's connected to my VLC while it was in a different world.
You were, for a minute there, you were really soft. And then probably right when you're closing it out, you went to perfect and then to clipping right away.
Yeah.
And I was like, whoa.
I'm trying to get that where it's going to be big enough for y'all to see.
Hey, Brenda, good to see you. Can you all hear me okay?
Yep.
Yeah, Marty, you're perfect.
Okay. Well,
I don't know about perfect. I don't think I'd use that word, but
Okay, fine. He's adorable.
No, don't even.
Oh, hell. You're cute. Cute as a button.
I don't identify as a cat.
Okay, can y'all read that?
Yeah. I
gotta get my magnifying glass.
What, really? I'm trying to take it up as high as I guess I can go higher. Hold on, I gotta make my window bigger, I think, for the text to get bigger. Yeah, stretch that bad boy out.
Now you're cooking with Crisco.
Okay. So the main point too is this. Rescue, your mic is clear and sweet, but all three panelists' mics are clear, but occasionally dropping a rising hail.
What?
That's a lot of butts in there, so.
I like big butts.
And I cannot lie.
Hey, what's up, Larry? And by the way, morning, everybody. Good day. Everything, Brian. Welcome, Auntie, Garrett, Canadian Prepper, everybody else. I said hello. So check this out. So here's the thing. So this list that I got compiled, and this is not like, just the only. These are just what I kind of sat there and reading different stories. So these are all just from 2021. So here's the catch. So these are 2021, the year. So, and there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 8 plants. Okay. So this is kind of the norm. These were the reported ones. Now, this is last year. So now they say there's no problem. I'm not even going to be able to do this whole list that's happened so far this year. Keep in mind, we just finished April, which is, let's see, the 4th month of the year. So we're not even halfway, mind you. And we're already, let's see, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Then we have
something strange going on in the neighborhood. Who are you going to
11,
call?
12, 13, 14, 15,
Rescue.
16.
Holy cow.
All right.
And so the bottom one is on January 6, 2022, a fire did extensive damage to a poultry processing plant in Hamilton, Ontario. Imagine the date on that kind of. On January 13th, an explosion and fire damage to the Cargill Nutria plant in Laquipete, Louisiana. Craig will probably beat my ass for butchering the hell out of that word. On February 3rd, 2022, in Madison, Wisconsin, a fire destroyed part of the Wisconsin River meat site in Mauston, Wisconsin, in Mauston factory. On February 22nd, 2022, a propane boiler explosion caused a fire that destroyed the Shears Food potato chip plant in Northeast Oregon. On March 16th, a major fire hit the 1.2 million square foot Walmart fulfillment center in Plainfield, Indiana.
I remember you discussing that.
Yep. And that was a fairly new building, coincidentally. Yeah. On March 16th, 2022, according to KAIT, a fire caused extensive damage to a new production line dedicated to Hot Pockets at a Nestle plant in Jonesboro, Arkansas. On March 24th, 2022, a fire destroyed the Pencabas Macomb potato processing plant in Belfast, Maine. March 23rd, a fire broke out on the roof of the General Mills food processing plant in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. On March 28th, Maricopa Food Pantry, a local food bank in Arizona, there's yours, Ray, lost 50,000 pounds worth of food in a fire that occurred just 15 minutes after their food bank closed. On March 31st, a structure fire significantly damaged a large portion of the Rio Fresh onion packing facility in San Juan, Texas. On April 12th, a major fire broke out at a New Hampshire East Conway Beef and Pork Slaughterhouse. On April 13th, the Taylor Farms California food service production facility in Salinas, California, burned almost entirely to the ground. On April 14th, a small plane crashed into the Gem State food processing plant in Hayburn, Idaho. And then this was an interesting one. On April 19th, the headquarters of the Azure Standard, the nation's premier independent distributor of organic and healthy food, was destroyed by fire. The company released a statement that due to the destruction, the company will experience out-of-stock status for Azure Market oils, honey, and vinegar. Basically, any Azure Market liquid product, as well as our carbo products for the short term. The destruction may also affect production supplies from their fruit packing facility.
Yeah.
Go figure. And then 10 days ago, this was on the 3rd, so that was before that, a small plane, and I think y'all heard about that one, where the small plane missed the runway in Georgia and hit the General Mills facility. And then on the 30th, the fire broke out at Purdue Farms facility in South Fork area, Chesapeake, North Carolina. You just got to kind of sit there, and it's just kind of bam, 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 bam. And you just, that was my point when I kind of noticed the dates of these, and I'm like, holy shit, most of all of last year, you get like 8, maybe a few more. We're not even 6 months into this year, and you've already doubled that.
Yeah, these ain't coincidences. So, about 3 or 4 years ago, I was talking to an old truck driver. He used to haul for the U.S. Army, right, or the government. And he was telling me about how he would take trailer loads out into the desert of like the government cheese and stuff like that, and they would just bury them, the trailers. Yes. And so there's food buried out there. It's just, and this was done 15, 20 years ago.
Yeah.
So, it's weird. And then all of a sudden we're hearing just things in my mind, I'm thinking.
Oh, hey, Nikki. Morning, evening.
Yeah. And how many of those fires was started by crashing planes or?
Oh, yeah. And there was, so many of those had Snoop checks on them, doing this whole, it was, arson was not proven. It's like, so? What is that? Oh,
Stevie Wonder's blind and he can still, Stevie Wonder's blind. He could be a fire investigator right now and still prove it's arson.
These are the same people that sat there and said that the whole election was right on. And it's kind of like, well, I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, by the way, man, 2,000 Mules. If y'all really want to see some factual, interesting stuff, I think y'all will be shocked at not so much. I mean, everybody knows the results, because we all know it. I think when you see the data they collected and how that got put in play, man, then you're going to see what's taking a little while. Because, dude, that's got geo-tracking, video surveillance footage. I mean, it follows them. It's not just like, a reporter kind of, we had these reports. This is actual GPS going, this phone right here is now going from this location. And look, the outside surveillance footage from this location shows this person getting out of the car, putting in these ballots. Now watch, this phone now goes from there and it goes here. Oh yeah, it's pretty impressive. I haven't, and what's ironic because I haven't seen the movie. I've just seen all the parts getting assembled. I guess you could say, as they've been collected. Yeah, that's going to be one of those that now that it comes out, it'll be good. And hey, Summer, let's see, Red Dawn, Benjamin, morning. If I've missed anybody, I'm sorry. I had some minor technical difficulties at the beginning.
Train wreck. Not really a train wreck. It was starting to. It was like going around the corner too fast.
Man, I'm glad y'all got up here too. Hell, maybe I needed that little hiccup. See, you never know how God's going to work, because I got to tell you, dude, I've been sitting here going, I don't even know what I'm really going to talk about. Because I don't know. This is going to sound kind of pretty bad. So we ain't getting all depressed, but I'm just saying that I'm finding it hard to stay motivated. I just don't give a shit anymore. And then you listen to some of the stuff, man, and you just kind of go, it's like I told my wife earlier when she came home. I'm going, I sit here and think about it sometimes, and I'm not sure what the hell would happen. It's like, even if you went up and removed everybody right now, the whole 10 square mile just got vacuum clean. Bam. It's like, well, what role models do we have to step up and fill the shoes? I mean, there's no role models anymore. Respect and integrity, nobody even looks at that anymore. Nobody calls it out when they don't have it. It's mannerisms. You say manners and people make fun of it. It's kind of like, and it's like, so now who the hell's going to lead what?
Their idols want to be rappers dressing in mini skirts and this and that and everything else.
Yeah.
And
that's what we need. Yeah, we need a Senate full of butt smackers.
People like John Wayne and
debate a bill by popping caps in their ass.
People like that.
I think we did that. Didn't they call those like gladiators or some shit? And we did that in like coliseums back in the day. It was like, there you go.
It was either they got the sign of either this or this, and they turned the lions loose.
Well, this is why I get frustrated, because it's like, look at right now. Look at talk about how fractured this side is. You got this side. Now we're picking sides, but you almost have to.
Well,
it's so fractured because it's all, but the other side, like I said before, is so narrow because it's just hate filled. So, I mean, hate. It doesn't take a lot of energy. So you just think, what the hell's left? Let's see, Rescue, don't know if you saw my post so far. Still a rumor that hopefully becomes reality that, most will sure. Oh, that would be great, dude. I will say, Brian Lupo, Cannabis Conservative, CanCon for short. He did a little show earlier today and was covering some stuff. And one of the things he was also recommending to most of the people listening on to him was like when you get on your Twitter account to do on your username to add hashtag 2000 mules to it. Because, and here's something here. See, sometimes you gotta, this is why I like Brian. I like Brian. Brian's like me. He catches those little details going, wait a minute. Let me check the time of that again. Guess when? So last night was the release of 2000 Mules, which by the way is sold out in I think every theater that they showed it at across the country. So it's not on Amazon or any of those because of course, they won't let it. So, but anyway, here's the ironic part. So they do the premiere showing of 2000 Mules. When the film ends and they walk out, and of course people are going, oh man, people are talking. Well, guess what's number one trending on the Twitter feed? Roe v. Wade. Because guess what came out at the same 1 minute before? Now, just really? Wow. We use that word distraction a lot, but I thought that was kind of ironic.
Yep.
It's amazing of the timing of things. Because, dude, I'm telling you, this is not your documentary. And I like Lindell. I know what he means well. I know some things have been goofy, and I know the whole symposium thing got, a thing. But no. This is straight up facts in your face going, and by the way, here's the actual details to the facts, just so we're clear. But yeah. How ironic. Which, by the way, anybody, if you're on, if on YouTube, it's CanCon. I wish Indy was here because she's got all his links. Because it's CanCon. Auntie, don't you have Brian's links too? But it's CanCon Live, I think, is the YouTube one. Locals is CanCon. Rumble's CanCon. And he's a retired Marine. I think 2 tours. I think Possibly. I don't know. I talked to so many people. I think he's a two-tour retired Marine. His name's Brian Lupo. Rock solid dude out of Florida. Oh yeah, and he pointed out another thing too about this doc. You know, the leak. He noticed that it's amazing because this document that got leaked, they've had this since February. So they've had that draft since February. I would show his stuff, but I don't want to. I don't know. I don't like showing other people's stuff because I figure you can just go to their channel, which I don't know. Actually, I held that one might not even survive. That might be one of those he had to delete. He was one of the ones that way back. Remember the article that came out with the whole election and all the misinformation in these social media channels and these YouTubers, creators? Well, he was one of those that got in that article, and of course, then yeah, there's his YouTube channel. Thank you, Auntie. Let's see if he has earlier. No, see, he deleted the one from earlier. I didn't think he would be able to keep it up. And I'm sorry, I don't mean to ignore chat. What do we got here? We got aberrations of murder straight up. Yep. Fair white are not a party. Never mind, dude. So both parties are corrupted. Same bird, same meal. Oh yeah, well, it's career politicians is what it is. I mean, that's their job per se. I mean, that's the way they view it. And let's see, the military is the only way. Washington 100. Yes, rescue. They had barricades around Supreme Court at 9 p.m. Yep. We have to get a bunch of things. Rescue both parties. Honestly, my opinion were the puppets until we change things and make them better. Can't fix it. It happened. Oh, this is Wednesday nowadays somewhere, so it's hump day. Yeah. Okay, that's why they are distracting. They don't want to. Oh no, they don't. I'm telling you, they don't. Man, as that thing gets more out there, because that's like I say, that's pretty impressive. Factual. There's some geo tracking, GPS tracking, video surveillance. There's thousands of hours of footwork and on that all that collection. That's. All I can say is now that it's out at sea, I told you. That's all I tell anybody in the past year and a half. I've said, no, you just don't know all the facts that are coming. You don't know all the details. You don't know the details. Well, here are the details. Because see, once again, people forget. Sometimes you just don't want to run off half-cocked with something you know. You need to go ahead and get all your ducks in a row. And like this, that's what True the Vote did. That team was rock solid, dude. Matter of fact, it'd be more impressive if they had have actually gotten cooperation from some of the organizations, that like to track other people's shit, kind of like the J6 people that got set up.
Right.
Gonzo Lara is in Kharkov right now, is reporting new stuff. Oh, I know, man. I thought that was funny too when I saw the whole shifty shift and Pelosi crap over there in Poland. Playing off like they're in Ukraine. It's like, whatever. Okay, common sense. Look at the terrain. So you drove in, because we know your ass didn't fly because homeboy is controlling the air. So you didn't just fly your little happy ass over there. So you mean to tell me he has air superiority, but yet you just drove this mountain terrain straightaways in your little caravan and nobody did anything. It was a whatever. Green screen CGI piece of craps. But anyway. Morning, Chrissy Cat. Hey, and Red Dawn morning, by the way. I read the
Morning,
comment and didn't say morning. What do we got? Rescue, honestly, in my opinion, 2,000 meal thing just to throw that in our face to show us how corrupt it was to take away our attention. More important thing. Oh, I think it goes hand in hand, Garrett, because it's, it's just like, that's probably the saddest thing I can say when I hear somebody say they're not going to vote anymore. Oh, I'm not going to vote. It don't matter. Well, if you don't participate, you got no skin in the game. So I think this is to show, because I don't know. I think everything's kind of coming at different approaches because we're such a diverse country. So we have to approach this different angles. Plus we have outside eyes looking at us. I think we want to approach it, on the world stage too. So as things come forward, it's like, these very corrupt people that are trying to poke a fight with homeboy, they can't like get them to coax on and feed into some fake media. Cause I mean, dude, God, look at what we have to go against. So, the struggle's real, but I think voting is definitely important. Hey, if you will, well, actually, I don't mind the chat. If the chat, try not to use the whole complete word, if you will, Patrick. If you don't mind, scroll up and delete your comment so I don't have to. I just don't want you to spell the word out completely. That's just too easy on the algorithm. I mean, you might as well just send them an email saying you said it.
The train.
Monty, are you trying to talk?
Can you hear the train?
You're robotic.
Yeah, I'm over here playing solitaire. Can you hear me?
Gotcha.
The train. I even got my windows most of the way closed.
We got that comment going yet? Yes, thank you. Okay. Cool beans.
I don't know why it does that whenever I jump over there and play a solitaire game. And then the audio.
What now?
Oh, my audio, I guess, cuts out over here whenever I'm over there playing a solitaire game.
You're taking your system resources off the target.
Huh?
You said your audio acts up. It's because you're taking the target of the source off when you go to play solitaire, because the minute you click on that program, it has a hiccup in the audio in your system because you have a crappy laptop.
Oh, I was curious.
No, I'm just
well, excuse me.
No, Rescue, you're
because the program
right.
I'm on, it doesn't need a mic. You know what I'm saying? The ones that usually need the permissions of the mic is the ones that do that.
Well,
but
no,
I don't know. I didn't write the program.
It's the minute you go off of a program, Windows can lose focus of a program. Matter of fact, that was actually why my shit was all jacked up a while ago, because VLC had the attention regardless of how many. I just restarted OBS and it's still VLC didn't want to let go of that. Hey, Tony. Hey, Tony.
I'll play Age of Empires while I'm listening. Even sometimes when I'm on chat and I don't have anything decent to contribute. And I've never had a problem switching between Age of Empires and then directly to YouTube or StreamYard. And my voice, I've never had an issue with my mic other than me forgetting to unmute it.
See, I went back up in chat to see kind of, and
all right.
See, Hit Gal says, "Will anything happen when this evidence?" It's just it's another thing in the file, is the way, because it's a building up. I mean, I got no right answer to this. I'm just a half full instead of a half empty kind of person.
Oh, hey. Since technically it is the 4th, may the 4th be with you.
May the 4th be with you. Morning, Sharon. Man, morning, everybody. If I've missed you, Patrick, Brian, and Garrett, everybody, I'm sorry if I've missed it. I tried to keep up, but man,
I definitely need the 4th to be with me tomorrow or today.
The next day after that, Cinco de Mayo. Everybody becomes Mexican. They eat lots of tacos and drink margaritas.
Cinco de Mayo. I put my mayonnaise in the sink.
Cinco de Mayo, Cinco de Mayo.
I'm trying to keep up with everybody's conversation, and man,
Yeah, chat's kind of hitting it today. I start to read one and it jumps up 5 spaces before I even get done with the first sentence.
Hey, TT1.
What's up, TT1? Tennessee Tactical 1 in the house. May the 4th be with you. Do-do-do-do.
Oh, I see your Swartz is as big as mine. Mel Brooks. Gotta love him.
He was a short dude, though.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
It was supposed to be Yoda, but I forgot the name in the movie now. All I can remember is "We're combing the desert, sir."
Hey, Miss Cindy. No, and I will say though, so it's where we were going with the voting and stuff, and everybody that made the comments in chat, and it's like, okay, there's not going to be any like 0 to perfect overnight. So it's going to be steps. So it's not like, oh, we're going to go and everybody we elect the next time is all 100%. But you just got to start off moving forward. So if the guy that's in that position right now has like 20 major flaws, and the guy running against him only has 15, then we can just go ahead and take the 15 one. And then the next time around, we'll go for the one with 10. And, but I don't know, man. I just look around and I think, okay, so somebody goes up right now with some humongous vacuum cleaner and just sucks all the shit right out of Washington square miles. There it is. Now what? Do we got anybody that can step up and actually take care of business? So we got to ease into it, because hell, we don't have a generation that was raised on rock solid shit. They don't have role models. They don't have character in their, that's rare. So, I don't know, man. That's why I think that, look, we need to try to right the ship, and you can't build a new one out in the middle of the ocean all at once, but you can start patching some holes, and you can start reworking some boards, and as you work your ass back to dock,
There you go, Chrissy Cat. It starts local.
It is, man. You just, because I don't know, you gotta try. It's kind of like, I don't know, hell, I was rocking life, and all of a sudden this woman goes, I'm pregnant. And it was like, wait a minute, what? And it just changed everything. So, and you just do what you got to do to fulfill the role. Well, life is that way. You just, I don't know. I've said it numerous times. You know what? If you have a problem, then you might as well focus on the solution. If you don't want to waste time on the solution, then you really don't have a problem, because the only way you have a problem is when you need a solution. If you don't need a solution, you don't have a problem. So I say, just get on the solution, identify the problem, and start working on the solution. If our future is Adam shift on, oh yeah, Patrick, it's become, and that's what one thing that worries me is, because it's going to take so long because of just the way things play out, that this side, picking sides again, but I guess that's what it is nowadays, but this side's going to just ride the kind of a wave, and I just hope we don't have too many people lose focus, because the other side ain't losing focus, because you know what? The other side, the other people, the other thing. They don't even have to have people show up. See, remember what we're fighting against. These people go wake the dead to do their shit, so they don't even have to have living people show up. They just fill in the gap. So we need to never tell me the odds. Han Solo, 1982. Oh, TT1. But you got to stay moving forward. We got to be examples. What is that? Red Dawn. Kevin McCarthy is Speaker of the House. May not do anything to investigate. Oh yeah, no, he's. But see, okay, he's a good example of what I'm saying. So, okay, we know what he is now, and while he's not good, but he's not like a Romney or a Cheney, so he hasn't gone that far. And then, of course, he's not as far as a Pelosi and all them. So he's manageable still. You know, you can control him. He doesn't need to be speaker. He doesn't need to be even the head of shit. He just needs to fill a seat. But see, he's one of those that you can tolerate for now until you can clean up the rest. That's the way anyway, that's just my 2 cents. You know, hell, it's a grain of salt. Humility for me, Rescue. Oh, that's what got me here is humility. That's the sharing my 2 cents is. And I don't know, man. I'm frustrated. I'm frustrated with a lot of things that real life. Not just for our country, just overall. And then sometimes it sounds like some people are just so down, and it's like, man, that negative stuff it's like a vacuum. And I just hate to see anybody get pulled into that.
Remember what I was saying yesterday before I jumped off panel? How even I've even been the subject of starting to lose the hope and everything else, but then you just got to remember that the man upstairs, that's kind of what I was meaning. I mean, I know no one is impervious to not feeling that way. I guess that's the right words I should say. And we're all human. We all start to feel that way. Okay, straight up, I get down and out when I'm missing my daughters. It's been since July or August since I've seen my oldest, and here it is May, and I've been missing them. Been missing them like crazy. Okay, I'm not trying to be all down and everything about it. I'm just being honest, and
right.
Being up on here talking, even up on panels, and I know I haven't been up on a lot of panels the last week or so, but I'm trying to take a break from YouTube, but yet still keep my sanity through being up on this platform, being involved in talking with people, because that's the only way I keep my sanity from going cuckoo. I'm just saying. Yeah.
Hey, TT1, there's a link if you want to come up, brother.
We got to keep our chin up. We got to keep our faith in God. We got to try and the stars and the white and the red stripes, we can't let it slip through our fingers. We got to gain it back. That's all I'm saying.
Monty, I would normally try to say something to add on to what you just said, but I can't.
I know.
I feel exactly the same way, especially the things that are going on in my life right now. So
I know, but I know it's hard. People.
Well, and that's,
all right. So straight up, 3 years ago, I was in jail being accused of something I didn't do. Something really, really bad. And let me tell you, I was in there for 10 days. And on the 10th day, this is before that, I was sitting there going, I ain't got no money for a lawyer. I'm being accused of murder. Hello. I was reading my Bible through it, a lot. You know what I'm saying? I was reading stuff I had never. I was taking in all the details, and I was just yeah. I was. Yeah, I didn't know what was going to happen. Then on that 10th day, they just like pack up, and I'm like, "What's going on now?" And they pulled me outside in the hallway. They was like, "You're being released." I'm like, "What?" She'd confess. So I'm still didn't get all the way out of the trouble, and I got 5 more years. I got to keep my chin up to finish out that end of the process. You know.
No,
trust me, I know it's hard.
See, that's not why you got to keep your mind up. You got to keep your chin up and your mind right, because that's what you need to do. It's not about that.
I know, but
but it's what goes in your head. You got to watch how you say it to yourself.
I know, but I have a problem with here that how it comes out. Okay, I've always had a problem with that.
Monty,
articulate.
Most of us all have a problem here. That's why we have some weird shit that comes out of here sometimes.
Right. But what I'm saying is I have problems articulating the words. So I'm just saying. Much love, man. I'm just saying. God bless.
I'm just saying. Oh, that's why it's so dark. I was like, man.
I was trying to be motivational, people. I'm jumping off of here, gonna go hang myself in the noose.
Monty, you are very
now there's motivational for you.
See? That's what I'm saying. Goodness.
That's a short-lived motivation, I gotta say.
Talking about highs and lows.
No, you only have
one low. Lower than that.
You only have one low. There won't be coming back up. Let's see. And lost some money. It's gonna happen.
What?
Hey, Miss Tina.
I don't know.
Morning, evening, good day.
I was joking about that last part I just said. So calm down, everybody. God loves us.
Well, but He won't do for what we can do for ourselves. So
right.
It's people need to. That's I know here lately I make it a point to carry myself, because you set an example, and it's just, I don't know, man. I guess being with my past, being the 2-time convicted one, the drug addict, the alcoholic, the troublemaker, all the little name calling, and my biggest badge of honor that I wear is I'm not a hypocrite, and I say what I mean and mean what I say, and I used to not always think things through before I said it, but I still lived with it.
Hey, brother.
Yep.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry. No, go ahead. No, I was waiting. Go ahead. I was just going to ask if I could read the verse of the day.
Oh,
I didn't know. I'm sorry. I thought you was done.
Whatever, dude. You were trying to cut me off on purpose.
No.
Go ahead. You're a freaking bully. Milkmaid probably sent you in here. She probably sent you PayPal money just to come in and bully me. I see what's up. No, I'm just picking. Go ahead, Monty.
No,
it's okay.
I wasn't.
I don't even know what the hell I was talking about anymore. I've done gotten sidetracked. So
I'm sorry. All right. The verse
of
the day. 2 Chronicles chapter 7, verse 14. If my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven. I will forgive their sin and will heal their land.
Amen.
I'm just saying, you got to be careful of that milkmaid. I mean, she's nothing but trouble.
Oh, yeah.
Remember,
Milkmaid's a social media bully.
Remember how I was saying, though, that how we need to the stars and the bars and get them back in?
Dude, you need it. I don't know. And it's so.
I don't know. I'm just trying to help.
Oh, yeah. No, you're good. That's what I said. I told my wife, because it's like, I don't know what happened to pride in your home, pride in you own your land, you worked hard, you bought this, you put in the work for it. that meant something. Because see, that's the thing. This country, that's what kind of made us stand out, was because you could show up here, put in the work, and go out, clear land, build a home, start a business, and people forget the simplicity because that was everywhere. No, it wasn't everywhere. You couldn't do that everywhere. So that was here, and there was a backbone, there was integrity, there was fortitude in the people that drove wagon trains across the land, clear-cutted land, built towns. It just, there was a purpose. You can get people that come now over here, and they said they come for the American dream. That's sad that they still see the American dream, and we're so spoiled that we lost sight of it. And now we're so worked up with the corruption that we've been exposed to and shown. Well, we don't need to get in a tirade. We don't need to act like some 2-year-old in the playground that's pissed off because the Tinker Toys are gone. We need to at least act like we're in high school.
Give me back my Tinker Toys.
But it's just because, you just think, man, I don't know. I told my wife, and I think my problem is that, like, if I ride to town with her, because I can't get out and go in with the store, so I just sit in the car. Well, hell, you just watch everybody migrate and move, and you just, every now and then, you see some good stuff. You see, like, no offense to, I'm not a male chauvinist, but what, people think whatever. But, you watch a guy that walks on the left side where the traffic is, or, you watch them how they're walking, then they look down to acknowledge the child is right there with them. And, because most of the time you just watch people and they're like, come on. Well, hell, there's a damn 4-year-old that's dragging ass behind the parents, and they walk across the parking lot at like a Walmart or a damn Lowe's or some shit. And it's like, man. Hey, what's up, Zach? How are you, brother? Hopefully you had a good evening.
And most of the time, sometimes, not most of them, some of them won't even turn around to check by the time they get to the door to go to Walmart. You know what I'm saying? I've seen it. I've seen it myself countless times, and I'm like, how can you be that? You're supposed to be the role model for that child. You're supposed to be the protector.
Yep. It's that's why I say you just kind of look around, and then you just kind of, it's like, man, I just pray though. I mean, I'm here to do what I got to do as he sees fit. So, I would like a good outcome, but I'm here for God. So I guess wherever that leads. Hey, Zach, it's it's just, hey man, another day. Dishes are the devil. That's why they made paper plates. No, I'm just
Well, paper plates are beautiful when you're single. Just saying, when you're a bachelor, paper plates, paper bowls, don't have to worry about dishes.
Shit, dude, when you're single, it's really a breeze. You don't even have to eat paper plates. You just need one plate, one bowl, one glass, one fork, one spoon, one knife.
Right?
I mean, bam.
Po mein sandwich, you slap it on there, mustard mayo. Don't even need plates.
You mean that's a hope sandwich. That's where you take this slice of bread, and then you put another slice of bread, and you hope you had some meat.
Oh.
What's up, Zach, my buddy?
What's up, brother? Zach?
My children are the cause of my worries. I have to hold them three together. Oh, yeah. Especially, man, for y'all that have the younger kids, because hell, mine are damn last one's not far off from 30. Matter of fact, my son wouldn't surprise me if he joins in here after a while. Sure, he'll be getting up to go to work here in a couple more hours. That's been kind of weird that he joins in on my stream. I told him to up front, though. I go, okay, but I got to warn you now. I don't pull no punches, so don't get your feelings hurt. I'm just saying. Which I try not to call my kids out because they were just hell. I raised them, so flaws I see in my kids just tells me where I dropped the ball. What's
Aloha,
up, Steve?
Steve.
Aloha, brother. Hope the sun's shining in Hawaii. We're all here for God. He has a purpose for each of us. Hopefully we can figure that out. That's it, Miss Cindy. That's all I see. I take it one day at a time, one stride at a time. I once went through a possession of spirit told me so many cups, yet you eat only one. Then I learned what it meant on the spiritual level there. And what anti? Oh, Zach's got gummy bear dreams coming. What did he do? Eat gummy bears? Hey, Kino.
The medicated gummy bears. Just saying, Zach will share his supply for $29.99 plus shipping and handling.
Later, Zach. Get you some rest, brother. I just scrolled up and saw that you were going to bed. Love you too, buddy.
Night, Zach.
Peace out, Zach.
And that's really good to hear that Reaper joined you up on panel earlier.
Huh?
A fellow community member. I'll just say that he's kind of he kind of fell off the wagon and everything. So he's trying to get him to join back up in the community, you know.
Oh, okay.
And he was up on Zach's panel earlier. What Zach messaged me, so it's just good to know that he's reaching back out.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, TT1. I took a 1220, 120, and the 220 break to calm my mind. So now you got the 320 and then booyah, the 420. Happy, joy. No red balloon makes me giggle. I will never grow up. 99 red balloons. And that's one of those songs. See, I just read the words red balloon and then that song starts going in my head. 99 red balloons.
Wasn't that the monkey? No. George the monkey?
It's like a
I thought
99 red balloon. It's a what is she, German? Czech, Russian, something singer. It might even be the group. I don't know. I'll play it here in a few. If VLC lets me. Look at there. TT1 knows. Oh, now he retracts it. It's okay. Oh, that won't show on my StreamYard yet. No rescue. Finding Kino gives me a red balloon to say hi. It's a thing with me. Well, fine, Chrissy. Well, I have my own thing with a red balloon, so nah. I'm just picking. There you go. TT1 got it. 99 love balloons go by. Dun 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 dun.
How come there ain't 100? Why can't there be one more?
Because, hell, 99 didn't even do any good.
Because someone took your Tinker Toys and they popped the 100th one. I don't know. Goldfinger.
And to think, the funny part about that comment is out of nowhere. Now, here's what I see. Nikki's laying on the couch. She heard this and then had to get up and go, Goldfinger. Somehow, that was the connection. I don't know. Are we watching a James Bond movie?
There was an actress that supposed the one that they painted up gold. supposedly she died because they didn't. They had they painted her whole body gold. It wasn't allowed to breathe. That's the band, huh?
That was the band.
I didn't even know there was a band called. Oh, wait a minute.
Well, apparently not, but now you do, and now you know.
Now I do. Now it was. There it is. There it be.
Because wherever you go, there you are.
There I be. See, what happened was.
And look, see, Auntie's going with the whole. Here's the whole German, whatever to it description. Whatever, I knew it was German. She told you, Nina. There you go. Thank you.
So Steve. Is that like Frere Jacques?
And I think somebody else said Nina, but I didn't catch it up there earlier because they used an I. But see, Steve knew it was Nina, and it's with an E, and then it caught me. Benjamin said, boys. I think the Nana. It was Nina. That's as soon as I saw it. Sometimes my brain just needs a little thump, kickstart every now and then.
I don't know.
It's kind of like an old knucklehead. Needs a kickstart every now and then. Sometimes you gotta
shellheads like that
a few extra time.
They all have their distinctive sounds, like the pan head, the knuckle, and the shovel. Yeah. Man, that's one thing I always wanted to do is do my own custom. Well, not custom, but homemade kind of trike with a shovel head with electric starter. That way I wouldn't have to kick it.
Tell you what, you'll only slip off of that bad boy one time before it'll become a priority.
So, okay, but biker buddy, part of the family, kind of adopted in, good family friend. He had a sporty. It had real tall ape hangers on it. He called it the ape hanger whore. And it was an older one, so it gave him fits. He was like, come over here and kick this. So he'd get it up on a compression stroke. He'd have me kick it. Man, I did that 2 or 3 times. And that one time he goes, you got to watch out. It'll get you. And it did. Oh, it bit me. I was yeah. He goes, that's why I call her what I call her.
Shoot, man, slip off that bad boy in the rain and the cold or something. And you slip off on like that second stroke down and it comes back up and whack. And you're like, OMG.
Yep. Now I understand why they always wore the leather boots with the higher uppers.
Well, and that's why if it's got good deep compression, some torque to it, then that's why you don't even straddle that and try to do that. You stand on the outside of the other with your left and bounce that bad boy.
There was one of my former bosses had, and they called it the stroker. And it was kind of like an enduro Harley. That thing had so much compression. I was a big boy even then, and I tried to just slam it down like I did my other buddies, And it took me. I had to grab the bars and everything and push down real hard. And I'm like, goodness, how much compression you got in that? It was like a 10. It was a bit of 10-to-1 or more. No. Good seeing everybody.
I don't even hear the background music.
I do.
I don't even hear it. I think that's why it must have been so loud for everybody earlier. If it's total quiet, I can hear the but that's
I hear the do.
Oh yeah, I can't hear none of that. So that's weird. Oh well, like I said, this is the first time I've been just napping in my chair. Didn't really go lay down. By the time I realized how late it was like, well, I don't really want to go lay down now because then I'll feel miserable if I make myself get up. Oh, Nikki says barely hear
it. Yesterday morning, whenever I was watching your show and I texted you afterwards, but I had to run to the restroom, and so I was like, "Do I just stay or do I?" Oh, surely he might still be here when I get back. So I come back and I'm not. So I'm like, okay. And then I ring around and watch the very last of the show, and I'm like, "Oh."
Kind of makes you think of that song. Should I stay or should I go?
Go now. But no, Nancy had texted me while I was downstairs. She goes, "Wake up," and I'm like, "I am awake."
So is Auntie? Okay, just so you know, Auntie, they have German algorithms too. Just saying. But no,
yeah,
that's what Chrissy was picking. Hey, what's up, Summer? Hot mess, Summer. It's so cold I had to move in the office. Damn, is it got a cold front going through Louisville? Brian, sounds more like air waffle. Now I'm drooling. Got syrup and butter. Okay, what the hell did I just miss? Oh, Luftwaffe. Oh, the Luftwaffe.
Saturday when I went to go and eat breakfast and biscuits and gravy with my buddy, he's over there, and one of the people come in there with a what'd they say? She's 14 months old. And so she was sitting there, and she was sitting on her dad's lap, and he's feeding her some waffle. And she's just going to town. She's loving it, the syrup and everything. She's like, It's just so cute.
Oh, so Auntie, you were doing the 9 and then basically breaking down what Luftwaffe stood for?
9.
Dude, all I can remember from some German guy that my parents knew when I was a kid was and I don't even know if this is true to tell you. Watch, I'll find out now. Auntie will be the one to tell me, because hell, if I'm wrong, Auntie's going to be the one.
Oh, yeah.
Auntie just sits there kind of going, Snoops. But
right?
I'm just picking Auntie. But no, it was like, I think it was Geek Gork, and it was on and off for the light switch. Geek Gork or something like that.
Guten Tag. I still remember in grade school we sang for Christmas program, we sang Silent Night, and the first little part was in English, and then the rest of it was in German, and I'm like, yeah.
So yes, it rained all day, now cold. Well, dang, Summer, that sucks. Which I need to say hot mess. So I have to call you hot mess because there's another Summer now. So now there's 2 Summers. But you're the hot mess Summer. So you just a hot mess, girl.
But she's cold right now.
But she's cold. That's a hot mess that's cold. Let's see, we got more people in tonight, so it's amazing to have veterans, just men open up and say to me, it's the first time I feel at peace in a long time. It's a beautiful thing. See, that's just awesome. Hot mess. It feels so weird to call her hot mess, but that's awesome. And then what TT1's got, the disinfo cronies want to silence your lady. I know, man, this whole ministry of truth shit, these people just need to, I don't know. Man, we just...
Brian, what the?
I wish I could do the what was it, the Men in Black thing with the pen. It's like, okay, everybody look up here, we're fixing to focus. It's red, white, and blue. America's great. Ready? Okay, we live in the greatest country. We now need to get it back. Thank you. Move forward.
Yeah.
For Christmas, the American people will get shortages. Oh yeah, if we met, man, brother, I don't even want to. I'm not even trying to go that far ahead. Hell, I'm worried about November. Hell, I'm worried about July and August. It's a coming. What hot mess I'm doing. The 3rd shift 6 days in a row. Tomorrow I have to go out on the streets and do our normal street outreach and then come here and be here till 8 in the morning. It's going to be a long day.
Steve Harlow. Steve, are you talking about? You seen nothing? You've seen nothing?
That's awesome of you, though, Summer Hot Mess. It's very awesome of you. Reaching the hand out. More people just need to do it. This is true. Okay, fine. You got me TT1. Yeah. Well, actually, you know what? Touche, sir, because I could counter the touche because I think earlier I even said I'm just going day to day nowadays. So I might have to reach back and pull my little dagger out touche with because I did say that earlier.
What is what behind you? My green screen that's halfway hanging down over.
Well, yeah, you've kind of got this lake behind you with a tin wall over here. So it's kind of like, man, that's the houseboat sunk and it's in the water.
If you actually look, there's some fishing poles back there in that corner over there. And so I was going to go fishing, but the fish poles are there. And yeah, like Rescue said, my see-through kayak sunk down with the houseboat. Oh, I don't know. I tried to go with it. Vera Jacques, touche.
Moment to
All right.
Yep.
No, I think maybe I need to go back to sleep.
I think Ray done went to sleep.
Ray, wake your butt up.
See?
See what?
Oh. He's like, oh, wait. Say my name.
Today's word on Sesame Street is see the number. I should have said the number.
No, I'm just kind of I'm just relaxing.
Listening to music, ain't you?
I'm listening to Rescue's music, trying to get my thoughts together so I can get my statement to the court written up. I got a big day tomorrow.
That's cool, Hot Mess. I'm glad you got that up and going too.
Sorry, I missed your stream earlier, Fat Man.
Sharon said, Tennessee Tactical, what happens next week? Man, hey.
The way things are going day by day.
If somebody can figure that out, I'd like a heads up myself because I don't know. Hell, I'm trying to figure out what the hell's going to happen tomorrow when the sun comes up. Because at the rate these people are going with some of the crazy crap that they're coming up with, there's no telling what they're liable to walk out and say any given day. And what, I'm so broke I had to fire a lot of my personalities. I just can't afford them anymore, right?
I'm telling you, I was up to 30, 35 personalities, and I had to cut back half of them.
Right on, Steve. Get you some rest, brother.
Later.
Don't work too hard on that job tomorrow. Just hard enough. And smile, brother. Which I know you will with the scenery you got. Whew, man, you got some beautiful scenery.
Yeah. Oh. Steve, I didn't have a way to message you. I don't know if you can still hear me, but someone shared something about the water being polluted over there in Hawaii by the Navy or something. That's all I caught of it.
You hear anything about the water being polluted, Steve, over there from some ship or something from the Navy?
I was wanting to ask him. I think it was Riddle that shared that on Facebook.
That's it, Steve. He does. Loves us all.
Yep. Almost out of chocolate. I've had that for a week.
Well, do you just keep, but see, so is this the word game where you just keep dumping refills into the same bag so you can go, I've had this for over a week.
No, I've been pretty good up until tonight.
This chair is slapping. And I don't know, he might not have heard it in time before he left, or
I don't know. But he's the first person I was thinking of, him and his wife, when I first heard it.
So no, how can I make it up to you? Oh. So teasing does not include that you going against the family like for you.
What?
I will make you an offer you can't refuse.
Ah, there he is.
Oh, I heard about the water tanks that feed the neighborhoods were contaminated, and the dummy Governor Green said it's not the water, it's the chemicals in the water.
Ah, okay. I didn't know, brother. I was meaning to, I didn't have any other way of reaching out to you except in chat when I seen you next. And it almost slipped my mind.
Sure, by at least mid-May.
Praying for you all over there.
Sharon, why are you? Why are the stalling? She's a hot mess. Yes, she is. She's a good hot mess. She's a helpful hot mess.
Hang on. Let me reach over here.
Okay, well, why do I got to stop talking for you to grab your mouse and go over and grab some text? He said, why?
I was talking out loud.
Yeah, telling me to stop.
No, not you.
Yeah, that's what you said.
I didn't say stop. I said, hang on, let me go over here and
see,
grab
why'd you
this.
say hang on? Why do I got to hang on? I don't have to hang on.
Hold your horses.
I don't have to hold my horses. Nothing about me talking slows you down. Now, Mr. Ed.
Well, Wilbur.
That's right.
Oh, I did that in too good. Oh, let's see here. Paste.
I'm going to eat a Reese's peanut butter cup like a normal person and go back to sleep. There you go, Nikki.
Love you, Nikki. All right. I just sent you an email, Steve. TT1. I know horses are big dogs, but okay, has anyone seen the little bitty? It's like
pygmy ponies.
Yeah, it was a little house. The house dog was bigger.
You know what? There's a prime example. People all thought, "Oh, look at all these," and we see all do this now. This is them when they started playing around with gene stuff, and we already thought that was all cool how they come up with this quest. It's like, okay, one day their interest won't be focused on animals anymore, and oh wow,
Dolly the sheep. Dolly the sheep. Everybody thinks that it happened, and well, they just let us know back then, and that was 20-some years ago, about Dolly the sheep. I think they was messing around with it 40 years prior to that, maybe 50 years. Who knows?
It's so bad out there. I saw a cat rob a raccoon of his garbage. What is normal in this day and age? I don't know. I would like to know who the hell can step up and use themselves as a gauge to compare everybody else to and say, this is normal. Just who the hell stands up and who's that gauge? Who decides that? How about instead of normal, we just say moral? You type, Monty, more than 60 years.
There's a lot of things they've been messing around with and not letting us know anything about it because we're only their servants.
We are the product and the customer.
The sheeple. Hey, let's after they do an experiment, hey, let's just shuffle these to these people over here and we'll see. We'll just see what happens.
Oh, goodness.
We'll do our studies.
I'm
our
sorry to
streets.
hear that, Chrissy. Definitely in our prayers.
Oh man.
Chrissy Cat, on a serious note, my
Yeah.
friend had to leave because his son overdosed tonight. Prayers have no word yet. Well, I am sorry to hear that, Chrissy.
Sorry to hear that, Chrissy.
Yes, definitely in prayers. Hey, Miss Bonnie. Morning, man. Morning, everybody in chat. If I haven't acknowledged you, I'm sorry. It's, good morning, good day, good evening, wherever that's fitting for you. I'm glad you decided to join me in my virtual living room. Kick it in the SandLot. Got the coolest chat on YouTube. Oh, that's it, Chrissy. Man, it's hard to hear young people getting involved in that stuff, and then it's just pouring in. It's just a steady stream. And for anybody that's new in chat, I would bring up, if you haven't looked into the 2000 Mules movie, you'd want to look into that. That is some good factual data. It might seem like it's taken forever. When you see it, you'll see why it took so long to compile all that, because it's a very factual thing. And I do believe I saw Ricardo's name cruise by in chat. Hey, what's up, Ricardo? I see that right now. Yep. How are you, brother from down under? Oh, Monty, do you want to do a prayer for Chrissy Cat's ordeal? Auntie was asking. Yeah. If you feel like it. If you don't, then that's...
Yeah.
Okay. Well, now I have to take my hat off. Okay, we'll offer a prayer up for Chrissy's workmate's child.
Dear Heavenly Father, you know, during these times that they seem to be real tough, Lord. And I know people are going through a lot and experiencing a lot and everything. But I just ask that you lift up Chrissy Cat's co-worker and lay your healing and loving hands down upon their son, and show him lots of love and your grace, and shine your light to where he can see towards you, Lord, to where he can just lay whatever's troubling him down upon your feet, and hopefully that you can take those burdens away from him, Lord. I just know that you've helped so many other people in their struggles with addiction and everything, and I just ask that you continue showing your light and your love and your grace, and letting us have the faith that we have in you, Lord. I know I'm deeply gratified every day and amazed at the love that you give me continually every day, of letting me wake up clean. And I just ask that you heal him, Lord. You heal the Chrissy's co-worker's son. Just Wash them in the blood of the Lamb, just healing. I know it's a tough time, Lord, but we need you more now than ever. And this I raise up to you in your Son's holy name, in Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Cool. Amen. Awesome. Thank you, Money.
Yep, you're welcome.
And then let the kids are safe on this. So you're there. This is true. Oh crap, I ordered that and forgot about it. Well, Steve, I think the actual, when was that? Like the 8th, or I think it's Sunday or something, is the online virtual viewing of it, I think. Yesterday was, or day before, was the actual theater showing. Oh, you got it, Auntie. Morning, Song of the South.
You're welcome, Chrissy.
Oh, and I tell you what, here you go, Ricardo. If you need a link or somebody wants to come up. There you go. Sorry about that, buddy. Right here, everyone check up this. And hey, Hurricane. See, it's so weird. I don't even hear that background music. Yeah, I wish they would let you do a watch party with that movie, but YouTube ain't fixing to let that movie play. Yeah, it's just funny because right now, tonight, Hurricane, I can't even, like right now, I don't even hear that background music. But everybody says y'all do, so I don't. My audio started out kind of weird. I have been reading stuff, looking stuff up, and I think I found a free version of 2000 videos on BitChute.
Love you all.
Are you leaving?
Yeah, I'm gonna probably jump down.
Okay, buddy. We'll get you some rest. Appreciate you coming up, Monty.
I just love y'all. That's all I'm saying. Thank you for having me up on panel. Ray, wake up.
I've been awake.
I know.
Like I said, just going over things in my head. I'm
I
gonna
hear you.
probably go down here in a minute
I hear
just
you.
so I can start writing everything down.
You got it.
I love y'all. I love y'all too. Much love. God bless. And you know, our forefathers wrote those documents a long time ago for a reason. For a reason. They foresaw something. You know what I'm saying? That's, I don't know. That's all I got to go by. So hopefully we can still retain those documents. The First Amendment, the amendments, you know, Constitution.
The Bill of
Stuff they
Rights,
want to trample on
Declaration of
every day at
Independence,
Capitol Hill.
Constitution.
May the 4th be with you. Love y'all. Later.
Later,
I
brother.
love you, Monty. And chat, I'm out. Rescue. Hopefully, I'll be back once I get everything written down and get this statement prepared.
You got it, buddy.
So I'm sure I'll see you in a few hours.
All right, brother. Yep.
All right.
Get you some rest. Get your stuff. Get your head on right. You got a busy day tomorrow.
Right. All right, brother.
All right, later, brother. All right, TT1. Get you some rest, brother. Wake up with a smile. I keep loving what people will think. If the music's ever playing in an elevator, I get in to hear it and just start laughing my ass off while they're wondering. A little bit song. Not a whole lot, but I did the other day. I think he had brought it up, and I looked in a little bit. I just, with everything going on, I just kind of dabble in stuff every now and then. All right, Hurricane, get you some rest. Much love, Steve. Get you some rest, sir. Oh, goodness gracious. What's up, Polar Bear? What's
Well,
up, buddy?
I couldn't sit back and let you be in here all alone now, could I?
All right. How goes it, brother?
On a grand scale, I can't complain.
There you go.
I woke up this morning.
Still sunny side up, huh?
Nope. Alive. I'm breathing.
There you go.
That's something, ain't it?
Well, that's the start of everything.
Michael Jackson can't do that.
This is true.
Elvis Presley can't do that.
Well, I don't know. It depends on who you ask, I guess.
I mean, you'd be dead by now. Come on. They had the same thing about this rapper called Tupac Shakur. I don't know if you ever heard of him.
Who?
Yeah, exactly. Tupac Shakur.
Oh, yeah.
He was a rapper. He was.
I've heard of him.
Some people call him the Elvis Presley of rap. You know what I mean? Because he was the best of the best, and then all of a sudden he was dead, and a lot of people say, "Oh no, he ain't dead. He's still alive." Fake.
Well, they did the hologram thing of him, so I guess, he's still alive digitally.
It was on. Oh, look at that. I say that people about my grandma Grunt. We call her Grandma Grunt out of respect, because my Grandma Grunt, she was, stroke it, baby, stroke it. She was a tough son of a bitch, man.
There you go.
Woman was born legally blind during the Depression. Can't get a driver's license. Can't do none of that shit. She could see a little bit, you know what I mean? But but she's legally blind. She can't see enough to do, what we do.
Do what we do. Do the do, man.
Live a normal life, have a job, stuff like that.
Yeah. No, but see, that's that was the man, grandmas and stuff back then, because they had character, dude. They had fortitude. They had drive. They didn't know quit. They just did.
My Grandma Grunt taught me my most important lesson in life: waste not, want not.
Right.
At about 3 o'clock in the morning one time, because we live with it. This was back in the early 90s. Package of hot dogs, 8 hot dogs was like 40 cents, you know? And there was 2 or 3 hot dogs left on the stove. She wakes us up, us boys. Oh, you guys didn't eat them hot dogs. You didn't put them away. You wasted them, you know? And she's drilling us at like 3 o'clock in the morning. Grandma grunt. And I say grunt because, like, I'm thinking, like, you know, like, imagine you're in the military and, like, you got a drill instructor drilling your ass. And you can't do nothing to that motherfucker because you can't touch grandma. You can't talk back to grandma. You know
we weren't allowed to get up until we cleaned our plate. And boy, if we got seconds, you got told up front and going, okay, you can go get seconds. You better get what you want because you're going to eat it all. And it was like, okay.
So she's drilling us about these dogs, man. And she goes, waste not, want not. And because she grew up during the Depression. And at her funeral, I told that story and I said, you know what? It wasn't about the hot dogs. It was about if you don't waste anything, you won't want for anything. If you don't waste the time that you have with your loved ones, you won't want later when they're gone. You know, like, you know, she taught me a very important lesson: waste not, want not. Right? Old Grandma Grunt. She was motherfucker spit tacks harder than nails. Like, you know, we called her Grandma Grunt for a reason. She was a badass motherfucker. You know, like, she didn't take no shit from nobody.
Well, no, that's what I was just talking about a while ago when Monty and Ray were up here, and it was like, man, it's like the fortitude of the people that before, and you know, when this country was discovered, dude, these are people that came out on wagons and shit and cleared land and built houses, built farms, built a town.
Built their houses.
There was no store to call. They actually chopped a tree down, made it into the lumber to actually, then they actually melted down.
I want you to think about this. They didn't have no bed. They were sleeping on a damn ass floor. You know?
Oh no, they made them. They made them out of timber.
But what for the cushion? What for the cushion?
Oh, pine needles and, like, you know.
Yeah, that sounds amazing.
Hey, straw. You know,
but I'm saying,
but we figured out.
I'm saying for like us, it's like that would be very uncomfortable.
Dude, we're so spoiled now. We need a Tempur-Pedic.
They laid on it. They're like, oh yeah.
We need the Escalade with the Tempur-Pedic.
They didn't have
with the 68 degree central air and heat.
Bro, they didn't have no fan. They didn't have no air conditioning. The fan. I don't know about you. I'm a fan. My fan don't never turn off. Like, hot, cold, it don't matter. The fan's always going. I need that sound and that movement of the air. You know what I mean? Sorry, I'm talking a lot. I apologize.
No, you're cool. I was looking at the chat.
Well, you can click on it and put it up here. If you click on it, I'll put it up there.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not. Dude, it scrolls by sometimes so fast.
Why not? But I mean, you could highlight them.
Well, I do. If there's one that I want to read and then kind of I'll answer to, then I'll pull it up.
There it is.
Most of these are just...
Hurricane 21 says, "Me too, Paula." Yeah. Yeah, the fan.
Hard luck survival.
They was doing some work on the electricity here the other day, and power went out for like an hour. And I was like, I didn't care that I didn't have the internet. I didn't care that it was dark and I couldn't see. I just wanted my fan back. Like, I'm like tripping out without my fan. You know, I need my fan.
Let's see, because where are you at? You're in Illinois.
Middle America.
Middle America?
Middle America.
I thought you were like in Illinois.
Yeah, I do live in Illinois, but I'm in Middle America.
It's like way up there.
No, you're thinking. But
you're in the middle on the east and west part. You're in the middle.
I can see the gateway to the west from my front porch.
Can you see the Gulf of Mexico?
No, that would be Southern America.
Yeah. Okay. Is it cold up there?
It says it's humid. Hold on, let me check that out.
I just asked because hot mess. She and Louie
51. It's 51. It's 51 right now.
All right, now I have to start reading some. So Keno going to the dentist was probably fun back then. Let's see, then Hurricane agreed with the fan. Sharon Smith, Summer, I heard that too, but the evil ones thought he misspelled coffee. Hurricane Me Too Polar, the Heartland.
Ah.
Cindy's, I love fresh raw peas or frozen, but no chance canned peas. Keno the dentist in the old days was whiskey and a string doorknob. That's it. That are a pair of them shoeing pliers, because you take them old dudes take them shoeing pliers. Reach in there and grab that tooth, buddy. Keno the dentist, yeah. Let's see, if you, Chrissy Cat, if only you had flicked those peas at Mama, then you would have went to your room instead of sitting at the table until dark. Chrissy Cat, to this day, only way I can eat peas if they are fresh from the garden right out of the pod.
I live in East St. Louis. East St. Louis.
St. Louis.
East St. Louis, man. It's middle America. This is as middle of America as you can get. We eat pasta. We watch movies. You know, we don't exercise. Middle America.
Well, no, I bet them people in Chicago probably do a lot of running.
Yeah, well, a lot of running from gunshots.
Duck and dodge, duck and dodge.
No, Chicago's very north of me. Very north.
It has a nice chill to the air and rainy and southern Illinois now. There you go. I will eat frozen, not canned. Yes, he's still running. Very much glad. If I flicked peas at my mama, I would have been slapped across the face. Don't disrespect the southern mama. Yeah, boy, I mean to tell you, yeah, if I'd have flicked food at one of my parents, oh man.
Are you out of your mind?
I couldn't imagine the ass whooping that would have followed that.
Don't even think about it.
Hell, you'd get backhanded just putting your elbows on the
The hell is it?
Throwing food at somebody.
That motherfucker should get slapped even for writing that shit. Flicking peas at your grandma. You out of your mind?
My niece loves sugar snap peas, so I planted a garden box and put it next to her kiddie pool on patio. She would reach over and grab some peas while splashing in the pool with puppies. Hey, there you go.
Hey, Rescue.
That's like snack time next to the pool.
Hey, Rescue.
Yeah.
My dad, he used to mess with my grandma. So like, we'd be driving somewhere, right? And he would pretend to fall asleep and like drift off the road. Yeah. And, like, my grandma would freak out and like, she'd be screaming yelling.
Wake up.
Yeah, he would veer back and be like, oh. You know, and my mom, she slapping him on the arm, like, stop fucking with her, you know, and blah, 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 like all that stuff. But like he used to mess with her hardcore. But you know, I think my dad loved her.
Oh yeah, I'm sure he did. Most families had love back then. It wasn't polluted with all this extra stuff. Song of the South says, Rescue, I noticed the other day when we were growing up, had to drive 20 miles to find a phone, and today people have phones everywhere and no one answers. Oh, I know, right? Bring back them 20-foot curly cord days.
I used to have to drive a mile to the payphone to call my girlfriend, put money in there. After 30 minutes, got to put more money in there because we didn't have a home phone. We was poor, you know. Yeah,
oh man, I'd love to see what a party line would be like in these days. That'd be funny. Because I mean, it was just different back then. You'd pick up the phone, people would be on it, you'd hang it up, you'd wait a few minutes, you'd pick it back up, they'd still be on it. You kind of go, I kind of got to make a quick call. Oh, okay. People just work together.
They risk it.
Oh, I can only imagine in 2022, all of a sudden the phones around here, all the cell phones go off. People have to do landlines and they have party lines. So you have to wait your turn to make a call. Welcome to the woods.
Well, you got to wait your turn to join up on this stream, but I mean, I guess ain't nobody in the backstage, huh?
Nope, ain't nobody in the backstage.
How many people's watching?
53 people in chat.
53 people watching. Ain't nobody want to join? Man, I mean, you do what you want to do, but I'm saying drop that link. Tell somebody, join up.
Oh, it's pinned. Most people are just in the chill mode.
I mean, they don't have to turn the camera on. Just come up and talk. Come on.
Well, you got to in order to come up on the panel just for a brief moment.
Nah, well, I understand because of porn bomb, but you could see them in the backstage.
Yeah.
And then they could turn it off and then come up.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I turn mine on it all the time because I ain't got nothing. I'll be in panels where I'm the only motherfucker with the camera on. I ain't scared. Shit, I've been doing this since 2008.
Sad Benjamin, I served in the Navy out of Great Lakes. They tried to give us free money to go into Chicago. Most refused. Right. I have tried and tried, but you cannot strangle someone with a cell phone. Bring back the cord.
Yeah, you strangle somebody with a cell phone.
No, cell phones are karate chops to the carotid artery.
Yeah.
That's what you got to do. You got to kind of or hum them sideways. You know, do the who was the super villain dude, or I guess superhero, however you want to look at it, but the dude that would throw the cards.
Gambit.
Yeah, you could build a gambit with a cell phone. Let's see, Cindy's Rescue Riot. We had a party line when I was a kid. I was too young to use a phone, but sometimes I'd sneak on and cuss out the folks chatting. It was. Dude, people nowadays would freak out over those.
Chrissy Cat said, "What's a phone book?" Oh,
I know, right? We have a whole generation. If we start writing in cursive, we'd be like in our own code.
driving with a stick.
Yeah.
Number one, the millennials wouldn't know. The Zoomers definitely wouldn't know. And fucking the new one is Gen Y. And I know that seems completely out of place, but the next generation is Gen Y. But
what do you mean that seems out of place, dude? All of that shit seems out of place.
Well, I mean, if you're going like by alphabetical order,
I don't go by any order.
Gen Y. Oh no, I guess Gen Y is right. No, because Gen Z. My children are Gen Z. They're called the Zoomers. Gen Z. They're the Zoomers. My children are the Zoomers. So that's Z.
I grew up in the 60s and 70s. That's the way I view it.
I'm Gen X.
Yes, I don't know what. I'm just me. I'm an American, and I was born in the 60s, and I was raised in the 60s, 70s, and 80s.
You may be a boomer or not a boomer, but
I don't know.
And then there's Gen X, and then there's the millennials, and then there's the Gen Z, the Zoomers, is like we like to call them.
So I say we get rid of all the automatic transmissions, all the cell phones.
Make people write things. We'll take over the world. They don't even know how to write with a pencil.
That's why they think 2 + 2 = 5. It's because they never actually had to write it down and count the little marks on the paper to go 1, 2, 3, 4. See, it's self-explanatory. 2 + 2 = 4, but that's since you never have to write it down. You never notice those little marks. Because try to add 5 of those.
Well,
1, 2, 3. No, wait a minute. This can't be happening. It's happening. Go ahead. 4. Ah, damn, there's only 4 marks. That's right. Blew that theory right out of the water. Rescue. I remember when I could take $1 and buy a pack of Marlboro, Pepsi, and candy bar. I know, right?
Oh, what do you say?
I remember when I could take $1 and buy a pack of Marlboros, a Pepsi, and a candy bar.
Oh, those days are long gone.
I know. Dude, I laughed about that one night and even went, I sit some days and I think back and I go, I can remember that too. And it's like, man, when this shit becomes $1 a pack, I'm done with this. And when it gets to be $1.25 with this, I'm done with it. When it's $1.50, I'm done. When it's $1.75, I'm done. All the way up to now, it's like $5, and it's like
$5. Where are you getting it from? Hell,
oh, dude, these. Oh well, Indians aren't far.
$12 a pack, man.
Holy shit.
Well, my boy, he's 17. My boy. Gas is about $4.50 a gallon right now, right?
Morning box. It's $4.70 down here.
Depending on where you're at. We're here. It's $4.50. He goes. He's like, what was gas when you were my age? Like $2.50. Like, I started laughing. I was like, bro, when I was your age at 17, gas was like 69 cents a gallon, bro. He's like, what? And I'm like, yeah. I said, man, when it went to $1, you remember this, Rescue. When it went to $1, people flipped the fuck out.
Well, yeah, but see, that's a common thing because, see, people forget that this is standard marketing. It's a mental thing. That's why they come up with the whole 99 cent. Because your brain will accept 99 cent. You'll buy 10 things at 99 cent and be happy about it, except you won't want to buy 5 things for $1. Because that dollar, the minute it hits that dollar mark, makes it seem and it's like,
you remember,
99, it's only a penny.
Come on, man. You're as old as me.
But that's how the brain works. The minute it went from them 2 digits to 3 digits, all of a sudden it became like, oh shit.
$1 though, you remember? Come on, you're at least as old as me.
Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, I'm agreeing with you, Polar Bear. You do understand 75 cents and 99 cents is only 2 digits. $1 is 3 digits.
Yeah.
That's why. So I'm agreeing with you.
I told my boy, I said, man, the gas station closest to me, they had to put a fucking, they had to paint on the pump the dollar symbol when it went to like $1 or whatever, you know what I mean? Because it was like, remember the old school ones?
Yeah, dude, in the early 80s, that was damn near a part-time job, was going out there and changing them gas price numbers. So it was changing so fast.
No, but like on the pump, where it's like, it's not digital, it's numbers ticking away.
No, they were rotating dials.
They didn't have a spot for the dollar mark. They had to write it in. You know what I mean? People flip this shit, man.
And it's like Song of the South said, yeah, he bought the smokes and the drink and the candy bar, and that's because your smokes would be about 65 cents. You'd get the candy bar for about 15 cents, and you'd get your drink for a dime.
So here's a message to the future. If you can buy gas for $4.50 a gallon now, 20 years from now, you're going to be paying $25 a gallon.
Oh, no, wait. Remember, it's the new Green Deal. Well, everybody's going to be flying around in their freaking Jetson car.
Well, let's hope.
No.
That shit would be
sad
nuclear
to say,
powered.
but I think that probably the most positive outcome would be an EMP. It would put things all back in perspective.
Oh.
Damn, man. Thought I had skins. No skins.
I gotta take a piss. Hold on. Don't load that. Load it up, but don't hit it till I come back. Cause I'm gonna hit it with you.
Roger. I think one of these nights I'm going to do like a giveaway type thing. I'm going to do I got some real old cookbooks. I don't need them. They need to find a good home. I think a giveaway or something would be a good way to do it. I was at a store the other day and picked up a Snickers bar, and it was thin, half-size wannabe Snickers. It was like the size of one Twix. That's it. You know, because here's the thing too, because this is people don't. It's happening. If you notice the sizes of things that'll start going down, and I personally, my 2 cents on this is because if you're a producer, so I don't know, say I make Snickers. So all the ingredients that it takes to make the Snickers bar, well, I know what I have on stock, and I now know that there's going to be a shortage coming. So I'm not going to be getting any more of my freaking peanuts or whatever. So all of a sudden I take what I got and I start, instead of keep producing at the same size, I can maximize my money by shrinking the size so I can produce a little bit more of a smaller size, but I'll keep the same price so I can still make more money. And I just think that there's a lot of these greedy, because that's, you know, we do all these secret societies, all the pinky shakes and right blink, left blink, secret stuff or whatever, but it's greed, man. It's greed. People start wanting more money. They'll do what they do to get more money. You can see that at all levels. Want to freak out? Gen Z generation reach around the television and turn it on without a remote. What? Where's that button? You mean that thing has a power button? What? Yep. And see, some stuff will go off the shelf because just little silly things like the cartons. Cindy says ice cream. So just the carton that the ice cream is in. See, that shit gets imported too. So we might even can make some ice cream, but we won't have no containers to put it in. There's a way bigger thing, and that's why, I don't know, I try to just stay focused on right here, right now. Rescue. I also remember my high school buddy had an old Plymouth Fury with a police interceptor 455, and laughed when he put $5 in it. I was like, damn, we might need to make it to the end of the street, right? Yeah. Hi, folks. For the last 30 years, schools have do wrong with our children. My children are under 30 years. I'm the only pure blood. Gas in Australia is $2 plus a liter. 4.5 liters to a US gallon. Yeah. Oh, there went Polar Bear. You hit the wrong button. Well, and I'll tell you, you say schools, Tony, and I think the biggest problem we got with the schools is it was federal. Because schools used to be, or at least down here around where I'm from in Texas and South Texas and stuff, Southern Texas, Southeast Texas. Most of the area, the schools were kind of off of the area because consensus kind of what that area felt like the children needed to be focusing on, basic arithmetic, social studies, history, the whole reading, writing, and arithmetic type stuff. But then you add the feds in, the feds are always going to, because it's not their money and they don't care. And it's basically like giving people an unwritten credit card, and it's called the American people. And then the education went out the window. And then that's when you have people, because you're taking education that might be okay with people that live in this type of demographics, but you're applying it to people down in this demographics, but it doesn't really fit with their day-to-day life. So then you have kids that just tune out education. so it falls through the cracks. And then next thing you know, you're just stuck in this redundant cycle because now we chase the dollar to try to pay the bills. And it's just, yep. Now that people can see the corruption and see it, that would be nice if it starts to take a turn. If we can get it back. Hurricane sounds good now, I see. And I got a serious buzz in my ear. It's a bad whine. Happens sometimes. I don't know from what. I'll be AFK, everybody. Just give me 2 minutes. Oh, sorry, I heard somebody come up, but I didn't see who it was, so I don't know if that was Polar Bear or not. Oh. My grand's never seen it before. Never seen no coordinates. My niece her day for the lockdowns online homeschool. It was ridiculous how the structure actually education ever seen. Been prepared for this time for years. That's it. Well, and that's just like most everything we talk about on the prepping thing down where I live. That's just everyday life in a way, because you never know when the power is going out for how long. It's just part of living in the woods. By the way, Polar Bear, if that was you that tried to come up, sorry, brother. I heard it, but couldn't get back to it in time. Brian, that's funny. I remember when I had to carry guns to buy weed. Now I carry a plastic card, and dealers still carry guns. So. prepping and social distancing for 50 years. This box that I just picked up some 12 gauge and 22 Freedom Seeds. Therefore, been able to create myself for Cabela's for 39. Oh, and there's a 2awarehouse.com. I just throw that out there because old Uncle Ted, that's one of the people he recommends, and I don't know. I like old Uncle Ted. Uncle Ted is Ted Nugent. For people that live in Michigan, they know it perfectly well. Whiteheads are destroying all the poisonous GMO food. Well, that would be nice. Heirloom seeds, I need to get a pack. They're all non-GMO, etc. Yeah, I forgot what Milkmaid said. She had said something about the heirloom stuff and all that. I forgot what she had said. Eddie's now Australia is bad. I always wanted to get to Texas. Oh, 'cause I live in New York, so there's things you can't buy online unless shipped to a dealer. Oh, yeah. Morning, Tony Lee. Surprise. We don't have a shortage on toilet paper. Yep. Well, give it time. Hurricane, give it time. I'm sure some will get thrown in the mix. Let's see, I guess I can pull up. This is true. I'm not sure which side's going to wake up, but that's what worries me. Okay, so let's go over here and take a peek at what's up. Bam, bam, bam. Sorry, I was looking at this. Now, let's see what. Oh, that was so 2020. Warehouse.com for MC. There you go. Thank you, Auntie. South. The rest got cranked up to 51 Chevy yesterday. Went up a back road at 100. There you go, brother. Get some wind. All right, let's see. I'm going to share this. Put myself down here in the corner. Hell, I can just make it full screen. So here's the map. This is Shanghai, where I got the little mouse icon popping up. That's Shanghai. All these little round circles. Let's see if I can get that in closer for you. All them little round dots are all them anchored up ships. It just don't look like it went down any smaller than it has. It's going up the canal right here. This is in the port area. Holy shamoly, this is a lot bigger. Look at that one. Let's see if I can bring that in there. You see all these right here that are anchored? Dude, that's some hardcore shit. That's a lot of anchored up ships. Oh, looky here. Here's another little pool. Oh, look, they got these little shits tucked up in this cove. Man, oh man. Let's go out. We're going to zoom out. Boy, look at all them anchored up ships up throughout that canal. It's all that production. It ain't happening. And then you figure we got to get it out and about over here. Going out again. Going out again. Bam. Of our old map. I don't know. And then here's us over here. Got them tankers coming in. That's actually the Houston port right there where the mouths are popping up. Man, oh man, oh man. Crazy. So see, Kino 256 center, nice box. I got a bucket makes a nice emergency toilet. Center first pine tree on left. There you go. Sure is. I hope there's not stashed on any of them ships. We're at Cindy. They're twisted at 50. No, park for about what? Pine needles, summer pine needles. One direction. Hey, what's up, Ridge Runner? How are you, brother? Doing all right today? Did you have a good day? Oh yeah, Ridge Runner. Some of his newer stuff is pretty good. Hey, what's up, Box? How you doing, brother? You doing all right?
I'm doing okay.
Cool beans.
I have some time before I gotta get ready for work. I figured I'd pop up and say hello.
Right on, brother.
My hair's a mess. Blech.
Oh, there you go. Got the do. Hey, man, I ain't got none at all. Oh, there you go. And I'm just the opposite because I can grow it around the sides, but not on top.
Oh, that's horrible. Well, I'm sorry about that. I'll take my hair off the screen. I don't want to make anyone who's follically challenged upset.
Right.
I just cut it off. I was down past my shoulders.
Oh, there you
Last
go.
summer, I think it was. Yeah.
Well, that's what's funny because like my beard and stuff, this stuff is so coarse and thick, but my hair on my head is so baby fine. And I used to have long hair when I was growing up. It was just long and real fine. And then we have too many hard hats and drugs and alcohol, a lot of other stuff.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, there's not much hair up there no more. So I just burr it all off. It makes it easier.
Yep. Yeah, once you start losing it, just bzzz, gone.
That's it.
I don't have to worry about that, though. I'm
No,
lucky.
you look like you had a thick head of hair. You're good for a
Yep.
while.
I am good. It is definitely not thinning. And I'm 45, so I don't see it going at all. My grandfather died with a full head of hair, so.
Oh, there you go.
And we don't go gray either. I'm a ginger, so I go white.
Right.
I'll look like Santa Claus.
Yeah, there you go. Hey, Ridge Runner, you kid, yeah, that We the People. It's been out for a little bit. I used to play it on here. It'll get you, which I get a violation anyway, but it's funny because New Breed, because they're an independent artist, I don't get a violation. If all I play is their song at the intro, I don't get a violation. It's funny.
That's so stupid. I remember back when you could do stuff on YouTube and no one gave a fuck. And now, I just find the hypocrisy hilarious with a lot of people. They just don't get it.
You faded out just a little bit by Ox there at the end.
People just, I don't know, they're just in their own little Disney rainbow paradise. I have no clue what's really going on in this world.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm still on the Facebook because I like to, keep an eye on things. Even when people got purged and stuff, I still stayed on. I just stopped posting shit.
Yeah, I have a Facebook. My wife comes in and tells me to go look at something, and then I kind of go, oh, yeah, okay, click, yeah, okay, yep, and then I close it. That shit ain't on my phone for sure.
The one good thing for Facebook that I have to say is probably the marketplace. It's the only thing really on there that's any good. So even if you were just on Facebook to have access to the Facebook marketplace, because it's like an online garage sale, you can find almost anything.
That's one of the funny things about my area. We have this radio show that happens every morning that everybody actually around the two counties kind of all listen in for the radio. That's the best place around here to sell stuff.
Is that thing they did a TV show on recently?
Oh, I don't know. Was there a TV show?
Yeah, on Netflix, I think. There was a series, and it was about all these people, and they listen to the radio, and then they all run out and try to buy shit. It was kind of like Antique Hunters, but with...
Oh, no. No, this is actually, it's like, I don't know. Say I wanted to sell, I had a 2000 Ford F-150, and I wanted to sell it. Well, I could just, in the morning, and it runs almost a half a day worth, but it's called Metro Fare. And you listen, you call in, and you say, yeah, I'm rescue. I'm from here. I got a 2000 F-150. I want $500 for.
Yeah, I think that's the same thing.
And then it's just kind of like, does it run? Yeah, it runs. And, I'll be here, and this is my number. What's your number? And then they'll repeat it one more time after you hang up, and then they move on to the next. Well, people will make notes, or they're liable to call in going, hey, there was some guy earlier that said something about a Ford. Well, they'll look up on their pad, and they'll go, oh, yeah, here was his number. But that's how most of us, because it's kind of the way we swap stuff around here off in the woods.
Yeah, I think that's it. That's the same thing, because it's like out in the country somewhere, and these people listen to the radio, and then they all go to and try to get the best deals, and like there's like a group of people that are like competing against each other. It seems like they're kind of making it like that storage wars thing, but
no,
I'm trying to find it because it just came out recently.
This is just, this is kind of like your wanted ads in the paper. It's just that it was on radio. That's where it came from.
Yeah, that's what this was. I forget what it. If I could find it.
But there's no competition that I know of.
Yeah, well, it's TV, so they got to ham it up,
Oh yeah, this is true.
Let's see
Drama sales.
Not Night Stalker. Come on. Let's see if I can find it. What it's called. Nope. That's not it.
Oh, and somebody said, was that Tony said he watched, Tony watched 2,000 Mules today. Nothing new. Hope and pray, America. Well, see, nothing new if you've been following it, but a lot of people just heard a lot of the rhetoric, and I like the way it's factual stuff. So it's evidence. So hopefully there'll be a RICO Act coming along with some of that. Fire up the RICO Act. What's up, Grumpy? Time to get wild and loose. We got the Grumpy Acres Farm. Nope, it's 4:20 time. Yep. I think Polar Bear bailed on me.
What was the name of that? Oh yeah, Storage Wars. If I look up Storage Wars, maybe it will point me to something similar.
Oh yeah, let's see.
Oops. Swap Shop. Is that it? Yeah, they listen to a radio. It's called Swap Shop Treasure Hunters, and there's 2 seasons of it on Netflix. And then they're like listening to the radio and then going out and buying stuff. It's like in the hills of somewhere. It looks very country-esque.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's not this.
Oh. So yeah. But it's like an online radio swap market. Like there's like a radio show, and then they talk about all the stuff that's being sold, and then the people go out and buy it. And the cameras follow them.
Rescue, he didn't want to be left alone.
So it may not be the same thing, but it's probably something kind of similar, but glorified for TV. Yeah. Everybody's got to watch reality shows now because they can't figure out their own.
I don't watch TV at all because
I don't either. I just happen to see it. Sometimes I go on Netflix and watch a movie. That's about it.
I got floored with just how much was going that way, and it was just like, wow, this is what entertainment is stooped to nowadays.
Yeah. Ugh.
And Netflix, I haven't watched Netflix since the Cuties came out.
Oh.
When that movie came out, I canceled subscription and never watched it again.
Yeah, I forgot about that. I didn't watch it for a long time. I was using Hulu for a while. I like movies. I'm a movie junkie.
And it's like comedies. I do Amazon Prime because they have their little. Matter of fact, who was it? Bug Out and Milkmaid, I think, turned me on to that show called The Expanse.
Oh, never heard of that.
That's kind of it's a trip, but it's interesting.
Yeah, I don't have the Amazon anymore. I have the Fire Stick, but it don't work. I had it hacked, and I could get all sorts of free stuff. But now I can't. Or it's my TV. Something isn't working with it. It just doesn't work anymore. But my ex-girlfriend, she had Amazon Prime, so we watched Amazon once in a while. That was a couple years ago. It was all before this crap.
Summer, you said use your beard for a weave. But I wanted to keep my beard attached to my face.
Yeah, right.
Hey, I wear a hat so the glare doesn't get y'all. It's the best I can do. That's all you get. Don't force me to take the hat off. I will blind you.
I wear a hat just because I hate my hair color.
What do you mean you hate your hair color? You're a ginger.
I know. I just don't. Never liked it. I get picked on a lot, But luckily mine's like more strawberry blondish ginger than like the bright red ginger. Like a couple of my buddies. I'm glad my hair ain't like that copper red. It's not as bad as it used to be. When I was growing up, I got picked on a lot. I also had like rosacea thing going on, so my face is like all red. That's why I grow the beard now that covers it up.
My wife gets that.
Especially if I get embarrassed or if I'm too hot, my whole fucking face like glows. Sorry, my language. Sorry.
Oh, no worries. You get to glowing like Rudolph.
Yeah.
So screw reality show. I use my TV to stream what I want. That's it, Miss Sharon. Pretty much. Well, I don't even. Matter of fact, my TV is technically just another monitor for me.
So I went camping last weekend. No, 2 weekends ago.
Hell yeah.
And I got to try out some of my new gear and stuff, which is a good thing. I recommend it because you get out there and you realize, oh crap, I forgot something. I forgot my...
Kind of go through it and get used to using it too would be helpful.
Yeah, exactly. Try it out. I tried out my silky saw. My God, that thing cuts like butter. That thing's great. And we were cutting through some really dense hardwood too. It was just blowing right through it. Like 2-inch diameter, 3-inch, 4-inch diameter logs, just zip. Like 2 minutes, you're through it. Not even.
I got a bow saw for that, and then I also have my DeWalt, and I got an inverter, so I'll charge a battery and throw it, which I'm not doing no sawing anymore anyway. So I don't know. I have a building full of shit that I can't even really use anymore, so it don't matter.
We're trying to think of a way to use a old piston hydraulic car floor jack and turn it into a wood splitter. Now, mind you, it may take a little while because you've got to pump it. But if you got no power or gasoline to operate a wood splitter, that could be a lifesaver in the fucking when you're off grid.
Yeah.
I mean, even if it's a good dry wood, all you need is it's somewhat split it and it'll pull right apart. So you don't even have to go all the way up. So you only got to do it a little bit.
Well, I mean, if you just took the wheels off of the jack, you could make like a little grooved type thing that would hold the outer edges, so then you could just stand it up in somewhere.
Yeah,
that way you could lay the splits in there, and then you just start jacking.
Yep,
the top end, be easy for you to kind of just sit there and wiggle it.
Yep. Yeah, you could have like a stand, make a little stand that so it's upright, and put them right on the thing, and then have the stand that comes down, and have the awl or the splitting wedge on there, and just pop it up a couple times, then turn it, and it'll go down. Yeah.
Well, put you a return spring, it'll pull it back. That way, since you won't have the weight pushing back on it, you could just use a return pressure from a spring to pull it back down.
Yeah.
That way, everything you have to do is just right there on the top. From it, putting the handle, you'd have the weight. You could actually go up a little higher and rig up, being pointed up, doing that wiggle like that. You could rig up a little motor or a pedal style that you could do that would sit there and oblong, and it would wiggle that.
Yep, that's the way to do it. I got these. I have toilet paper tablets. They're like this big.
Oh, wow.
You only need like a little bit of water, like a cap full, not even, of water, and they open right up. You don't need water. They will, but it'll take a while to open them up. But they're great. They're almost as like thick as a toilet, as like not toilet paper, as like paper towel. But yeah,
oh, wow.
They're great for. And they have little plastic tubes of them, and I keep them like in my little everyday carry bag in my car when I go kayaking or anywhere, just in case you need one.
No, that'd be cool.
I got a couple hundred of them. I got to get more, but I got some. And they store half the size toilet paper.
So what are they, like a 50-cent piece or a dollar piece?
Not even that big.
Oh,
they're
wow.
more like about a nickel size, a little thicker.
Now, is that just a single?
Yeah, it's single piece, but I mean,
well, that's still, if you got it.
Yeah, if you're using it for like wiping and cleaning, you can rinse it out and reuse it. They're super durable. Yeah. And they have paper towel size ones too, but they're like a hockey puck almost.
Oh, okay. That'd be cool, because I mean, you can pack them away. You don't have to worry about nothing. You can just stuff that down in a pocket.
Yep. They're called. There's a couple different. Just look up toilet paper tablets. You'll find them on Amazon or wherever.
Grumpy said, "Are they scratchy?" Because Grumpy.
No,
has
they're
a
actually
sensitive
very
flesh.
soft. They're soft. They're soft and very durable and strong. I don't have any nearby. I don't feel like digging them out. Porta Wipes is a brand that I have.
Porta wipe.
Yep. Also did realize it was a good thing I brought my shovel, but get it some kind of portable toilet, a bucket with a toilet seat. They're like $19, or you can get just a toilet seat that fits on any 5-gallon bucket for like $10-15. They have like chair type ones that fold up, and you put bags in them, so it's like a dog poo bag, and then you could just bury the bag.
Oh yeah, you can get them for the back of your truck too. Put it in the hitch spot.
Yep.
It's got a little seat and a little bag holder.
Yep. So that's the next. I forgot. I got to get one of those. It's one of the things I overlooked.
Oh, just one of many, probably.
The last few times I went camping, it was somewhere where there was a bathroom and a shower, so it was like a campsite. So it was, But this time we did some off-grid camping, and it was like, uh-oh.
What'd you do about your showers? Did you have hot water?
We didn't even bother with that. We didn't take a shower for a day and a half. But yeah, I have a shower. It was too cold. I didn't bring it with me. It was only in the 60s, so. But I do have a portable shower. Just didn't bring it.
Oh, there you go.
And I forgot my collapsible sink, which is a collapsible sink. It's got a dish drain in the bottom that's removable, and you can use it as a cutting board too.
Oh, okay.
So that's pretty cool. I want to get a second one. That way I have a wash and a rinse to conserve water and stuff.
We just got an old kitchen sink, and it's out there for cleaning the fish and whatever.
Yeah. Man, they got some cool.
I live in
glampy
the off
stuff.
grid is the thing. That's
Yeah.
I won't be going anywhere. I'll be here.
Yeah. I mean, it's different for everybody.
Yeah.
I am not in my location. I need to get out of where I'm at. I'm in an apartment, so.
Oh yeah.
I'm not in the city or anything, but still in an apartment. But luckily, I got 2 people who live in the other 2 apartments who are have more freedom seats than I do. So,
Oh, there you go.
Unfortunately, they're kind of on the other side a little.
Oh.
Yeah, they're kind of purple.
Oh. Well,
Yeah,
maybe.
they're a little, because they're young, so they're a little millennial, and then they're a little like, guns are awesome, pew pew, yeah, let's go camping and kayaking and shit, So,
Still a little naive.
yeah. So, but if shit hit the fan, I know they got my back.
Oh, well, then there you go.
For the most part, They're young, they don't get it. I mean, like, I got half black kids and stuff, and he's like, oh, you don't understand the racism that today. I'm like, what? I'm like, dude, it is not as bad as the media is making it out to be. I said, dude, I lived in the 90s and 2000s and the 80s, man. Everybody got along. Why is it now everybody is all of a sudden magically
It's in
the R
cities.
word, It's like, dude, I'm like, you don't get it.
Yeah. The cities, and that's what the media tries to push. That's that one thing that when they need a good distraction, that's what they pull out. They exercise that and get it stirred up.
And
I
like,
grew up watching it disappear. I mean, I grew up literally in Beaumont, which is next door to probably one of the most racist places in the country. was Vidor, Texas.
I'll admit it, I voted for Obama once. Only because it was the first time, and because the opposition was complete shit either way. So, and I was kind of fooled a little bit, but that was one of the last times I voted. So, I live in New York. It's all corrupt. Half the freaking people here go unopposed year after year after year. Even if someone tries to run against them, they can't even get on a bill. It's so horrible. And they just redistricted and cut tons of districts in the state. They just passed some voting laws over the last year, and they just rezoned wiped out a whole bunch of Republican districts. It's bad.
See, that's why that's why looking and paying attention to local is so important, because it happens just like that.
Even the locals here are corrupted.
Well, yeah, now, but I mean, that's like, for me, I know that as soon as I started hearing some of the other shit that was going on in some of the other cities and areas, and it was like, what? So I left. My wife even looked at me kind of funny, because I was like, you need to kind of look into our county clerk and kind of see where they stand. Well, hell, she went to school with her, so and I'm like, yeah, but I don't know, She kind of poked at me going, well, aren't you? And I go, hey, it doesn't hurt to check, so. We're kind of just feeling around, making sure, because hey, that's what I'm seeing going on around other places. It's like little county clerk things. There's your vote. Well, you get other people in, and next thing you know, you hear horror stories like you just sat here and rattled off about redistricting, losing this, that, and it's like, yeah. And I talked to Virginia and Ghetto, and where they're at, and they don't have no control over their district, and
they're in Oregon.
Yeah, and it's like, oh yeah, which. It's sad to say, but some states might just, I don't know, might need to bail on some states for now until you kind of right the rest of the ship.
Where I live, you can get it out into the middle of nowhere in Amish country in like half an hour, because it's, a lot of people think New York is just New York City. It's not. The state is like mostly like mountains and forest and gorges and shit, and then there's little pockets of where the cities are, and then burbs around them. But because it's one of the oldest states, there's still a lot of people here compared to, like, you go to other parts of the country, you go outside of a town and there's nothing, for miles. You won't see houses, you won't see nothing. Here, even in the middle of frickin' nowhere, boop, there's a fucking house. Like, what the fuck? But yeah, but even out in the country, like during the election, I would still see Biden lawn things, but only in the towns. Like right when you get into the town, like you could tell, like even out there, the people running the town, the mayors and the secretaries and all them idiots, they're all blue as shit too. They're all, even the small towns are corrupted at the top. And all the rest of the people are in there, what the fuck? They're all Republicans, and they go to these meetings and it still doesn't matter. It's crazy. It's kind of like with the tank killdozer guy, how corrupt his town was, and look how nuts he went.
Yeah. Well, see, and it's like when that happened, we didn't really kind of go, oh, wow, I wonder if my town is going that way. We just kind of focused on the topic, and it was like, wow, that dude, man, he really got pissed, and never kind of looked over the shoulder, kind of going, well, yeah, maybe I wonder what right here. And then it's kind of like time. Well, that's kind of what,
especially those old timer towns out in the middle of nowhere, they're all run by everybody's family, the same family of people pretty much run the show of every business in the town.
Well, and money corrupts, and some of these places, well, even I think right now what's happened, to be honest, and because I see it in some of the little smaller places around here, because the thing around here is that a lot of places, a lot of these smaller places, that for Reese, where I'm at, they won't go full blown blue because they know. I mean, yeah, you only got one Walmart in your whole county, so you went to school with these people, and you were raised with them, and you kind of got to watch flipping. You can't go full switch, so all you can do is little bitty things because of the money, dude. It's Zuckerberg bucks, and all them kind of big money people. Well, they throw lobbyist money at this shit. If they want something, that's what they do.
Yep.
They go create a lot of noise. If they need to do something like that, then they create distractions, get mobs, instigators in there, create a mob, ruckus.
Yep.
This then happens. Okay, I mean, think about it. Everything that gets hitting at us, there's money behind it.
But I'm sure, like, even everybody, you think about it, most of your schools, and you're like banks and other things, you go, like, even a small town, you go into a small town, go into your bank or go into the school, you'll notice that, like, all the people running this shit are all blue. All the teachers. You know, you'll walk in, you're like, oh, look at these people running this place. You can see it. You don't look like everybody else.
They might not even be blue, though, Box. I mean, it'll be there, but they're like a bank. You go in a bank around here, they can be as conservative as you are and stuff but the problem is that bank, to be FDIC insured, well, now that's the feds. Well, then that's what they do. If you don't really want to play ball with them, then they just that's where these other side of the lobbyists kick in, because it's like, oh, well, then pass a policy for this, or pass this in the EPA regulations, or FDA, or the DOT. And then all of a sudden you can apply pressure. It's just like the food that's been wasted. You know, well, they go in and buy it up. Well, they make deals with these farmers. The farmers, it's the fine print that you just don't know. And they make these deals to furnish. Well, all of a sudden it's their product. If you want to pay for, 100,000 feet of timber, and it's your day for your delivery, and I say, nah, just hold on to it. And then next week I go, you know what? Go ahead and take it to this location and set it on fire. And you're like, well, wait. And it's like, hey, man, that's what I paid you for that product. It's my shit. This is where I want it. And you're kind of going, man, this is so useless, but it's my stuff. You know what I'm saying? And that's what happened to a lot of that food you hear about getting destroyed. That's like, well, if they have the contract, technically it's their shit. And I mean,
oh, it's like, speaking of farms and stuff, I mean, the USDA and the FDA and everything, they get in there and they basically make it so they have to constantly get government money to survive, or they'll use some food disease and make them destroy a crop, and then when they go broke, they come in and put in all their corporate crap. That's how the whole corporate thing is growing. It's not that people don't want to be farmers. They're being forced out by all these regulations so that they become big giant corporate farms, and then the guy who happens to have the most money and the most land just happens to be the winner.
Dude, farmers are probably one of the rare misread type people too nowadays, because people think that farmers that have these, the big farms, that, well, they're just about as simple as can be, and just, they're just, and it's like, they're actually pretty software savvy because of the John Deere shit, dude. John Deere pushed him into becoming, they're actually a classic example. When an American was faced with a problem, they figured out a solution, and they're working around the John Deere created problem of proprietary software. And so there's innovation at its best.
Now they use all the GPS mapping and stuff to plot their fields. I mean, they got to know chemicals to know what kind of fertilizers and stuff to use. They got to know veterinarian type things to tell if their animals are getting sick. I mean, there's a lot of knowledge.
Dude, there's a big story. Actually, you can look, because there's a big software push of coding and stuff because of the John Deere proprietary software. Dude, that you're talking $150,000 piece of equipment. All of a sudden, you can't work on it and get it going because, well, you have to have this. Well, they go get this equipment, and it's like, yeah, but we're not going to give you access to that. You don't need to know that. And it's like, bullshit, I bought it.
Yeah.
So they're figuring out back doorways in to fix the stuff that they need to fix.
Or, you didn't pay your yearly update fee, so we're going to shut off your tractor. What?
Yeah. And, when you're talking about people that have, that shit's on a time frame cycle. So it's when it's time to do, it's time to do.
Yep.
Oh, well, you need to put your harvest off for 3 months till we can get to you. Nope, not happening.
Yep. And then what, like Monsanto and corporations are selling seed to the neighbor's big farm, and then the little Joe Schmo is growing corn, and oh, you got to burn and sell your corn because some of our corn plants pollinated your seeds. Now you're illegally using our product.
Yeah.
You know, and you got BlackRock and Gates and other corporations buying up all the land right now.
Oh, Sharon says, I know 2 chicken farms that take no shit from big chicken corporations.
Yeah. I know. I grew up in the country and around a lot of farmers.
Dude, when you think about it, if we get back to basics, you know, self-sufficient, we can still produce products that we would, you know, sell to other people and all that good stuff. But you become self-sufficient as much as possible, which means you kind of cut loose some of all the extras and get involved in local stuff. Figure out who the hell who counts your vote, you know, and then start looking at the ballot and start picking different people for your county judge, your sheriff. Those are 2 key roles right there. And man, the more people, more counties across the country did that in their county, then you start having states that join together. Next thing you know, well, you got the majority. Because I still think we have the majority if we can ever get people to slow their roll enough to focus on the freedom and America. Then we have the majority. Most people, I don't think, if you walked up and asked them all this individual shit and just going, you agree with these gas prices or would you rather have these? Well, they're going to pick the ones we used to have. You know, do you want so I think the majority goes, but it's just trying to get people focused.
Oh, yeah. I mean, like I said, I've had some friends that have been trying to get on the ballot for a while to run, and it's not even like for a major position. And they can't even get on it. And the people they're going against run unopposed. And a lot of the so-called, a lot of the Republicans in my area also seem to be more rhino. But like I said, I'm in New York. So, I mean, wherever you all may be different. But, you know, I'm in the burbs of a major city. So, currently. But like I said, you go a half hour out of that city, you're in the frickin' mountains, ski country. You know?
Well, it's kind of this. I mean, we're more Republican, more conservative in Texas just by nature, I think. But then we're a unique state altogether. Hell, we used to be a country, so we kind of have a unique history. But that's why I think that even if we ended up one day we supposedly go blue, it won't be for long at all because it'll just be because people were asleep at the wheel because they would, I'm not going to vote, or that's the only reason that could happen. Because the way of life around here just doesn't fit with that policy making practice.
It's funny where I grew up, this area.
Sure.
Not that long ago, it was kind of still run by the mob. And then the new mob came in, the blue mob.
Right.
And they took over. And yeah, it's been going completely downhill ever since then.
Okay, Sharon. I'm not sure what you got here. It says, rescue, I got a question. My bank has called me this morning to update info. I don't know if that's safe. Okay, if that's it, I'm going to break this down and just tell me if I hit the wrong spot, but it sounds like your bank called you and wants you to update some info. I wouldn't update anything over the phone unless I called the bank directly myself and then said, by the way, I got a phone call saying you needed me to update my info. And when that person at that customer service desk at your bank goes, ma'am, no, we didn't do any of that. that's when you know that it was
Yeah,
safe.
that's what you do. You go to the bank and ask them, or call.
Yeah. Don't ever accept what they say, who they are. To hell with that shit. You can mask a number. You can just bald-faced lie. I mean, say, oh, I need to update my info. Okay, well, thank you for the thing. I'll do that later. And then hang up and then just call the bank yourself.
I got scammed almost recently. I got my money back immediately because I realized it. But there's another thing you got to watch is there's a lot of fake websites out there that look legit. Like there was one that I was buying muck boots, and it was like I thought I was on muckboots.com because it was the first freaking website ad that came up on Google. Well, it was like muckaboots.com or something like that. There was one letter, or it was supposed to be muck boots, but it was muck's boots. It was something like that. One letter, and I didn't realize it. And it looked like the whole legit website and everything, and I went to pay for it, and then it was like pay through PayPal. I'm like, PayPal?
Right.
Like, wait a minute here. I'm like, oh, well, then I paid for it. Or I paid for it, and then I got a thing from PayPal from Wanda or whatever. I'm like, what the hell is this? And I called PayPal immediately. And they're like, oh, you got to do a waiting period, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, absolutely not. I said, let me talk to a representative. I want this reversed now. They tried, because PayPal will give you the runaround. They'll make it contestable, and it'll take a week. And by then, you can't get the money back.
Yep.
So if you call them, you can get your money back. You just got to strong arm them. But yeah, I almost got fooled.
Damn. Yeah, I don't ever. I'd laugh anytime somebody calls on the phone and asks or says anything, and I just kind of laugh, going, whatever. If it's serious, mail it. And if you know me, you know my address. So there we go. Click.
Yep.
Night, Summer. Get you some rest, man. Wake up with a smile. And morning, Holly. Hello.
Have a good one. What time is it? Oh, I still got some time before I get ready for the work.
5 o'clock. Here in a couple of minutes, I'll walk my wife to the door when she's ready to go to work.
Here. It's almost 6 here. I think you're an hour behind me.
I'm in Central Time Zone, the only time zone that matters.
Yeah, I'm in Eastern.
See, Cindy says, rescue, I agree. So many scams out there. I've never had my bank of America call me to pay anything.
Mm-hmm.
Only once they called to confirm if I had spent $1,000 at Harvard bookstore 2 days in a row. Yeah. 2 more hours, hot mess. There you go. You're on the home stretch. Sharon Smith, I got a call from a debt collector last week. Account sold to someone else. I told them this. Thank you so much for helping me out. I sure needed it. I have no contract with you. Then hung up.
I don't have any more money in the bank currently. I pulled it all out. I'm done. Especially after what was going on in Canada with the convoy and them seizing people's bank accounts. I'm like, nope, that's it. I'm done. I'm pulling it all out. I don't have any credit cards. Nothing. That way, at least I got something. If the power goes out, how many of you, can say that,
Oh, well, when the shit hits the fan, I mean, it's not gonna, I mean, if the economy part side is where we flip first, then hell, the dollar don't mean nothing no more anyway.
Yeah, I mean, if you take your savings out, leave just enough to pay your bills, your mortgage or whatever. But if you have any savings, I would pull it out, put it under the mattress fund. Earns more interest there.
Get minerals.
I'm not one of those buy gold and silver, because I'd rather see you spend that money on preps, because you could always use more food.
Yeah, go get you some equipment to think long term, like go ahead and invest in a good dehydrator or something like that, or some fabric instead of just buying like 1 or 2 cots. Well, get you a cot, but then buy fabric so that if you need to repair it later, you could, because there won't be no sending it back to Amazon. when
You
the
can
shit is-
dehydrate in a smoker. They have like tabletop smokers that you can put like pellets or whatever in. But if you don't put the wood in and stuff, but you can use them as dehydrators too. So there's an idea for someone. I think they're like $200, and they're like a little, almost the size of like a mini fridge, and it goes on your counter. They're like this little smoker. It's almost like a pellet stove, but you can also use them as a dehydrator.
Summer, I don't know about that. I don't. So, where'd you happen to hear that? Because yeah, I would think that would.
Ooh, what?
Summer has the Gates is no more, and
I find that
apparently
hard to believe.
the other half is scheduled for a tribunal.
No, they're too big. They have too much fuck you money.
Well, I mean, I just was kind of curious to where that kind of came from, because yeah, I would think that would have an impact. I mean, that would, because they haven't slowed their roll. So I know anybody that's like that.
They have more money and power than most countries on this planet.
Oh yeah, well, and hell, they're in bed with most because of the hardware side of things.
So I find that hard to believe. I mean, Epstein. I mean, they're bigger than, like Epstein was just like a troll. He just helped them get things. He was like going to the fucking convenience store for them people. That's all he was. Just someone to party with and have fun with. So they didn't care when he got taken out. They covered it up because, they didn't want people to know what they do. But yeah, he was just like going to the local store and getting a bottle of pop to them people. But
yeah,
Bill Gates is one of them people.
To the table. Gates, however, is embedded in almost all these governments through hardware and contracts and shit. So yeah, that's his forte. He's not a hardware person. He doesn't know the shit. Hell, I remember that way back in the day at the beginning. His whole thing is just the wording of the contract is what made him so successful. He knew the word game.
What he knew. See, what made him powerful was that he didn't build the software. He had the virus. He threatened Microsoft to destroy them with viruses and bought the company. Pretty much. That's pretty much what he did. Bill Gates. His dad had money, so he was.
He did. I mean, I watched it. I was active with that whole time frame. I was actually very active in it back in those days. It's true. It actually, the McCore software for Windows came from Texas Instrument, a calculator company. Mm-hmm. When they were writing the code, they just didn't see much. It was called a GUI, graphical user interface, and they didn't see any purpose for it, for what they were doing. So it was coding that just sat over there. And as they started to develop the graphical user interface to get things to show it on the screen, that software became available. He got it. But actually what made him wealthy was the contracts. He actually had places like Sun Systems that created servers and switches that didn't even run Microsoft product, but he had them paying for it.
Xerox was a big company. They discovered some kind of software or made some software, and then they're like, we don't need this, and it ended up becoming some other company ended up getting it and became one of the biggest companies. And I think it was Microsoft who ended up getting it.
Well, they bought up quite a few, especially as the competition thing started to rise. Hey, Box, give me 2 minutes. I'm going to walk my wife to the door. She's going.
Yeah, no problem, man. Yes, his dad was a eugenicist. I think his dad was like behind Planned Parenthood and stuff, and all these guys are all part. I mean, they have so many inner groups, and I forget who it is. There's this one YouTuber. Her name's Really Graceful. A lot of people don't know about her, but she gets into Bill Gates and his family and a lot of the backgrounds and stuff. She's on YouTube, but they've been going after her, but she's also on BitChute. I suggest listening to her. She's got a lot of knowledge. She knows some stuff that I was like, well, I didn't even know that. And I know quite a bit of never mind. But yeah, this stuff goes back a long time. Goes back to Napoleon times, to like when this country was lost to England. They've been trying to get it back ever since. There's still a lot of people in the shadows that are supposed figureheads, but they're not. They're actually really controlling things. The old money, the old families, they're still in control. Yeah, Really Graceful. I should put it in the chat. Yeah, you can find her on BitChute and YouTube. Yeah. I'll see if I can find her YouTube link. Let's see here. There, I found it. Here, I'll drop the link. There you go, y'all. She's really good. She doesn't like do chat and live streams and interact. She just posts videos, but very knowledgeable. Also, if you haven't seen the documentary, it's hard to find because they wiped a lot of it on YouTube. Sometimes you only find bits and pieces of it, but it's like the full one is like 3.5 hours long, but it's like, what's it called? From JFK to 9/11. Everything's a rich man's trick. Yeah, that's what it's called. JFK to 9/11, everything's a rich man's trick. The full video is 3.5 hours. I mean, the shit they get into is unreal. I wish it was longer. Like, there's so much stuff that you could just go on for hours.
Oh yeah.
That's some black pill stuff for you there.
Really graceful.
Yep. She's pretty good. She gets into some real deep historical stuff and families and things.
Oh wow, Grumpy said, "Oh joy, TV is on the rise in the U.S. again, thanks to our little illegal visitors the admin is spreading around the country."
Yeah, they get into the JFK stuff big time in that video, and you'll learn some stuff that will blow your mind. And it all makes sense. And there's a lot of stuff that I knew, but this gets into like way further detail than stuff I had heard about, and it just kind of like blew my mind. I knew a lot about how a lot of the politicians did a lot of stuff, but I didn't know that some of them got as far deep into things as they did. It's quite intriguing. Like, Nixon's been around a long time and done some crazy shit. And all most people know about is Watergate, you know? Like, he was like during JFK times, you know, and a lot of people forget about that. That he ran
that's
for
a lot of
president
them.
against
Hell,
JFK.
Biden's been there 47 years. Most of all the shit you hear about, he played a part in it. It's just,
Yep. The Bushes.
And somehow that got totally tuned out. But
yep. And the CIA and the Bushes and all the ties. And how far this shit goes back to
Well, it's the
like,
career politicians. See, it's we stopped having real people and just started having born and bred politicians. It became, we almost, and it's not really as crazy as you think in a way, because that's kind of what we came from. That's kind of the way the country all ran before, was off of some kind of bloodline or hierarchical type setup. And so we broke free of that. We were actually breaking the norm. So it's only stands to reason that, oh no, ever since we did that, they've been steadily working, trying to get that shit back, because they really want to be the special ones.
Yep, they learned a long time that force and war isn't going to work. So they learned to soft kill and infiltrate from the inside out and make money off of it. So that's what they've been doing for the last 150 years. And they've been doing it all over the world. And they only blow up shit when they need to. Otherwise, because, they ruin what they're trying to get.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's right now. That's the war machine pushing Ukraine. That's that war machine trying to fire up because they want momentum.
They blow up a country and they bring in their corporations to fix it.
Well, everybody forgets about that buddy of theirs that makes the rivet that holds shit together. Mm-hmm. Okay, well, they'll literally, that kind of people, that mentality, they will literally go instigate shit just to put homeboy here to work that makes the rivets to then make these other products, to make another product, to make another product. But hey, I took care of my buddy over here. It's crazy shit, just how corruption goes. And you can see it all the way down to a small scale. You can see it down to probably damn near your local gas station on how the owner treats versus the manager versus the employee versus the nighttime employee. Mm-hmm. Money corrupts. Power. Matter of fact, I've said it numerous times here on my stream, is just basically the minute a person goes from, hey, Biox, would you do this, to, hey, Biox, you need to do this, the character of that person is fiction to show.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Hey, T-Girl. Oh, and hey, T-Girl, since I see you, yes, ma'am, and I got your email, and that is one badass looking car, I must say, ma'am.
Let's see if I can find that other video link. It's just so good. Here it is. I found it.
Baker says, what's wrong with this statement? Joe Biden Constitution gives right to abort a child. Mainstream religion agrees with Roe. What? That it's not that Biden has so little understanding of the content.
There you go. There's the full video.
Right, suppose Christian churches promote abortion.
Oh, I don't want to go to work.
Well, and I got to say, the Roe versus Wade thing, sorry, not trying to piss nobody off, but
I got no opinion.
Well, to me, it's as simple as they're just trying to say it's not a federal problem. It should go to the states.
That is true. In a way,
if we're griping about elections and we're griping about corrupt politicians and we're griping about going to war, guess who else is taking shit? The federal government. So give it back.
I think this is the people aren't out there looting and pillaging and peacefully protesting as much as they need them to right now, and I think this is just another way to stir up the hornet's nest. To be honest,
oh no, dude, this is
they were already marching yesterday. They were all
is already.
How the hell did they know about that?
The document that they actually released, they've had since February. So the draft they've actually had since February. And then if you look at the actual time that they came out with the release that there was a leak on the Supreme Court is the same time of the ending of the movie of 2000 Mules. It's actually ironic because Brian Lupo, cannabis conservative, retired Marine dude, he follows a lot of that, and he was actually did his little show yesterday on that because he noticed that as he walked out of the theater from the 2000 Mules premiere showing, he looked at the thing and everybody was talking about what they had seen and go on Twitter to start to do it, and the top trending thing 1 minute before was the Supreme Court ruling. And it's like, and then you got it's time to wind up chaos.
I don't even know what that movie was.
Oh, the 2000 Mules? Dude, that's actually a pretty badass little fact movie on the whole election shit. it's taken them a year and a half to put this together because they've compiled the traffic of cell phones, the data trafficking of the phones, video footage from locating corners to correspond with ballot boxes, but they've literally tracked, and that's where hence the name 2,000 Mules. It's paid people that went and stuffed ballot boxes and harvested that shit. And has them on. It's a Dinesh D'Souza, however you say his name.
Is this like a big movie that's out at theaters?
Oh yeah, it actually got released yesterday in theaters all across the country. It's not something you can get on Amazon because it relates to that. But I think the website is actually 2000mules.com.
It's weird that the mainstream media is allowing something like that to come out.
Oh, well, that's why you don't hear nothing about it in the mainstream, and it's not on Amazon. You can't get it through Netflix or Hulu or nothing like that.
But it's in the theaters? Or is it? Huh.
Yeah, they actually had the theater showing, and then they have the online theater showing. I think it's either Saturday or Sunday. And that's actually going to... Yeah. Oh, dude,
See, I'm not that in tune with what's certain things that are going on.
Yeah. Well, no, I got you. Hell, dude, before I never would have cared. It's just that after I watched it that night, then I've been getting into it. And it's just... what makes this one... I watched most of this data as it was getting collected, but I would just tell people, you just haven't seen what's coming. There's actual facts and data. This is RICO Act evidence type shit. So this is, if we can take control back, this shit will be used for RICO Act, and people will be paying.
I don't think you ever get that far. They'll have war or martial law before that. They're already trying to ramp up more. I have a feeling they're going to try to somehow interweave the bird flu with the coof. I already seen one document of it. Oh, it spread to a human. Uh-oh. So, whatever this is will probably get swept under the rug.
Oh no, you can't sweep this under the rug. That's why I say this isn't the typical shit. This is just, you just have to, all I can say is I would recommend anybody just to watch it and then make up your own mind, because this isn't the typical.
Yeah, I'll have to check it out.
Oh, look at this little flag over here. Look, this really means this. No, this was actually, okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to track this cell phone right here. It belongs to this person. Been verified. It's watch this as it travels this way. This is now stopping at this location. Okay, now let's go to the corner camera from this store that shows the video foot over there. See, that's that man getting out of that car carrying ballot certificate in that box. He's now taking a picture on this phone. Now let's follow this phone over to this location. Oh, it's documented. It's geo.
Oh, it's a documentary film?
Kind of a documentary movie, yeah. Because it's about the election. It's where the name 2,000 Mules comes from.
Okay.
It's how all the Zuckerbucks that went in. $400 million worth.
Yep.
And I don't know. See, me, I'm one of those kind of people, because there's things that get talked about, but then there's things that can be factually proven. And it's like, this is court stuff. So, and it's like, I guess we could think, well, we might not get that far. At some point, we'll either get that far or it won't matter. Well, I'd rather be prepared for if we get there, then we've got things in line.
Gotcha.
Because this is on a world stage too. This isn't just us. Whatever we're doing has to be done on a world stage so that it gets basically accepted by the world, so they don't intervene either. Mm-hmm. But I personally don't want to get to that way, because I don't think it's going to be like, I think some people think, where it's going to be us just kind of fending for ourselves in little areas. And dude, there's global superpowers just waiting to pounce on us if we get weak enough.
Oops, sorry. Yeah, I hear you, man. I was watching this one documentary about economic hitmen. That was interesting.
bet you some of the South, the CDC in Atlanta has some nasty stuff AJAC won't wash off. What is it? What were you watching?
The Guidestones are on camera. They're being watched.
Well, I can believe it. There's cameras on everything nowadays. Hell, I personally got quite a few around my place.
Well, I gotta go get ready for work. So I'm gonna have to call it a day. It was nice chatting with y'all.
You got it, box. Don't work too hard, brother. Just hard enough.
Yeah, we just got a new van, so I don't know if I get to drive that or not.
So there you go. Comfort.
Make my job easier. Except that, that means I got to clean out the car, give it a nice bath.
Damn.
Yeah. And I think we're supposed to be getting a delivery either today or tomorrow. Of like, I work for automotive. I deliver. It's for mostly like auto body repair, paint, or we make paint. Okay. We got a couple lines of paint. We supply all the body shops with, Bondo and gloves and PPE and sandpaper and chemicals. Also details.
My stepdad used to do that for 3M.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We're mostly BASF based.
Okay.
Glazerite, Diamond, RM, all that stuff.
Cool.
And we do have a couple 3M products, but some of the stuff we have is better, I think. I've used both. I used to do body work, so it's good that I this way I don't have to sand the car, but I can tell people.
There you go. Yeah. The sanding sucks.
Yeah, it does. So at least I know new products, and like if people have problems, I can help them with them. I used to make paint and stuff where I was at too, so now I do it on a larger scale. And customize colors for people sometimes. That's always fun.
Oh, there you go.
You get them play around and make with tons of different colors and pearls and do weird stuff.
Oh, you going to sleep, Chrissy? I've been listening on me. Okay. Well, get you some rest, ma'am. Thanks for hanging out.
Yep. Most of it's not too bad, except for the 55-gallon drums. Those suck.
Yeah. No, that could suck. That's some serious weight there.
Yep. At least the plastic ones with the soap in them, you can kind of flop them down and roll them. The metal ones with like thinner and stuff can't really do that. I would not suggest doing that.
Yeah, that probably would not turn out good.
So, fun stuff. The cool thing is, though, I get to go to different body shops and see all sorts of different cars.
Oh, there you go.
This summer, I might be putting up a tent at car shows to sell some of the car detailing products or whatever. Do displays, maybe buff my dad's car or something, because he takes car to car shows sometimes as a little demo or something.
Oh, cool. See,
but anyways, yeah, I'm delaying going to work. So,
all right, brother. Later, man. Thanks for hanging out, Box.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you for having me.
You got
Have a good day, everybody. Stay safe, stay aware, be prepared.
Keep your head on a swivel and your powder dry.
Later,
brother. So let's see, Grumpy, you said, bear with me here. If we argue a topic from a position that the left's stance has some value, then we add validity to it. We need to deny the validity of the basis of their argument and make them defend it or create a new one. I don't know. Okay, Cindy. Get you some rest, ma'am. Wake up in a good mood. Let's see. Sharon said, Grumpy, I had a girlfriend call me. Dim she is, complains about how shitty the world is. I asked her, isn't Biden your president? She helped vote him in. She hung up. Didn't kind of like that. Facts don't care about your feelings. Wonder where if a bug out's off yet. Which I would think they ought to be waking up before long, or getting off work rather. We've been friends since 1981. She is butthurt. Oh, I know, T-Girl. That T-Bucket is an awesome looking car. It is beautiful. Okay, so Grumpy says, example, the left says we need welfare. Deny that by saying welfare is large and the government's purpose is not to provide large. You know, okay, deny by saying welfare is largest, and the government's purpose is not to provide the largest. Okay, I think I might have to look up the word. Drawing a blank. Morning, Mary. Hopefully your day is going good. Thanks for joining. Just pull up a spot. I just kind of kick any random thought just through. I guess a gift or money given, that's for sure. Okay, got you, Grumpy. Getting ready to head back to New Hampshire from the winter in Florida. Well, you know, Miss Marion, is I'm just praying that that's a good thing for you, ma'am. Although Florida is kind of nice. Getting too hot there. Starting to warm up. It's getting that time. Hey, you dead for service? Cool deal. Glad you stopped by. Say good morning. I hope you lay down. Hope you get you some useful rest. Wake up with a smile on your face. And start your day off on a positive forward motion, sir. See, make sure I didn't miss nothing. And the background music is still playing okay for you guys? Everybody can still hear the background music? Because like I said, I can't hear nothing. Well, it's a song of the South I was in by Biloxi, Mississippi, and by noon to cut the air with the butter. Now that's it. Some hot, humid stuff, buddy. I said I'd leave you on in the background. No. Okay, cool. Make sure everything was, because I can't, I don't know, tonight just started a strange stream. Normally I can hear it along with y'all, but I can't hear it tonight, so I just assume it's still a going. Oh, 2 a.m. Central, T-girl, in the normal time. Same every time. Unless I just don't feel good or something, then I might be a little later until I finally feel like God nudges me. Yeah, it's usually 2 a.m. Central. Been 3.5 hours so far, yeah. I don't know, I just, as long as people here to chat with, and I'm okay for now. Which I think I just got a notification about Angry going live or something. Let's see. Oh, well, yeah, and Ghetto was live. And Angry, yeah. Oh, I didn't know he was live. Yeah, so Angry's live and Ghetto's live. I did not know that. And what you got there, Song of the South? Let's see, go to us out other background music, and yes, I can hear it. Cool. So I said, "Wish you just play the music and invite everyone with straight jackets and pool tables." Sure, the operation made it too short. Executive brand strap backs in my channel. There you go. Actually, Dad for Service, what I'll do is he shared a link for his channel on a little short feature film. Very agreed to. It's just cool. Well, thank you. Yeah, tonight's kind of just rare. I don't know. Usually I can hear it, but tonight I don't know. Something went all wiggity with my mic and. Listening while I'm whitening my teeth. Well, I don't whiten mine, and if anything, I probably darken them drinking coffee. I'm a coffee drinking food. Plus, I don't know. I just brush your teeth and call it a day. Thought about them little strip things. You do them little strips. Hey, what's up, Miss Hurricane? I got you. You can cut it off if you want to. It's up to you. There you go, ma'am.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Yay.
All right, let me get this camera set up so y'all can see this little booger.
There you go. See, Dad, for sure, do you accidentally have your StreamYard tab? No, because I can, if everything goes real quiet, I don't breathe or anything, and I just kind of listen. Oh, she hit the wrong button. Then I can hear when it does that little part of the beat. I can't hear the other part of the music, but I can just hear that little. But I don't know how loud that is for y'all. Normally I can hear it, and it just, I do the little slider, and I can adjust it, but. Tonight it was weird because I already had everything on because I had been doing some reading and stuff. So tonight was kind of weird. Usually everything's off and I kind of started up in a certain sequence. Matter of fact, VLC didn't want to let go of my sound earlier. So that's what I believe it was. Got you in this her speaking around, which case you got the tab and not the issue. Okay, I got you, ma'am.
Goes to show I haven't been on here in a while.
Oh, hell. I'm about to put you full screen. We got to check him out. Look at that.
Look at this little baby.
Looky there. He's like, yo, what's up? That's cool.
Here, let's switch it around so you can, if I don't mess it up. Okay. There we go. There we go. Yeah.
Okay. He's on the move.
Hi, buddy.
Or you found out it's a she, right?
Yeah, it's a little girl. Don't pee on. Yeah, she's hungry. Yeah. Yeah, we figured out she's about 2 weeks old. So she just her eyes just opened like 2 days ago. So she's very
cool. So things are still blurry for her.
Yeah. She was trying to play with me yesterday. It was funny. It was cute. Yeah, itty bitty.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah, my kids love it. She just climbs around on everybody. Their noises
Is
they
that-
make are just crazy.
Is that her?
Yeah, she makes this weird like. She purrs. It's so funny. Where are you going?
That is so cool.
I can't wait to take her camping with me. Yeah, welcome to my house.
Says, Hurricane give raccoons marshmallows and they will wash them before they eat it.
They love dipping their food in water, apparently. Anything.
That's so cool.
Yeah, a friend of mine, I mean, he almost ran over her with the lawnmower, so. He's the same one that gave us the squirrel. So.
Oh, goodness.
Welcome to my house. Let's see if I can get it. There we go.
Raccoons are cool.
They really are.
Oh, there you go. Bringing the bottle action to play.
Yeah, she's
oh,
hungry.
hell. She's getting down. What do you do? Goat's milk?
We just went to Walmart and got the milk for cats, the kitten, milk. So.
Oh, okay.
She said do pretty well with that. Now she's getting bigger. She just. What are you doing? They're definitely climbers, that's for sure. Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Dad for Service says now you need to augment it with some cybernetics and get it to talk and call it Rocket.
For real. Yeah, definitely.
Hey, get that done and just send him to Washington to deal with the issue.
Yeah, exactly. I got my own super powered raccoon.
That's it.
Take you guys all out. It's like awesome powers of sharks with lasers. Yeah, she's hungry. Yeah, she is brand new.
That is so cool.
I just can't wait to see her play with the ferrets. That's going to be so much fun.
Have you introduced him yet?
Yeah, she's still tiny, so like one of my ferrets is very he's the meat eater, yeah, he's the one that's my job is to hunt, so he's aggressive with our guinea pig too, so we had to keep them separated. But she but the other one's fine. The other one really likes the other one likes other animals, so but once she gets big enough to start running around and playing. It's right here. It's right here.
Grumpy says goat's milk replacement works great for young animals too.
Okay. Yeah, I could probably get that at my Rural King down the road. Probably be cheaper than Walmart stupid kitten milk.
Yeah. Dad for Service has an idea. He said, okay, maybe just get a costume to make it look like Rocket. We don't want to really. That would be a really cool costume for Halloween.
That would be. I have a Chihuahua named Batman, and so of course at one point we did get the outfit for him running around. Little Chihuahua. Where you going? Okay, there you go.
T-Girl says my hubby used to be able to get raccoons to take food out of his hand where we're camping.
Yeah, a few years ago we had a mama brought over like 5 babies, and I'd go out there with milk and cereal and like feeding them and stuff like that. It was a lot of fun. I've always wanted a raccoon baby. Never thought it was actually going to happen. See what we can find.
Like now she's ready to nestle on down. She's getting a full tummy.
Yeah, what's funny is she'll pass out like right. Oop, that fell. She'll pass out like when she gets full. She'll just look so tired and just pass out. It's so cute. You can't. Where are you going?
Grumpy said we used to sell fresh goat's milk to a lady that did wild animal rescue.
Oh, nice.
Bandita. Yeah, Song of the South said it's a baby bandit, and then T-Girl says Bandita.
Bandita. Little Bonnie and Clyde. She's the body part. Yeah, she's still, you can tell she's like a kitten, like a baby. Like she's just.
Yeah. Look, she's so full now, she's starting to teeter.
She got that drunk milk. Oh.
There's Doug out. What's up, buddy? He said I could probably beat that raccoon in a fair fight.
Raccoons are mean. Hey, baby. Yeah, she is. Hey. Oh, here's my chili I'm cooking.
Oh, there you go.
I think I filled too much. I feel like I'm about to feed the firefighters.
Hell yeah, buddy.
I want to freeze some.
Party at Hurricanes. Got that big pot going on.
Mm-hmm.
Son, she's
I'm in my house.
Yeah.
It's like a little bird. It's so cute.
She is going to town.
Yeah, she's awesome. She's awesome.
Awesome.
Hold on. Wrap you up. Yeah, it's really neat. Especially having one from this young, you know, eyes closed and everything. It's really cool. Now she's not going to know anything but us.
She's going to know.
I'll make her my camping partner. Yeah, I'll make her my camping partner.
Well, Tony Wilson says we don't have raccoons in Australia. Well, you do. It's just that y'all call them kangaroos, and they're a lot bigger.
And they would kick you.
Yeah.
Basically, same thing. Yeah, y'all's raccoons are koala bears.
Song of the South said I can understand that raccoon better than Potato Head. It's like, I know, and she sounded a whole lot better. Get her behind the podium.
Right. Potato Head.
Oh, T-Girl got a story going here. Let's see. It says, funny real story. I was out of town and my husband was getting ready to go to work several years ago. He opened the front door and he thought he saw a black kitten, so he went out to go put it. And all of a sudden a sizzle, and it was a skunk. Him and my dog Rita got sprayed. He went to go get tomato juice, all kinds of ideas to get the smell off any good. But the funny thing about it, he was, and now we're waiting on the follow-up. I read that too fast. I'm sorry. That totally killed the punchline, probably.
Does tomato juice really work for that?
I don't know. You just, you go scrub down with some cold water and Irish Spring, and you do that a couple of times, and then you take the hot water and you do hot water, scrub it with Irish Spring, and then you immediately go back with cold water to seal all the pores back off, and then you pray for the best. Okay, so the follow-up was, the funny thing about it, it was in his underwear dancing in the yard, people honking at him. The only thing that worked was Massingale, feminine douche, laughing my butt off. Come here, baby. You need my Massingale.
I knew it'd come in handy one day. Well, there you go, man. Buy some masking just in case it's gonna catch you.
For all the people in chat, in case you decide to start messing around with skunks, be sure and get you a box or two of Massingale feminine product, and you just
add it to your bug out bag.
Yeah. Be sure that you have the tip screwed on tightly so it doesn't leak, is all I can say. I don't know. that's a hell of a fix. Why is it that women's stuff is always the thing to use? So like back when I used to build homes, way back in the day when the fiberglass insulation was really bad, well, the whole trick to getting the insulation off of you was a female's pantyhose. You would take and people would talk about getting their girlfriend or wives old pantyhose, and you would stick your hand down in them and then wipe it over you, and it would grab the fiberglass fibers off the insulation. So see, female product. Now look at this. You get sprayed by a skunk. Oh, a stink odor, can't get rid of it. Hey, female product. Bam. It's like,
you know why? They were made by man.
Need to kill a spider? There's some Harris Aquanet. Bam. Women product. Blowtorch.
Women products are made by man usually. Well, nowadays it's changed, but used to.
I know, man. You would think that if women knew how makeup was made, that they would not want to put it on their face. But nope, it's still the #1 seller.
Oh, it's absolutely ridiculously nasty. Like if you actually look into this, it gets horrible. And if you like animals, definitely don't check into it. But there's other stuff that I don't.
Give me stuff. Kitty here, kitty. Well, that's a funny way of kidding him, I gotta say, because that wouldn't have been my first thought of kidding him. But that, yeah. Ooh. I see Bug Out says the thing is we use women's products, but the women are using livestock products. Well,
Mother Earth, yes.
My wife might look at me a little funny if I had that in my Bug Out bag, right? It's like, wait a minute, what are you bugging out to? Just who's going with you on this Bug Out?
Oh, you need to be cleaning.
That's it. Sharon said pantyhose remove glass slippers. And then Song of the South got to see pantyhose were used to be the forerunner of the bank bass too. There you go.
And you can rob banks with them also. Just kidding. Before COVID. I mean, sorry, I didn't mean to say that word. Before the face diapers. I think she's hungry.
Diapers on your man. I still get fascinated with that.
I just seen an old lady driving down the road with one on. Driving. Do what you want to do, but like, come on.
I mean, just how many people, how many firefighters, how many volunteer firefighters, how many paramedics, how many people have worked in refineries or plants or mills that had to do any kind of respirator, and yet you just, now all of a sudden this was okay? What? It's like, oh my God. Are you shitting?
So my dad's a sheetrocker. You know, I grew up, he's a sheetrocker his whole, most of my life. So, I mean, like, he didn't use masks. So, I mean, he's got COPD now due to Agent Orange. They blame it on Agent Orange from Vietnam, but also from the, like the asbestos and the crap that he got from working in houses. All that dust from the sheetrocking.
Well, there was a painter when this shit first come out. A painter did it with the mask, and painters use an N95, but you still will end up paint mist in your nostril hairs, and you can see it collect there because it's still going to get through. I mean, it just unless you run a full face respirator or a full mouth respirator with the carbon cartridges in it that actually filter the air out, you're going to breathe in some.
Yep. That's why I say the best mask is a gas mask.
Yeah, for
It'll
the
filter
most part.
everything out. You still hungry?
Okay, Tony. But then you're an Aussie, brother. So, I mean, you know, things are just different. Because I got to say, brother, I never would have thought riding my motorcycle, you won't even catch me without riding the motorcycle. Don't even bring the motorcycle into the picture, but I'm not putting on a pair of pants, brother. It just ain't happening. We call that shit, we just go ahead into the store and buy thermals.
Long johns.
But Tony said riding motorcycle back in the 80s, we used pantyhose under our jeans in the winter. That's yeah. Wouldn't happen, sir.
What was that? What was the purpose for?
I guess that I don't, you know, I'm not quite sure.
I mean,
What was the purpose?
I
What,
wouldn't
did
say
it keep
keep
you
him warm.
warmer or something? I'm assuming the warmth, since he emphasized winter.
Okay, yeah.
So I'd probably go with, I guess it kept him warm. I don't know. For us, we just put on thermals underneath, and then after that, you put your chaps on.
Yeah.
Oh, that was before the
Thermal
thermal.
was great for everything.
That's when you just put your chaps on, or put on your sweatpants.
Sweatpants underneath your chaps.
Never would have thought of no pantyhose.
Yeah, I never heard that before.
We used to use pantyhose to get insulation and shit off.
I didn't know that, and especially being like around carpenter type people, I'm surprised about that.
Oh yeah, take you some pantyhose and that gets the insulation fibers off.
Yeah, that's pretty neat. I used to hate those.
Okay, Sharon. Sharon says she got a guest coming over. She's listening. She just won't be in the chat.
Trying to get this little booger back to sleep.
I figured old bug out to come up and shoot the shit, but
Yeah,
maybe he ain't off work yet. I don't know.
Oh yeah.
He was in chat briefly.
I'm trying to pull my chat up.
Which I
yeah, there we
forgot
go.
there's Angry and Ghetto, I think, were showing live a while ago too.
Yeah, I've seen they had popped up while we were in here, or while I was on.
Well, I got a notification Angry was going live and it was like, oh, okay. And then I looked, well, then I saw where Ghetto apparently was live too. So it's like, which I don't know how long he's been live. If he was live whenever I went live, then hell, I could have just not gone live. I could have just gone there.
I know he was on earlier, last night before you. Yeah, I didn't know he stayed on. I dropped in here and there. I was still at work.
Well, then hell, I guess I need to try to look through before I go on. Because if people are on, then that's fine with me as long as people got a place to go and kind of chill and hang out.
Yeah. She's not very happy.
What's up? By the way, everybody in chat, sorry if I haven't acknowledged you as you come in. I'm sorry. I just kind of have brain skips every now and then. But welcome aboard. Good morning, good day, good evening, wherever that works. And if you're hearing the noises, that is a raccoon that has a full tummy and that loves scratches. What's up, Billy?
She likes cuddles. I'm trying to get a cuddle to go to sleep.
No, Billy says that pantyhose keep your legs from chafing and ski boots as well.
Oh, okay. The chafing, that makes sense.
Well, I don't ski much, so I guess that's a beneficial thing. Now I have a good thank you. I'm a half full person, so now I have a half full reasoning of why I don't ski. So I don't have to wear pantyhose to keep from chafing.
It's the whole reason why you don't ski.
It's all in perception.
I don't have to wear pantyhose.
Just change the perspective, and bam, everything works out. So see, there's my perspective. Now, I don't ski because then I'd have to wear pantyhose because I don't like chafing. So
That's funny, actually. I think I'm got her to sleep.
oh damn, it froze too. Come on, dang it, unfreeze. Wait on the internet to catch it. Oh, well, there you go. Let the clock wake her up. No, I'm just picking.
Yeah, exactly. My dad just got that. Like, God, we got a cuckoo clock in the house, too. She she loves to snuggle underneath your neck like this and just pass out.
The picture, yeah, it froze, but I mean, in a way, it's a good thing because her head's just. Oh. Oh, that's so funny.
It's like a little purr. I love it.
Little purring grunt. You can almost tell by the stroking of the rubbing. Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah, it's cute.
Yeah, that damn picture froze it. The internet's out to get us. They don't want us to see the raccoon.
No, internet sucks anyways.
The picture froze because Rocket's undergoing surgery. Nap 30.
Yeah, all right.
So
Say
this
hello.
last week, ski in Texas. Yeah. But I wouldn't wear no pantyhose. Oh, there's bug out. You gotta come up and shoot the shit, bug out. He said gas mask won't filter carbon monoxide, though. Just remember that. Walk in a house fire and you'll die. That's it. SCBA, secondary breathing apparatus.
Yeah.
Oxygen. Air. Morning, Outlandish. How are you? Hopefully your day's starting off good.
Yeah, she got the hiccups.
Hey, try resetting your camera. Like, do it.
Okay.
Now go back to camera and see. Nope. Damn it.
Oh. Let me check.
Dogs work excellent on a cold or rainy day. Nope. Still stuck with her chin on your hand.
Oh. Oop. No, it's not.
It just ain't wanting us to see. It's a dang conspiracy, I tell you.
Right. Everything's a conspiracy.
They just don't want us to see the raccoon.
Oh,
Well, yeah, Song of the South, I think they do. I mean, I think it's a very different variation. I mean, one, I think the model number was a 105, but that might have only been for certain ones, but I definitely think a 105 would definitely filter out a lot of crap in that 10 square mile.
Outlandish.
Or just do a specter and a circular pattern around it, and then that would work too. Call it the specter filter.
The Rebels teams.
Hey, did you see that stuff I put up about the processing plants earlier?
I did. I was at work when you were doing that, and I was listening, and I was hearing a lot of that. I can't believe. I mean, I've been hearing about like meat places and stuff burning down, and I've heard like Indy talk about any ideas of other places that have been kind of burning down. I didn't know there was so much. It's crazy.
Well, that's what got me is I was checking into it. It's like, wait a minute, so like 6 of them last year, all of a sudden there's like 16, and we're not even halfway through this year. Say what?
And there's multiple, like you were calling out, like not even just like meat places. It was like multiple different types of food sources.
Oh, I thought that one was kind of rather unique. That the one that does the organic and healthy foods.
Yeah.
Targeted that, and it's like, huh.
What I'm wondering,
olive oil, and then had Hot Pockets was another one.
Yeah, I heard you say Hot Pockets. I was like, what? Who's gonna burn that? Of course, I wonder how they were started.
Well, that's and it's all various reasons. As I was kind of reading those and getting them, and almost all of them had some kind of snoops or fact check thing, and of course their whole phrase to counter it is that there was no proof of arson was the rebuttal type shit, and it was like, okay, but that doesn't mean that the investigation's over or that you even did it honest. So what does that mean? So
right,
it still means that they caught fire. Well, the Walmart distribution center one that I listed, dude, that was still a little over a year old. That was still a new place.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and didn't we talk about one? There was on one show, I think you talked about how Walmart distribution was burnt down, but they were building one, a bigger one, like right down the road or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's crazy.
Outlandish.
That's just funny.
Well, I don't know what the total count is on all of them. I know that as what I found just kind of highlighted, I found 16 so far this year and 8 last year. And I just thought that number in itself was kind of ironic. I mean, I didn't deep dive, but this was just stuff I found through other stuff. But 16 so far this year is what I found.
That's crazy.
Which I can put that list back up.
Yeah, I didn't like. Okay, well, when I first met, CanCon and everything, like I got involved with the flights, stuff like that. But I didn't know about the ship maps, and it's so neat to see all the different ships just sitting out there and where they're going.
Oh yeah, and now all the anchored ones.
Yeah. I just wish everything would just hurry up. If it's gonna happen, just let it happen. Come on, man. I'm tired of waiting.
It's going down. It's going down.
And just giving us more time to prepare and which is fine.
Okay, so I think I got this. Right, I think I got it big enough. So, let me go here. I'm going to scroll down. So this page, that page that you guys see on your screen right now, that's just last year. And then, like I said, this is not supposed to be like all of them. This was just highlighted kind of like topic ones, things that just kind of made it out, subtle news things. No deep dive, might be even more then, but this was just highlighted. But that was 8 last year. So it was like, oh, okay. So 8 last year, but then this starts this year. And there's 16 on this list. I can't even show them all on one page. Starts January 6th, 13th. And that's what I found too was ironic was some of the dates. Just bam, bam, bam. Which actually I just realized I mislabeled both of those. The 23rd should have been before the 24th. But oh well, you get the message. But I tried to do them in order as well. I mean, just look at that. It's like, you know, in March alone, look, you got the 16th, the 16th, the 23rd, the 24th, the 28th, the 31st. I mean, it's just bam, bam, bam.
That's crazy.
Morning, Amy.
It's
Morning,
like you could
Amy.
tell, like, there was back to back.
Yep. And then you look at April so far. We got the 12th, the 13th, the 14th. Talk about succession. You know, I mean, yeah, they're different spots. I mean, it's basically you've got New Hampshire, California, and Idaho. But then you
I
have
heard you say something about some plane crash.
Yeah, that was on the 14th.
Yeah.
A small plane crashed into the Gem State food processing plant in Idaho. There was also another one. Which one was that? Oh, yeah. 10 days ago, a small plane crashed within a mile of the runway of the Covington, Georgia Municipal Airport, hitting a General Mills food facility. Did you hear that one in Georgia where you are?
Oh my God. And Covington is actually a very small town. It's small, but it's like rural, very rural. And I mean, I've been there before. And so for just a plane to crash out of nowhere to hit General Mills, you know, that's a little fishy to me anyways, but
yeah,
that's ridiculous.
That's what I'd say. It just, you know.
And they're big, they're, you can't, I believe there's no such thing as coincidences anyways, but for all of these fires to happen in like places of where we make our food, you know, that's just a little way too funny.
Well, yeah, and this is that one I was talking about, the Azure Standard. It's the nation's premier independent distributor of organic and healthy food. It's like, oh, wow. And look, now they're going to out of stock status for oils, honey, and vinegar. Don't you use vinegar in canning?
Oh, wow. Yes, you do.
Oh,
You use vinegar for a lot of good stuff.
Yeah. See, it just, I don't know, man. Some weird shit. But
now they're trying to take away their organic, our herbal stuff that we do. Because if you can't get honey,
yep.
Man. I make a couple different medicines with honey. It's one of the best extracts to pull the medicines out of any type of, you know, roots or herbs or anything like that. So honey is one of the best. So if you can't get, but it also fits in with, they've been trying to kill our bees off for so long now.
Yep. And it sure is just.
They've just been trying. And then they want to, was it Mr. Gates that bought all of our like farming land? Some of it.
That's it.
So he can see, that's what makes me laugh is he wants to push everybody into genetic meat. So then why do you buy property that's farmland if you're not going to raise real cows?
Well, because this is how you can prevent other people from doing it.
Yeah, exactly. And apparently he's got a lot in Illinois. I don't know for sure, but how much? But apparently he's got some.
He owns the majority.
I heard he owns the potato farming for McDonald's French fries also.
Wouldn't surprise me.
I stopped eating them.
Oh, I know. Man, I forgot who that was we had on panel too, and found out that everything in McDonald's has sugar in it. Everything. The patties, the buns, the fries. Yeah. I forgot who that was. That
so for somebody who...
That was somebody that used to work for him. it was like, wow, it's not surprising. That's probably why keeps people going back. Even when people go, I don't like McDonald's, and all of a sudden you see them 2 days later and they're eating a Big Mac or they got some nuggets, and it's like, well, so much for that, huh?
Yeah.
Which I used to say that. Go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense because sugar, you know, you get addicted to it. So yeah, we can go back. Yeah, I mean, I've got boys, you know, I've got a 14 and 9-year-old, you know, I mean, who doesn't like a Happy Meal? Who doesn't like a double cheeseburger? Who doesn't like some chicken nuggets, you know? But we definitely don't eat it as much as we used to, and it's on a rare occasion. It's like, okay, well, I don't have time to cook. I'll just run and grab y'all some. Or when we go fishing, sometimes we'll just grab, you know, double cheeseburgers out.
We got a Whataburger, so I don't do McDonald's at all. When I wanted a burger, you get a Whataburger.
That's true.
And it's fresh.
Yeah.
That's always been one thing for a Whataburger stand out, has always been the vegetables. Everything is so fresh and crisp.
Yeah. Yeah, we just got a Freddy's.
Freddy's. Oh, there you go.
Freddy's are pretty good. I haven't tried them yet, but
James Island Companies. Oh. Isn't that big place in Atlanta or something?
The best place for anything in Atlanta is the Varsity.
What's that real big place that's their thing is hot dogs, and have that big walk-up type thing where it's a huge.
That's the Varsity.
Okay,
yeah,
I've been there then.
Like you're 20 feet back and they're yelling at you, what do you want? You know, like yeah. We always had to stop in there every time we went to the Braves game. It was a lot of fun. That place is awesome. Greasy is their food's greasy. Good old Southern food.
And that's it, Outlandish. Outlandish says if the bees die off, we're toast. They pollinate a ton of stuff. That's it. They spread the wealth.
And that's the whole point of all these pesticides. And what's that company called? Mastero, something like that. That has been creating pesticides forever. I mean, that's the whole point, is to kill them off, because they know. I mean, honey, honestly, it is the number one, medicine. It's the number one antibiotic. There's all kinds of wonderful healthiness, and it's number one medicine. If you get a wound, all you gotta do is put some honey on it, and it'll seal it up, it'll heal it. I mean, honey is great for everything. I use it with my herbal medicines that I make. I mean, it's one of the best things, and I've got bees myself. So I am worried about, my bees dying. So
local bees and local honey helps with your immune system for local allergies, like pollen allergies and shit like that. That's the best.
Exactly.
Best stuff around. Local stuff.
Yep.
Yeah, I know.
My sister, she lives in Knoxville.
Knoxville, Tennessee.
Oh, Waterbury.
Yeah, I was reading.
And she's got allergies and stuff. Oh yeah, see about the. Yeah. Then they change when they get beef besides juices.
Yep, they went up to the Yankees up north.
No
offense to you.
Where's Whataburger from?
Texas.
Burgers from Texas?
Texas. Okay. Yep. Whataburger is it's a Texas thing. Only now it don't feel like a Texas thing. It's like, great. So now you sold us out up there. That means we're going to be treated like every other corporate place.
Oh. Especially Chicago. The mob runs it now.
And it's like around
Chicago,
here. Well, I say around here, but in the nearest town where the Whataburger is, it's actually pretty cool because they make it a point to actually hire handicapped or disabled people.
That's
and
awesome.
then they teach them the job. Yeah, and so I mean, they're part of everyday life then. So I mean, it's kind of like that's really cool. And none of these other little places do that. Plus, they got good food, so it just kind of.
Yeah.
But then they
Yeah,
turn
Outland
around,
Monsanto. That's it.
sold out to the corporate people.
That's the one thing that I like. Oh, speaking of selling out, there's this really local like cake place that everybody loves around here, and we went by. We didn't eat there, but we drove by it and we seen that they have those video games, the little machines, the gambling machines in them now, and I'm just like, you sell cupcakes and cakes and cookies. Why do you need a video game machine? Why do you need people coming here and hanging out?
Because that way they can make.
Because they
bank.
make bank. When I worked at a liquor store, and we just got the machines put in at this time, and the guy that was putting them in, he was standing. It was like, I think he said like $10,000 a month that these people could make in their pocket. Like basically, I'm just like, guys, they're everywhere around here, everywhere.
Oh yeah.
Just
What's up,
pop-up
Song
shop.
of the South? How are you, sir?
Amy, I love ants. I don't like fire ants because they hurt, but ants are actually really cool. And if they die off, we are screwed too.
Can you hear me, Song?
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Morning, you. How are you?
Song?
Doing pretty good.
Long time no see.
Can't complain, but nobody's listening anyway.
Right. That's it. Alrighty, Outlandish. Have a great day at work. Don't work too hard. And smile.
See ya, Outlanders. Works out.
How's the weather in your neck of the woods, South?
It's been up in the mid 80s.
Oof.
83 is better than 13.
Right.
Yep.
Very much.
Yeah, we've just been rainy and muddy here.
Hey,
Tired
morning,
of it.
Milkmaid. Morning there.
Hey, Milkmaid. Hey, Eric. I feel like I'm feeding an army with this chili I made.
That pot was full, girl. That was a pot of Look at that, Song of the South. Look at that.
Look at this chili.
Pull that pot of chili.
It's got a few more hours to cook, too.
You need to get with the cannibals and can some of that.
I'll be there in about 15 minutes.
That's right. It's a party at Hurricanes.
That's what, like when I jumped in your chat yesterday, like you guys were talking about chili, I was like, "Ooh, I think I've got most of the ingredients." So I started it, had my beans soaking all day yesterday, so I got all the extra ingredients I needed yesterday, and here we are.
Rescue, I was telling you about that I'm involved with the Civil War reenactment group.
Yes, sir.
And I was telling you about that the cannon, the original Civil War cannon. Well, I got a picture of it right here. If you can see it or not, I don't know.
Awesome.
Well, if you can get it up there, I'm gonna put you full screen. Okay, I'm gonna take you full screen. Oh, there we go.
Nice.
Oh, awesome, brother.
It's it was captured in Atlanta, Georgia.
Mm.
Oh, there you go.
And here's another photo. This is a photograph of it with the breathing fire.
Oh, just as it belches. Oh, that's badass.
We don't use shotguns in South Carolina. We use cannons.
See, and people forget, in that mindset back then, man, here these got people that come up out the woods joining in a fight, and then they saw that shit belching out and this big shit knocking people in half and carrying on through. It scared the living shit out of everybody.
We've got it insured for $1 million.
Oh, there you go.
Jeez.
It stays in the Citadel. It stays in the Citadel in Charleston.
That's really cool.
Hell yeah. Hey,
So
morning, Twist.
I grew up near. Oh, God.
Go ahead, Art.
Oh, I grew up near Kennesaw Mountain, and it was like a huge hot spot for like major Civil War stuff back then, and really cool because it's like a mountain, so you get to go hiking on it, and they have these huge like cannons sitting up there, just sitting, it's pretty neat, like old historical area. It's really cool.
Yeah, Atlanta was the key factor for William Sherman. He knew if he took Atlanta down, he would break the backbone of the South.
There you go.
Yeah. And they do reenactments up here, but of course, it's more of a Yankees win situation up here.
That was the first time we told Washington D.C. to FO.
Yeah.
Hey, Nick.
That's why they're scared of the South.
Right. Hey, hot mess.
Scared of the South and the Midwest. Not Midwest. West. So when I think of Civil War, all I do is honestly, I think of Dances with Wolves movie. Kevin Costner running out there across.
Hey, Virginia. Oh, look at you. I'm about to put you full screen, on us out. Let's see. There we go.
And the tongue sticking out. The tongue's always sticking out.
Right.
Cute. Yep, there it is.
He's being lazy this morning.
He's cute.
Oh, hell, there's Bug Out. What's up, sir? How are you?
Hello.
What up, man?
Bug Out, how you doing, sir?
Doing all right. Hanging in there.
That's all we can
Trying to get
do.
That's it.
Trying to get out of this place anyway. Man, it's all flooded in here. Kind of ugly.
Oh, damn. Hey, morning, William. Morning, Moonchild.
Hey, Moon. Hey, William. Oh, God.
Yeah.
Colin. Hey, Colin.
We had the raccoon. She's passed out now, but we had her going earlier.
Yeah, I saw that. I caught a piece of that before, right before I get out of here, man. Things get kind of dumb, and everybody shows up at the same time. And anyway, I had to kind of dip out, but I did see the raccoon feeding, and then I saw it get all wobbly.
Oh, yeah. Oh, there she goes. Let's see what you got. Dang. Ah, she's so cool.
Yeah, she's
Her
sleeping
thing, that's pretty
now.
cool.
So they purr, huh?
Yeah. Dude, it's pretty wild. I gotta say, she just gave milkmaids birds a run for their money because, yeah, homegirl right there can get pretty loud. She can hum a tune.
You know, I did not know that raccoons could purr.
And she did it on her scratch, so you could almost tell every time Hurricane's fingers like stroked up on her back, because every time she did, you could hear the tone change in the Just going to town.
It's so cute. Yeah, when we were, of course, I've always been interested in raccoons, but looking them up, apparently they make all kinds of noises, like hiss, growl, purr, like all kinds of stuff. Oh my God, I just feel like they're just like a dog and a cat mixed together. Yeah, every time. And it's so kick.
They're pretty impressive animals. It's just, the thought of going the rest of my life with child locks on every single cabinet and cupboard in the house is.
Well, yeah, but Hurricane's already got ferrets, so.
Yeah, I didn't have a problem with ferret.
Yeah. She's got a ferret house. You can handle a coon house.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, at that point, you're already there, so.
You're committed. Especially with a pair of ferrets, you're definitely fully 150% committed.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. 100%. One of them just likes to get into everything. If he can't figure it out, he will figure it out. I can't have plants in the house. Between the cats and now the ferrets, they dig into everything, dirt everywhere. Yeah.
Oh, Twisted says can't keep them during mating season when they get older.
Keep what?
Can't keep them during mating season when they get older is what Twisted Tat said. I guess when the puberty hits, I guess it's on like Donkey Kong at that point. Oh, they get violent.
And see, I figured having a male, there would be a lot more issues because of the fact that he would want to go and leave, or, But being a female, I've heard that the females will stick around longer, but I don't know.
Well, Twisted says that their uncle had one for years that used to use the pet door.
Okay.
Used to use the what?
Pet door. As in a pet door, like your dog would use in the door.
Like a doggy door, I guess?
Yep, a doggy door.
My mom has 2 Frenchies, and one of them is too dumb to understand the pet door in her sliders.
I mean,
you can push him through it. You can push his ass through it, and then you're like, well, come on in. And he looks at you and he's like, but it's closed. And you're like, no, it moves. And then the other Frenchie will walk through it, and he'll go, well, it opens for her. And then he looks at me like, what the hell, man? And I look at my mom like you got to do something with these dogs. These dogs are just, this dog is retarded. I mean, he's such a nice dog, though. He's so he's such a lovable dog, but man, he is sharp as a sack of wet mice.
Well, that's why he's so sweet. Because he's got to make up for not having the brains.
Exactly. Twisted Tat.
Yeah, Twisted.
Twisted Tat says if you set them free, they'll come back. They're very smart.
See, now with you having a female, she's going to get knocked up, and on that child support, she's going to come back.
She's going to bring a whole kids back here. Oh my God.
She's going to be like, oh no, what am I going to do? I got knocked up and the dude left me. I know. I'll just go back here.
If I'd have known you were alive earlier, man, I probably wouldn't even have bothered. But
Hurricane, you'll have to sign up for some WIC vouchers for your raccoon.
Right.
Oh, Jesus. I don't even do WIC. Well, I mean, I did when I have kids, but.
I'm in for the raccoon.
Yeah, exactly. She needs to go get a job.
Dude, WIC is awesome, man. That stuff is.
Yeah.
When I was in the Marine Corps when my daughter was, being born and all that, and they gave us so much stuff. I couldn't believe it. And I was just thinking, and I'm not trying to take a shot at anybody. Don't get me wrong. Anybody who might get offended by this, y'all are gonna hate me for saying this, but
shit.
But no, I signed up for WIC. I got all this stuff, and I was like, no wonder why poor people are fat. You know, like they gave me just like a skid full of stuff. You know, I'm like, if I ate all this, I would be the biggest fat ass on earth.
But yeah, Bug-Out, I noticed I could be in a bad mood and you'll make me laugh some way, shape, or form.
It's all about the smile.
Family will only grow.
Well, you know, it's crazy in our society right now. You know, if you think about it, like back in the day, and it's even like that in some places, like, you know, like you go to Sudan, you know, Central Africa and stuff, they got the same kind of stuff going on still. But like, you know, medieval times and stuff, the rich landowner was the fat guy. It was a status symbol. And now when you see somebody that's fat, it's like a low class symbol. You're like, oh, they eat too many carbs. They're not eating healthy or whatever, you know? And it's weird how it totally flip flopped. Like now it's like looked down upon, where people were like, one day I'll be successful enough to get fat. You know, it was like a thing people work towards, you know?
Well, all right. I'm going to come up here and stand up for WIC, which stands
hello, Mr.
Oh, hey.
I gotta say though,
okay,
real quick though, Bug-Out, I've never heard that correlation, and I swear that just fits so perfect. It's like, yeah, that pendulum did swing the complete opposite way, didn't it?
Yeah, it makes sense.
And Virginia, you don't have to.
Now it's a sign of poor.
I wasn't taking a shot at WIC, by the way, so you don't have to defend anything.
You're good, Ghetto. Don't ever worry about that, brother.
But if you would have gave me 5 more minutes, I probably would have got there.
You don't have to be poor, and you don't have to be looking to get fat, because the guidelines for WIC are much different than for EBT or SNAP or food stamps, for example. And when I was pregnant with the twins, I had to get that. Now for a woman with like zero income, that program, I got protein, calcium, you know, milk, eggs, beans, all that kind of stuff. So it is an income thing, and it's not about overdoing it or.
Oh, I believe you, comrade. No worries.
My mom had WIC. You know why I hate Kix cereal and Alphabets? Is because my mother had WIC. I have 5 siblings. We had WIC forever. She breastfed for like fucking, I don't even know, almost 2 decades, right? And so that was always there. Certain foods that come on that. And those cereals are traumatizing for me. But I can see what the USDA is trying to do as far as.
Well, it's a preventative thing, first of all.
Yeah,
you know, nutrition is the most important in the beginning. And if, like, you know, let's be the evil oligarch here, but if these kids are probably going to end up being wards of the state, because ultimately we all are, that's what Social Security is, you know. On the back end, which is the Social Security end, putting the right nutrition in a kid in the beginning vastly affects how much money you're throwing into somebody at the end, because
yes, it does.
It's just a cause and effect thing for them, and a cost analysis. And we're chattel, you know. I mean, I think that's been proven by now.
I'd like to say also that breast is best.
Well,
definitely.
There's a lot of like magical things that happen with that, like transferring immunities and all kinds of other stuff. And I think it's crazy that the biggest reason why people don't breastfeed in America is vanity. And I think that's kind of crazy.
Right.
Society, doctors have they've told us, "Who don't breastfeed? You don't need to breastfeed. You don't need to breastfeed." So it created a huge
baby back bullshit about the formulas.
Yeah. Take epidurals and don't breastfeed your kids. You know, they did that.
But the lobby control everything.
Break families, break parenting, all
yes.
that's broken apart.
Exactly.
Just no structure. Become a ward of the state. Just be like a China. Just have the kids we tell you to have.
Well,
give us,
I mean,
give
if
us
you
a little
look at
more time, and we'll even DNA your ass, and we'll tell you who can have kids and who can't.
Yeah,
I mean, if
I'm
you look
waiting
at
for
how
that day.
pharmaceuticals work,
It's coming.
the pharmaceutical reps, and they've made laws against it, but they still do it. The pharmaceutical reps will go in there and they'll give a doctor something. You know, they'll bribe them, pay them. They'll send in a girl with a skimpy skirt or whatever it takes to get this guy to sign off on it, and then they'll push that medication. So they'll prescribe you that medication and give you free samples of it, even though you don't really need it. But
Right.
and WIC is controlled by the industry that's in place. That now, why on earth would like Infamil want people breastfeeding when they're selling baby formula? You know, they're pressuring the medical community to give advice towards using stuff like that, Similac and Enfamil and all that stuff. And
the irony is that on WIC you can get formula, and it's not going to be the high brand. It's like a notch below. But if you breastfeed, you get beans, cheese, eggs, tuna, milk.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? If you breastfeed, you're fully fortified. Or you can get this one can of pre-mixed whatever.
Yep.
Have you ever noticed that?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure you guys know what I'm talking about, but like my nose is kind of weird. There's some things I can smell really well and some things I can't smell at all because I got like nerve damage in my nose. But anyway, a baby that uses formula smells different than a baby that doesn't. And it's like really noticeable. There's like an acrid smell to them. It's weird because they sweat out some of that stuff, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it could be almost every broad idea we have. When it starts out beneficial, the minute it gets churned over to in a business of marketing hands, the beneficialness goes away and it comes cost effectiveness. And so all of a sudden quality goes down to quantity. And man, that's why I think you're eating shit and taking shit that might have started out the gate is one thing, but it ain't that way no more.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then they attack our kids. The kids are weaker. The immune systems. Look how easy a kid gets sick. Hell, whenever I was a kid, you ate dirt. That's what you did. You played in the dirt. Nobody freaked out. You drank out of a garden hose. It was well water, and
about the same time vaccines ramped up and things like that, breastfeeding was phased out. Like my dad was born in the 50s, and his mother could not breastfeed, and he had a nursemaid. There wasn't really a structured, really good like baby formula quite yet at that time. It wasn't just a cultural thing, but like we started phasing out that structure of the mother bonding with the child with the oxytocin and the family's connection thing. Like, I'm serious. It goes far beyond that. I know I'm taking breastfeeding to women in the workplace, but I'm kind of serious about it. We started taking out that whole nuclear structure about 80 years ago.
Well, to even take it another step further, something that I find really troubling is we got rid of metal shop and stuff like that in school, but we also got rid of the candy stripers. And the thing about candy stripers was they, at an early age, they could dip their toe into the pool in the medical industry and figure out if that's for them or not. And then they can make up their mind earlier. And then suddenly when you're in school and college, you're like, hey, I'm going to take Latin because I'm going to need to know this, and there's all these decisions that you could make that would make you more effective. But instead, everyone's learning this stuff in college where they could have gone so much further. I don't know, like the trades have just been completely neglected. And
yes, agreed.
It's everything. That's across the board. Hell, that's where your fast food places used to kind of just teach you the work environment. It was a starter job. It was never meant to be a career per se, unless you were into management. And then that was the whole idea, as you progress through into management. You go to work in any place, and it was always the starter jobs are always looked at just that. Got you, brother.
You know what's funny though, man? I was waiting tables right before I went in the Marine Corps, And up until, God, probably 15 years ago, that was the most money I ever made in my life.
Mm-hmm.
And I was a heavy equipment operator. I worked for an aerospace company, and I made more money waiting tables when I was 17 years old, and I'm like, how do you get somebody to do something with more responsibility and more structure if you get paid more for stroking somebody's ego and bringing them a beer on time? It's just like it's so hard to compete.
It's more
with
of
that.
a skill than that, sir. There's a je ne sais quoi to making a really good money on tips. You see it from strippers to drivers to servers to whatever.
Oh, dude, that's the classic sales job right there.
It kind of is. You're selling.
Well, I made really good tips,
service.
so whatever it takes, I must have had it, but I just didn't know it or something, because I made a ton of money.
Gaston.
It's
like,
the right.
I have it flipping his hair.
The right look, the right tone of voice, the right personality can just add up. But it's the same thing with car sales.
Guilty as charged.
Fucking song is stuck in my head now. Thank you, Gaston. I don't even remember how it goes, but y'all know what I'm talking about.
Just give me a quick peek, Guardian. If you did, I'm sorry I missed it. But
I just came up because I heard you guys talking about WIC and food and health, and I'm over here like, man, they don't give a crap about us.
Gotcha.
I can't hear you on a serious tip, Ghetto, as far as audio. I can't really.
Sorry.
Something's
How about now? Is that better?
That's a little
medium.
better. It's still low, but
normally
you're loud and clear.
Okay, well, I was just, because you guys brought up the WIC stuff and the food and the health and all that, and if they really actually cared about us being on food stamps, half my freaking life, they would not let you buy pop. They would not let you buy candy.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like,
well, that's different than WIC, though. WIC, you can only get USDA approved foods, whole grain cereals, whatever. I was a manager at a grocery store, and what I saw people buy with food stamps would almost make you puke.
Disgusting.
It's bad.
Disgusting.
It's bad. Yes.
It's bad.
Oh,
is that me?
That was crazy. Whatever it was.
I don't know what it was.
But on the other end, I'll tell you what, man, when I was slaving and dirt poor, getting broke off of child support, working 60 hours a week, I'd be like hitting the grocery store at 4 a.m., getting off of a late second shift, because that's when they put the about to expire meats out for like half price,
Yes.
And I see an EBT person with crab legs and lobster and steak and stuff, and I'm like, God, I wish I could afford to be poor. I wish I could afford to be poor. I said that so many times,
Yeah, let them have their crab legs. What pisses me off is when all they buy is soda, Dr. Pepper, candy, chips, Cheetos.
Right. That's why right now you'll notice that most of the colorful stuff in the stores, it's either there or it isn't. But I guarantee you there's shortages other places if it's not a shortage where you're at. And I completely agree with you, Bug Out. I'm telling you, once you finally make it to the second tier of the economic status, you wish you were back in. You wish you can go in reverse, dude. I'm telling you right now, I've been thinking about
here's
it.
What's and this is my problem with how our system is ran. All the incentives go to the people that are the have-nots, which kind of makes sense, right? But all the incentives are in place for you to remain a have-not. And that's the part that troubles me,
Yep. That's the main problem with it. They want you to be on the UBI. Whether we want to see it or not, welfare and the programs that surround it is UBI. They give you enough to survive. If you're able to take advantage of all systems, that being welfare, public housing, popping out kids, getting a few extra dollars each month, blah, blah, blah. I mean, it's first world problems. I mean, because Guardian's probably over there like, you sons of bitches. What the, But, I mean, it unfortunately is first world problems that's turning into third world problems. Because what happens when we're all stuck on the UBI or whatever it is?
Going on that destruction of the nuclear family, if you're a woman and you have 8 kids with one guy, and you live with that guy, you're really not getting anything. But if you have 8 kids with 8 different men, you're making bank. Now, why is that? Like, what is what possibly could be the strategy behind that? How does a kid cost more to raise if it's somebody else's kid than if it's the same guy's kid? Like, why does that?
What's your strategy, Virginia? We're all asking.
You kill the middle class. You kill the drive. This is the backbone of America. What drives the country is actually the middle class. That's where most of the generation, well, you push that to one side or the other. Well, you're either going to be a freaking lottery winner and invest your shit and join them, or your ass is getting pushed to the other side. It's no pride in owning anything, building anything. There's all that's been wiped off the table. That
was back when we were a manufacturing base, though, which, by the way, if we're going to beat this sling that we're in, we got to get back to that. I think everybody can agree on that, but I'm not talking about that right now. I'm talking about where we're at right now. They've gotten rid of our manufacturing base and outsourced it to China and India, Vietnam. It used to be Japan. You know, you don't see Japan too much anymore, but unless it's a car.
Best denim.
Yeah, it's not even just that. You know, it's also like the innovation with technology. You know, you've got that kind of weighing in on the fact that a lot of their work is being outsourced, as you say. So AI also starts causing, you know, automation begins to start causing a bit of a problem with it.
Well, and another unrealistic expectation that we have in the States is we have pollution laws where we can't make the stuff that they're making in China. So we're putting these stringent pollution laws on ourselves, and we're not expecting any of it from the third world. And I'm calling China the third world until they up their game and stop using lead conveyor belts and all that other crap. They're the third world, whether they like it or not, you know?
Right. And India as well, textile plants, all of it.
Yeah, and we're having them do our dirty work, in this case, literally. They have the toxic smog coming out of their smokestacks, and they have the poisons and the dyes that they're using and all that stuff. And we're like, yeah, fine, go kill your own people. You know, use wage slaves that are trapped in a factory to make Walmart cheap plastic phony dog poop that our kids can buy, you know, in the clearance aisle. And we're totally fine with it. But then when we start saying global pollution, it's like, no, man, you know, that same guy flying around on a jet from city to city talking about global pollution, he's just as responsible for the global pollution as the people causing it, because we expect them to do it because they have a quota for our consumers, you know, and it's been proven. If the whole world was on the same living standard as the United States, we would need 7 more planets to mine so that everybody could have the same amount of junk. And it's a finite resource.
How dare you? I'm quoting Chris here, bro. I'm just saying. Go ahead, man.
That's true. Anytime you throw the federal government into anything, everything gets expanded, the money gets wasted, it totally becomes useless. It's like when they first thought of pollution was probably a very good idea, probably had some, and we've put it to use and actually brought our shit down, but we somehow thought everybody else was going to join on the board, and we've sold this thing like this is one world and we're all, and it's like, no, it's really not. Our country is, our little Washington square mile regulates all this shit.
That's part of the problem, though.
That's it.
Yeah.
We need to go back to the states, be and just protect our borders. That's all you got to do.
Well, you're right. And the pickle is that we know that we can't bring the rest of the world up to a first world standard. It can't happen. You know, we literally don't have enough stuff in the earth to bring out to put everybody on the same page. So what are they doing? They finally did it. And I was wondering when they were going to do it, but they did it. They said, we're going to bring the first world down to meet in the middle with the third world. And it's going to be one big giant second world. And it's going to be a great deal for the guy pooping in the street in India, but it's going to be a real bad deal for us. And the problem is, we don't have the population problems. We don't have any of those problems. Why is it our problem? That's my question. I mean, call me insensitive or whatever, but I don't care if somebody starves on the other part of the world.
It's because we're buying loyalty. We're buying allies. We're buying loyalty. We're buying the next step. You know, it's not about the people that are hungry or the ass fucking Pakistanis. It's about buying the loyalty.
Right. And instead of loyalty, we should be buying immunity and not loyalty. Like, we had it right before and we got it wrong.
Right.
somewhere along the way. The Waltons
But
sure
that's
did
why we're
make some
sitting
money off of
here
that, though.
talking, and we're not the presidents.
So you don't think we're creating any of that starvation on the other side of the planet, Bushido?
I just said we were, actually.
Right.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. My bad.
But I mean, we're culpable, is what I said. I didn't say we're causing it, but we are definitely. Well, look, we're expecting China to export right to us. And China also is covering New Zealand and Australia and North Korea. Like, China is bringing this immense amount of product out, but it's all sold, you know, and they're trying to maintain their stores, and they're trying to, when I say stores, I mean their reserves, and they're trying to live off of what they got. But we've just had a couple of bad growing years, and they've been dipping into that. And now suddenly we decided there's going to be a food apocalypse, and man, it could be nothing but on purpose, if you ask me. I think it was orchestrated.
Could be just mismanagement.
Straight mismanagement.
I think it's on purpose.
Like you were saying, it would take 7 planets, right? Or whatever for, you know, because we're such consumables. Now, if you took humans back down to the roots of what humans actually are and actually take all the entertainment part of the consumables that we get, that anybody gets in the world, man, we got enough basics to feed 7 worlds, to house 7 worlds. You know what I mean? Like, we have enough, but it's all entertainment.
And complacent.
It's all
here.
fake crap.
We're lazy.
Yes, I agree. And I think the answer is somewhere in the middle. Like, the approach that we should take is different than what they're telling us, because they're just, as a blanket clause, they just want to take it all. It sounds like, you know. And why would they say what they don't mean? Because at this point, they've told us everything they're going to do before they do it. So why would they start lying now, you know?
You're right.
You know, the first term that Obama ran in the debates, he said, lower taxes, hell, I'm going to raise taxes. And everybody applauded. And I looked around and I was like, well, why is everybody clapping at that? You know, he was like, I'm going to get us off of that cheap energy, and I'm going to get us off of that reliable, you know, coal and oil technology. And we're going to go to expensive stuff that we don't even know how to make yet. And it's going to cost a lot. Well, I'm going to have to raise taxes a bunch. And everyone was like, hell yeah. And I was like, that's not good, you know, because really, if you think about it, look at televisions, okay? Let's use televisions as a litmus test here. But is there still a person that goes to the store and says to the salesman, okay, what's your best black and white that you got? And because the guy will look at him and go, we don't have any black and white televisions. You know why? Because nobody wants them anymore, because color televisions got cheaper, they got bigger, they got flatter, they got better, and nobody needs a black and white television anymore. So eventually the market sorts itself out, and let the people that are activists, let them buy the solar power and the battery powered cars and stuff. And one day somebody's going to figure out how to do it cheaper and better, and with another material that's way more, I mean, we got to get away from lithium. I mean, that's step number one, because we can't source it locally. So we're going to be in debt to somebody else. We got to kiss somebody's ass to get it. And man, that's giving somebody power over us, you know? And if we're going to be this country that is like a trendsetter and we're the ones that are calling the shots and stuff, we can't be dependent on Afghanistan for lithium. That's just a recipe for a bad day right there.
Well, we can't afford to do it here because we're greedy, and it's the dollar is what we chase over here. We get them so spoiled.
Well, could you imagine?
That's why you can't afford to do it. If it's, and that's we talked about it the other night. Was like, it's like tooling, just making a leather belt. You take the tooling, same mallet, same tool, but you have somebody over here do that knows how to do it, and they want to get paid like $60, $65 for just a little piece. If they're going to do a whole belt, they want like $100, $125, $150 just for their labor. You take that same piece of leather, that same couple of tools in the mallet, and you go over somewhere else where they're not spoiled and complacent, and you say, hey, I give you $25 if you'll tool this. And you know what? They go, not a problem. $25 looks awesome to me. Over here, $25 doesn't sound like anything because it's been programmed in your brain. We've lost nobody takes any character or fortitude, no drive in anything. There's no pride, no respect in anything. There's no, let me own this. I worked hard. I bought this. I worked hard. I did this. I put in a good day's work and did this. That's all gone. So that's what,
you're right.
That's what bothers me about talk about shit hitting the fan. Even if you went right now and took a big Hoover vacuum cleaner and vacuumed all of Washington up and you said, there, the problem's all solved. What do we got left? What's going to step up to fill the gap? Because we've let this drop the ball for decades. And that's where I don't go with the big plan thing. People are going to have to either stand up. It's kind of like getting sober. At some point, people are just going to have to own up to some accountability and then go, yeah, now I need to make a change. Instead of, it's their fault. We just can't keep doing their fault.
If you put a Hoover in Washington, D.C. and sucked everybody out of those buildings, those Capitol buildings, today, the army of DeSantis would start marching tomorrow. We would take this MFer over.
That's it. I'm with you. But just...
Very true.
The reality is a very scary thing.
Reality is we're all getting ready to go into these boxcars. If you're thinking under the analogy like World War II, not to go real dark. My apologies, Rescue, but we're at that point. We as a society, we're literally marching to the boxcars right now, and we're thinking, oh shit, we should have reacted earlier.
See, not down here.
But in World War II, we had three guys. World War II, we had three guys with funny mustaches. We had Stalin, we had Hitler, and we had Tojo, right? And it was real easy. It's like, look at the other team and look for the funny mustache, and there's your bad guy. We don't have a bad guy. The bad guy has not yet fully revealed himself on what's going on right now. And that's the part I don't like. There's nobody to swing at, We know that there's a problem, but we don't know who's doing it.
Well, given we're an upside down world, wouldn't the good guy be the bad guy? Maybe we should start looking at the really good guy. And I'm not pointing fingers, nothing like that. I'm just saying, everything is ass backwards since 2020 started. And before that, I get that. But in our face, showing us that it's upside down world on a political spectrum or whatever. Maybe we need to start pointing our fingers at the really good guy that's doing really good things.
I don't know. I say it starts local, but then that's because, if it comes down to state holding off for just their people, just to but to just throw in the towel, it's not just most of the people in my area. It doesn't. Hey, William, just give me a shot real quick on the camera, but that's all you got to do. And then you can go right back to off screen. And it's saying the device is not connected, by the way. So that usually means there's something up with either the camera or the mic. I think it is, isn't it, Ghetto? I don't know if it says.
I hate when you're in that test screen and something doesn't work. That's the worst, man.
Well, this has got that device.
If he's on a phone,
I'm not sure if that for camera only or if it's a camera and the mic, but.
Well, sometimes when I go on, if you're on a phone, your device won't release from another app. So, your music app has disabled your microphone or something. Yeah, I have to restart my phone sometimes to connect to StreamYard because there's those little ghost connections that are still going.
Oh, yeah, he fell out. So I guess I don't know if. So is that either one of the devices that'll cause the message to pop up saying device is not connected?
Every once in a while it'll just do it, and there's no rhyme or reason to it.
I believe it's can you guys hear me? I just put my Bluetooth in.
Go ahead.
Probably a lot better now.
Yeah,
all right, thank you. It's usually the internet, so your internet's not connecting to the actual browser, whether it be Chrome or whatever browser you're using. Okay. So when your internet's real low, it's not going to connect to the browser. So the browser's actually not being connected, and then that, won't let your microphone or your camera or whatever connect. And we can't even add them to the stream because it says device not even connected, so we can't even do nothing.
Yeah. Okay. I guess that was William. I guess he'll pop back down in chat. Or you'll keep trying. Just keep trying.
Oh, which William?
William Ty.
Oh, okay. I don't think I've been on a panel with him.
I haven't either, but he's pretty cool though. I like him.
Yeah, I like him in chat, most definitely.
Man, there is so much fog right now. It is like I'm driving through a mushroom. It is crazy.
The mist? You going through the mist?
Marshmallow, I mean. Yeah, I am, dude. I can't see the car in front of me, and it's kind of scaring me.
Dude, that video
like,
tripped me out earlier. He's going through mushroom. What are you, Alice in Wonderland? How you doing, Miss Hurricane?
Good. How are you?
I'm
all doing
right.
Good. Sounds been a little funky. Just got finished feeding a raccoon, and I'm cooking some chili. So
nice. I know I was going to bed, then y'all started talking about WIC and EBT, and I'm like, wait a minute. I got a few inputs.
Dude, like
it is different between WIC and food stamp.
Hell,
it's like when somebody violates
look at all the help we could have given to all kinds of newborns and all kinds of families.
Oh yeah.
There's a few billion.
Yeah. Yep.
It's just crazy.
Goes down the line. I mean, our money is so worthless. They can print out whatever they want and say they're sending it over here or over there, but at the end of the day, we're not able to pay that back. Even with all of our taxes, we're not able to pay any of what they print out back.
Oh yeah.
I'm glad you just said that, Ghetto, because you just reminded me of what I was going to say to Rescue, which is one of the reasons why there's the disparity of why it costs $150 to make your belt here and it's $25 somewhere else is because we have a fiat currency that's not controlled by a standard. Our money is more valuable than it's supposed to be right now, and it's fake. You know, if we went back to a mineral standard, that would zero out again, and it would be a way more realistic number across the board and across the world for that matter. You know, if we had an assigned value for something, it would hold better. We can just make it up. We can just say that the dollar's worth, you know, oh wow, we just did another successful, you know, trade of pork bellies and now the dollar's worth more. Like, why does that make the dollar worth more? It's you know, the inflation rate up until the 60s, the value of gold and silver went up like it was like $2 or something in 100 years, and then from 1960 to 2000 it went up like $2,000. You know, it was like insane, like how much it skyrocketed.
So what controls that, Bug Out, if you know? I mean, how are we able to get away with doing that? The only answer I've ever gotten. Sorry, let me finish real quick.
Yeah,
the only answer I've ever gotten is because we're the biggest dog on the block. Nobody wants to test us. I'm not buying that one. I'm just not buying that excuse. I don't know what you're about to say, but it's like we can do whatever we want. We got the best bombs and you know, war weapons, and nobody can touch us.
That's what secures that's what secures people using the dollar for their trades, is the threat of violence. When they trade in oil, they have to use the dollar. That's about the only thing we have that's real, that the dollar is loosely based on. Every war that we've gotten in the last X amount of years has been always with countries that don't use a standard banking system. So we're clearly knocking out our competitors and blaming it on other things, you know?
Right.
And watch, man, I'm telling you, Iran is going to be, if they're not next, they're coming, and Russia's on that list too. And if suddenly we have a little shindig in Brazil or India, you know, like, you know, you heard it here first, I guess.
Yeah. No, it makes sense. I mean, Unfortunately, it makes sense.
But there'd have to be a money guy, because they explain this stuff to me, and it's just like quantum physics. I can understand the very, very basics of it, and the second somebody goes, "No, it's easy, man, just listen," and they start talking, my eyes roll in the back of my head, and I just start feeling like I'm dying inside, you know?
Yeah.
Hey, buddy, how are you this morning? Which, by the way, Ghetto, that's my son is in chat. It's Rescue Junior. That's actually my son. He's on his way to work, apparently, or he's actually already at work at this time.
Oh, okay.
He now isn't doing the law enforcement. He now is back driving a truck. So he drives a big dump bed, an 18-wheeler dump truck style.
Oh, nice.
Trailer style.
Well, what's up, Junior? Nice to meet you. Sort of.
I'll tell you what, this is a good time to get out of law enforcement, looking at the people building up at the SCOTUS gates there.
That was kind of his take on things.
Smart man.
Yeah, it's unfortunate though with what's happening on that side. I won't go into it too deeply, but it is strategically a very good decision that you've made. And it's nice to meet you, Rescue Junior.
So are you guys getting news on that over there, Guardian?
We're not
about the current, SCOTUS and what Bushido was talking about?
Look,
like the Roe versus Wade turnover.
Yeah, when it comes to those type of things, there's many reasons why it's of my greatest interest to keep my ear to the ground in every way possible, and specifically on the United States more than anywhere else. And it's, I have a lot of focus on specifically with the SCOTUS scenario at the moment. It's something that has been building for quite some time now, if you actually think about it. So I do see the problem further down the road, and it can become really ugly really quickly, and that's what people don't see. And the only way to really understand that is to look at what's happened in the past and in other places in the world where scenarios have been very similar, and look at what happens every time. But then it's weird how humanity struggles to learn from our past mistakes, and where we kind of, I'm always saying this, but it's just like, it doesn't make sense to me how we don't replicate our best successes throughout our civilization and our species as humanity. Why don't we replicate the best things that we've done throughout the world and have the best in every degree just copied throughout the world at the moment? Why do we have to, in 2022, pretend that we're living in the medieval ages in certain places in the world? And it's just like, it's ridiculous. Like, why can't we move forward together way quicker in a world that would be so much more promising? And I think that what's happening, the fact that there's currently a pushback against the lies that have been, basically spread throughout social media for the longest time, which is part of that depression that I was speaking to King about as well in the chat. We experience a certain level of depression because of all of the negativity that's put upon us. And it is true that our subconscious doesn't always know the difference between hearing news in another part of the world and thinking that that's happening right near us. And how many deaths have we seen when we watch any sort of TV show, and when we hear about any stories, and when we pick up any news article, how much morbid death and how much negativity has really been thrown out there and gets thrown in our faces every day, and we're supposed to pretend that that's just the norm at the moment. We see more death, much more death than the Romans did back in the day. We see more death just from watching regular shit on a day-to-day basis than you would if you were in a war. You know that there are more people that die within South Africa. I'm just going to mention my country just for a second. But there are more people that die in South Africa from murders on a daily basis than are dying right now in Ukraine with the Russia situation. Do you realize that? What I'm saying is that the world itself is really burning at the moment, and it feels like there's almost this sense of anger everywhere, and maybe it'll fizzle over in that type of thing soon. But I think that what we've done is we've placed ourselves in a scenario where we've learned to mistrust people. Trust is something that is extremely rare these days. We all kind of have to watch our own back all the time in many different ways as well. I'm just saying that at the moment things are pretty rough, and I think it's important for people to understand that they're not alone when it comes to that feeling sometimes of disparity, and that it is a very heavy situation that we've all just come out of as a species. So maybe the future does, maybe there are going to be positives, but it's just like I can't understand like why people aren't willing to love more and to just be more understanding to people, and why there's so much still like almost turmoil underneath the surface when it comes to how people are with one another. I don't know. I just wish that everybody would get along with each other, and I wish that honesty was more valued in the world, and that we didn't look at celebrities such as like the Johnny Depp and Amber. All of a sudden, there's how much going on in the world, and all of a sudden, how much money is being poured into observing the situation with Amber Heard and Johnny Depp on a daily basis. How much money and resources are actually going into that right now that could be spent in other places? Like, do people think about that? But yet it's some sort of fiasco because people, quote unquote, need a distraction. And it's like, when does it stop? You know what I mean?
Yep.
Well, the other thing that tops that off is, these news venues have so much time to cover the news, and that's what they chose. Like some washed up movie star and some crazy ex-girlfriend or whatever. That's what they're filling our heads with right now. It's bizarre to me. We have so many problems right now. Like the world is about to be on fire, and what they don't tell us is
over in Ukraine, and they're pitching this whole narrative, and it's not going anything like they're saying. So they got to keep reality at bay. But that is a whole another country, so you can't like shut him all the way up. It's not like us and on a media level. So to create that, you've got Johnny Depp. You now have Roe versus Wade. So this is all now here. Don't pay attention to any of this, because that way you won't notice that stupid ass little green screen shit that probably happened in Poland in a quasi hut. And it's like, it blows my mind, the shit that they're going. Oh, have you heard the latest? Hell, now they're even trying to promote how the ghost of Khalid has been killed finally. And it's like, it was fake to begin with.
He's fake. Yeah, they admitted that. Yeah.
Yeah, well, now they're saying he's dead. So now they're trying to spin that story up again over there.
But what's even worse though, and what Ukraine could even be a distraction from, we're talking about these fatalities on this, fatalities on that. Let's ban guns because they hurt people. But and finally they're starting to talk about it in government, at least. But they start talking about it, and it's going to take 2 years before they do anything about it. But man, nobody's talking about these overdoses from fentanyl. And if you look at the numbers, and when Guardian started bringing up how many people were dying in South Africa every day, that immediately flashed in my head, because we're losing more people than we did in any war to fentanyl. Like we are losing, and we are a big country, don't get me wrong, but I mean, we are losing so many people every day to fentanyl overdoses. Narco trafficking is kicking our ass, man. That's all I can say. Like we are completely prone to it, and it's all coming through our southern border, and everybody knows it. And the guy in charge, the job was paid for. It was already funded, and he still said, don't do it, and paid extra to break the contract. So
go one step farther. He won't even let us use it to finish when we were going to pay for it ourselves. Hire our own.
There is no excuse for that other than he has some kind of personal interest in that border staying open.
It's an intentional collapse of us.
Sorry, go ahead, Rescue.
To me, I mean, I'm sorry. I'll just sum it up. I really stand firm, believe it sounds corny or whatever, but we literally, just world history shows tyrannical governments, waves, armies taking over, stampeding. We're the first country that established a freedom. We brought God-given creation rights to play. We just established so much, and we broke the norm. And ever since then, we had a target on our back to go back to the way that they wanted it. And they became very prosperous off our back while we grew and became this awesome-ass country that we are. And I personally think that it starts out local, and I think that it's going to take an election. And I think that if we don't stick to some kind of legal law and order perspective until the very moment that it's not an option anymore, then we're setting the wrong tone. And I think we're fixing to pick a bigger fight than what we realize, because this is not the same world as it was back then. And it's not going to go into some tribal shit. there's actually superior countries that are just waiting, chomping at the bits to take it over. And we can go back to a tyrannical government. However it was in the past, it is what it is. That's where I kind of feel with it. So anyway.
My concern is rescue. Go ahead, Bugart. I can hold my thought. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, not only did we produce a country based on freedom, but we also produced Taylor Tay Swift.
Man, shut him up. What's up, Guardian? I want to hear what you got to say.
I didn't catch. I caught something about Taylor Swift. I have no idea. It beats at least Bug Out didn't come out saying, well, look, when it finally comes down to it, we're all going to wipe poop on our face and run at them. So that's what I could have expected.
Hey, maybe they'll run away. These people are crazy.
Go ahead, Guardian. It's all you, brother.
Yes, it's hard to have a serious thought on for that. I wanted to find out, because for real, there's some of the celebrities that are it's madness right now. But what I want to say, which is more important, just on that note, is that you were speaking about other countries, just basically biting at the bit at the moment, and if you have to think about it, like at what point are they waiting for? Like how much infighting are they trying to? Because look here, and this is obvious, right? If you are outside the US, it's of your best interest. The best thing that you can possibly do, and I've said this before, the best thing that you can possibly do is make sure that there's a large amount of internal conflict. And one of the most amazing ways to do that in the modern era is that you can do all of that online very easily. And if people are underneath the impression that there are countries that are not paying an exorbitant amount of money into internet rooms full of people, I'm not saying which countries, I'm saying internet rooms full of people, that their entire purpose is to infiltrate online, to make sure that things are stirred up, to make sure that there's more conflict internally. And that is something where, I've brought it up before, but your point on it that you did make as a counter to what I was saying about this rescue is that, that it's not as divided as one would think always. Sometimes there's a lot of people that are, that are realistic, rational people, but then the media just wants to blow it up and make it look as though it's so extreme all the time, but it's not even always that extreme, There's a lot of similarities, if I'm not mistaken. I don't mean to say what you said, but that's your point on it, correct?
Right. Give me one sec too, just one pause, 1 sec, Guardian, just because Mama Red is in the house and it's been a few days since I talked to her. I'm glad she's feeling a lot better and I'm glad she stopped in. Thank you so much, Mama Red. Much love, ma'am. So sorry, just wanted to acknowledge her.
No, absolutely, 100%, man. That's beautiful. So it really is just, it is sometimes people making it a bigger thing of what it is, but it's just hoping that things will just go well. And it's really, really awesome to see you again, Mama Red. I don't know, it's been, I think, over a week or two since I really got to say hello to you. So it's really awesome that you're here with us.
And morning, shalom, red Jewish redneck prepper.
Hey, hey, Mama.
Go ahead.
Well, I was just saying, I've been a bunch of people in the chat throughout this time, so I'm just telling 1A and Mama, everybody else happy. Or hey.
Word. What's up? Oh yeah, Mama Red, you're in thoughts and prayers, ma'am. Much love. No, and I'm, to be honest, I'm just afraid, and I said that was all I was going to say, and here I'm fixing to say more, but I'm just afraid that if we get too distracted, then, because to me, it's nerve rattling when people will say that they're not going to vote. I'm not going to vote. It didn't matter last time. It's like, but man, that's the skin you got in the game. That gives you so much. power behind your voice, and it lets you get together. Otherwise, you really have no platform. And as long as you've got skin in the game, and until the rule of law has been wiped off the table, that's, to me, what you should go under, and that's how we maintain.
Didn't they show us that our skin was already taken out of the game though?
No.
By showing us that they were able to steal it and we didn't do nothing about it?
Well, we did do stuff about it, and stuff's in the progress. It just wasn't like to the speediness. But there's a process in play that's been taking place, that there's cases that are coming to light. That's why that 2000 Mules is a very good movie to watch. That's anybody that wants to see factual data, not hyperbole, not just, oh, that's just Trump talk kind of stuff. This is literally, I watched when a lot of this got assembled and gathered. This is geo-traffic data off of.
Well, that's a real deal, dude, too.
Yeah, this is real footage. I mean, this is real footage, video footage. This phone traveled from here. Watch it travel. Look, it's stopping. Now we're going to go to corner surveillance camera from this location. Look, it's viewing that car. That man gets out. Look, the ball. I mean, it's factual shit. So, and people go, oh, that, you know, yeah, but that's that. And a year and a half, but man. Legal shit takes a while and you're never going to hear anything of major importance in a legal case before it's set in court. Otherwise, it becomes invalid. So you can't come out and say Tony Two Toes over here is the one that shot him and the gun's buried underneath his right foot, and then try to go to court, because now none of that's going to matter. But if you just kind of sit there, twiddle your thumbs, and then all of a sudden they go, oh yeah, and here you go, Your Honor, Tony Two Toes has a gun under his right foot. Now all of a sudden this is evidence. Well, you know, there's things that are happening. J6 is a good example. You don't hear about that guy that got his case dismissed for lack of standing because the video footage came out showing them removing the barricades and opening the doors. And the judge literally is like, you can't charge somebody with trespassing when you invite them in. Well, see, you don't hear any of that, but that became legal precedent in cases coming. So that's where that became important. It's not that it's important verbally, but it's important legally. So there's things happening. I'm just hoping that we can outchase the tide. That's
okay. But I got to back up Ghetto for a second here, and don't get mad at me.
That's what I thought.
Solyndra, Benghazi, Fast and Furious, long before this election, they've showed us that we're not going to do anything about it, and they know we're not. That's why they're so brazen and so obvious about what they do now. They don't have to hide it anymore. They got us punked out. They know that we're not really going to do anything. And I think Ghetto's right on that. Now, we're taking the legal avenues, but we're asking the government to investigate the government and charge the government. What do you think the government's going to do? You know, they're going to protect their own at the end.
It's holding the Supreme Court to because that's our law of the land. That's the way everything was laid out. That becomes, so it once it reaches there, then that's the determining factor. And I mean, I'm not saying everything's fixing to go perfect and you just got to, but I will say that in my personal belief is that because I'm a half full, I'm a find the solution kind of person. So I say, okay, well, we got November is coming up for midterms. That is a priority because that pivots either way, because if they win it, they're going to pass that election shit to where the states will never have a say again. So then it's on. The game is over. It is what it is. And fine, you want a freedom seat to hell and back, and I'm there with you. But you got to at least go till November. At least try that, you know, because it's fixing to get tough just because of the shit that's already in play. So that's what I wish people would just start to dissect some of this, because there's a wave that's coming regardless of whatever happens politically. You can go in there and clean out Washington right now, and there's still shit that's going to come. So
I totally agree with that. I do. But now look at this contradictory finding from SCOTUS where they're going to kick the authority of abortion down to the states, where this whole time it's like they were trying to get rid of state autonomy, and now suddenly they're going, let's make that a state issue. Now, why would they do that? That is completely against their own interest as the federal government, which has been this power-starving, addicted, like, entity that's so bloated and swollen. We don't need. Reagan had this part right. You know, Reagan had a lot of faults. Don't get me wrong, but government is too big, and that's just a fact. You know.
That's personally how I grew up. I grew up, and that's all you ever heard whenever I was like a teenager growing up about politics. All you'd hear grown-ups, as we used to put it back then. You'd hear talk about Democrats want bigger government, Republicans want less, smaller government. And then that was pretty much your definition of politics growing up. Unless you chose to go get into it and do the little side courses and all that. But it's just everyday talk. That's all you ever heard. Republicans want less, Democrats want more. And I'll say five decades later, yeah, I guess in a way, but now they've become so corrupt. Because see, it's corruption. It's money, and the money corrupts. So there's no quick solution to it, but you can start chipping away. And I said it earlier, if you got a dude that has 20 flaws, well, then replace his ass with a dude that has 15 flaws. And then the next time go around, you replace his ass with a dude that has 10. And you keep chipping away. And because the social fabric is going to shit. So we don't have a social fabric to drive off of like there was in the 1700s, to where this is the dream is to do this. And so let's unite and let's find the fortitude and the drive. That ain't here. There's nothing like that's going to exist. So if we don't shoot for November and give it one last run at the gate, then I'm
with you there. I do think we've already experienced the last presidential election, though. I don't think there'll be another one. If my spidey sense is correct. Did I just robot?
No, you just stopped.
Yeah, it's my voice. Sorry.
But yeah, I have a feeling that the problem will mature before the next presidential election, and it won't happen. It'll get usurped by martial law or whatever, you know.
Yeah,
so
that's what I'm afraid of.
That's our timeline too. Like, so you have until that next election to get your crap together. If there's anything you need, that's how much time you have. But they're cutting our legs off, making this food shortage because they know everybody's going to catch on before it happens, and they're going to make sure there's no food for people to get. They don't want us to be ready.
Well, and they're playing. See, I look at it as kind of like a chess game, because there are a bunch of them, oligarchs that are kind of at the board, the CEO, table, and they have to set their images for their areas, and that's why, like ours with the social media, and it's the image, and it's like when we talk to Ricardo, it's a different picture over there. And a different take, because it's a different information source. Guardian's got a different information source, but they're all shooting for that collective narrative. For us, it's November. November decides for them, as far as if you could call this legit on the board, but as far as the image portrays, because they're in kind of control of everything right now. If they wanted to just throw down, they can throw some executive shit and go into Marshall and bam, there you go. But if they can play the world stage, then if they go to do that, it's going to fit the tone. There won't be other parts in countries rising up, because that's what I think the main concern is. You don't want like-minded people in the UK to see what happens here and then start to rise up. So you kind of got to keep things on a slow simmer until you're ready to pop it all.
Yeah. Isn't that what Republicans and isn't that what people were saying in the 2020 election, though? That as soon as this election's going to call what's going to happen, and we got to wait to see what happens, and then it happened, and then now we're waiting for the next one. We always end up waiting for the next one.
Oh no, I think they got totally set up, and I said it back then too. They were so naive going into that. They sat there and said that they were fixing to contest those electorals. That shit was all in play, and you can go back. Feel free to watch the timestamps. But when Ted,
I'm agreeing with you. And
all of a sudden Ray Epps does his little whisper, because they knew what was coming. And
we were saying what you're saying right now, Rescue. I didn't mean to cut you off, but there was millions of people saying what you just said, in 2020. Like, if this really does go this way over here, that's it. We're doing something about it. And now I hear a whole bunch of people, all right, well, next election. And it's like, how many elections do we got to wait for it to actually?
Well,
here's the difference, Ghetto.
Hold on, Bug Out. I'm going to throw, so here I'm going to give you just food for thought. Just know on this for a moment. So if for the last 2 years, everybody that got all pissed and had on the J6 and was like, wait a minute, what? If that started maintaining that collectiveness, if that had stayed that way and then started focusing on local areas and had people set up to go into play, this would be a whole different level of playing field. But we're still disarrayed just like we were January 5th. We're right back there. We didn't gain any ground. We lost it. And that's just food for thought. I think if we had stuck together, it would have done better. I don't know. There's an echo.
Yeah, there's been a random echo. I'm not sure if it's. I don't know if it's me. It's me. I don't think so.
It's always me. It's always me.
It's always me. Just ask my kids or my wife. It's always me. But no.
So what were you gonna say, Bushido?
Yeah, go for it.
Oh, sorry, Rusty.
Anyway,
well,
no.
Mine's going to be quick. This is going to be a quick one, and the difference with this one is the right kept saying, if this doesn't happen, if this doesn't happen, if this does happen, if this does happen, we're going to do something. The difference is on this next one, the other side is going to do it to us. It's not going to be us doing anything.
Yeah, that's my point. That's what I mean. Like, we lost our chance to react. We're losing our chance to react because we're steady waiting for the right thing to happen.
What I was going to say about that is,
go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Law-abiding citizens always follow the law. So we are going to sit and wait until we decide that they tell us that we need to do this. Because the rule, we're always going to be law-abiding. So we're not just going to go swinging out with our guns ablazing, because we have to pay attention to our Constitution. This is what we're fighting for. So, of course, we're going to sit back. We're going to use that piece of paper, which is what we're using to defend us. So us law-abiding citizens are not going to stand up yet until it actually hits the fan.
Meanwhile, it's been hitting the fan the whole time.
Yeah, it has been. And for 25 years. So, you can watch it. And knowing what you know now, man, if you went back and just reviewed how it went down, it's so obvious to see, Yeah,
it is. And I'm not discrediting law-abiding citizens and stuff like that, Hurricane. I totally understand it. And I wish in a utopian world, I would agree with it. I mean, hey, that's what we're fighting for. That's what we need to stick at. We need to stick with that. But when the other side isn't playing by the law and you're still playing by the law, it's like, what the hell are you supposed to do?
That's what
the laws are made for the other ones to break.
Yeah.
We are going to be the ones screwed. We follow.
Yeah, pretty much.
Both sides believes that neither side is playing fair, and that's where they've got you as well. Is that it's very easy to make you to force you to be under the impression that the other side is not playing fair by any means. Not only that, but it comes down to how lazy people are. I mentioned the comment that you get in the chat section, and the thing is, you asked how long would people like. When is the period where people are going to react? I see a lot of the time. I see people, they'll focus on the current thing that's occurring that could potentially be like a world ending type event. Within the prepping sphere as well, I have an enormous amount of respect for people who are in preparedness as well, because they understand that things could go wrong. What's up, man? Good to see you, King Dude. And I got a lot of respect for the preparedness community in general, to understand that things may turn upside down, and what do we do pragmatically to kind of counter that, right? But yet, when I see consistently like people fear mongering or something like that. Fortunately, nobody in this community does that. Like, and I love that about you guys. It's just not really, you don't really like make this big hoo-ha of something coming up, whatever. That you think about things like practically, like yes, they could occur down the road. The biggest part of everything I'm saying, I know that I'm speaking all in riddles almost, but what I'm really saying is that people are numbed and people are lazy, and even if all people want to do is just absolutely focus on their comfort. Nobody wants to be like uncomfortable, and even when people say that they're going to act on something, like I can tell you now, in 2 years' time, you'll remember me saying this. Perhaps you will, but you'll remember people saying that they were going to potentially, like that the world at the moment as well was going to turn upside down. And it's always just, I've been thinking that the world's going to turn upside down because of local reasons for many, many years. For in fact, like almost 2 decades, I believe completely that things are going to go absolutely upside down within the next year or two. But yet, they're still kind of
always still standing. Yeah.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, even if things turn bad, we've got to. Sorry, Rescue.
No, go ahead. Sorry, my bad.
No. That's all I was saying. Like, that's pretty much what I was saying. Is that it's just people are too lazy to do anything, is what I believe, and they've knocked people down to the point that people wouldn't care. People can watch violent things happen in front of them. Look what happened like 2 months ago on a subway, and that shit happens, and nobody reacts because people are completely numbed. Like, whether you want to believe it's the fluoride or whether you want to believe it's over exposure to just chaos, as I was speaking about earlier, how we just don't know the difference. Like, it's people don't want to do anything and nobody's going to react. And the thing is that I see this all day, every day. And that's like where locally, do you know what it's been like being into preparedness for like 2 decades myself locally, and nobody else is into prepping? Like, I'm one of the few people that it's extremely rare for people to be into prepping locally. I'm not complaining about it, but I'm saying it's like standing in the middle of a crowd and feeling like a really big bus is coming for the big crowd, and I'm trying to scream to get people to move the hell out of the way, and nobody wants to budge. And I just can't understand why nobody wants to like even take small steps to become more self-reliant, so that if shit goes wrong, do you know that like on my channel, do you know that like only 5% of my watch people is local? You know that only 5%, like nobody cares about prepping. What I'm saying, you don't realize what I mean, but it's like people are so numbed, and to see that type of thing all the time and to just be like, oh well, like I can't explain how frustrating that is. I'm having to completely like keep myself as professional and polite as I can, but like on the inside I'm screaming out, and I'm like, what the hell is wrong with people that nobody like, that everybody just seems to just, okay, all right, everything sucks, but what are we going to do about it? You know what I mean? Like, I'm sorry.
It's like they live. Well, no, it's like they live in an artificial world, artificial reality that they've created for themselves.
No.
And they stay in their own comfort.
What it is, Ghetto, and you were close. But reality is a variable. Reality is not a constant. So the thing is, what you're seeing, Guardian, is survival. People are learning how to survive and be resilient to their environment. And they do that by desensitizing and normalizing things that they see every day,
Absolutely.
Like if smoke shot out of the sewers in downtown and it never happened before, people would go, oh my God, there's smoke shooting out of the sewers. But when it happens every morning, people go, oh, that's just the steam coming out of the sewers. It's no big deal. And they normalize to it. And that's what they've been doing to us. They're giving it to us in packets and doses. And they're just going, wait until this becomes normal, and boom. And if they overdo it a little bit, then they have a distraction event, to take your mind off of it, to let your mind chew on it for a minute, and then focus on this. Focus on Johnny Depp for a second. Forget about that. And then once they're like, okay, now they're ready. Let's throw another one on them, And when you sit there one day, usually for me, it's when I'm sitting in the toilet or I'm in the shower for some reason. And I'm like, how in the hell did we get here from there? Because 20 years ago, man, these preppers 20 years ago would have burned the entire country down if they did half of the shit that they've done to us in the last.
Right.
I mean,
amen. Sorry. Fucking amen, man.
But yeah, we've They slowly got us there, man. And here I am making it sound like I'm not one of them. But what the hell am I doing? I'm not doing anything. You know, I'm sitting here just like everybody else. So like I'm kind of talking in the mirror too at the same time, you know.
That, probably literally sitting there flexing, talking in the mirror like, oh yeah, bug out, you sound so great. Sorry. I'm half sleepy. But that's why it makes so much sense that A Brave New World and books like that and things like that were said so long ago make so much sense. It's like it's that slow numbing down of society, and that's how it's able to be controlled. Whether it's by corporations, governments, whatever you want to call it. I mean, that's what they're doing.
You know, Bagat, what you're saying is true for everybody. Even myself, I know that I could be doing more. I'm trying to actively do what I can, and I think we all try to actively do what we can within our own, reasoning. I'm sure that with yourself as well, you think about things going wrong, and you get yourself mentally prepared, which is one of the biggest ways to actually be a lot more prepared for SHTF scenarios is just the mental side of it. But you do that actively already, so you do a lot more than most, it seems, because most people don't really give a damn about like trying to improve on any skills, even within your history and with where you've been. Like you have a lot of tactical training that will play to your advantage in every way, and you know that underneath you realize that completely. So what I'm saying is that it's like, even when I say that all of these things are so frustrating, it's like I am actively doing something, but am I really actively doing everything I could possibly do every single day? I think I'd wear myself out completely if I didn't take any sort of R&R time or whatever, and if I just consistently try to be active and stuff. But I mean, when I'm on these streams and when I'm here, like I'm not actively doing anything to make the world better. I'm just, maybe having a positive impact to a degree, I guess, which is what we can do with these live streams, which is amazing because some people feel isolated. So we give them hope, and we feel like we're not alone when we have similar thoughts and share ideas. And sometimes even when we disagree, sometimes it's that bond together. But all I'm saying is that, like, yeah, I think it's all of us, Bug Out, that we could always do a little bit more,
And something funny. It's not a little more. We could do a whole lot more. Hell, we need to. It's been desensitized over everything. I mean, everything is now made fun of. Any type of manner or moral it's joked on. It's total desensitized. There's no drive. That's where all this is going to come. And I don't know, man. All I can say is come November, I wish everybody would at least give November a shot. Try to vote at least for November. After that, it's not going to matter because we either have a crack in the daylight or it's fixing to go pitch black, because that's just November's good. If we don't make it there, then there you go. We went darker sooner than November.
You mean a dark winter? I believe it was said.
It's going to be dark from here on out. There will be no. So I'll tell you what. Come November, I'll be first. My towel will be leading all the others. Is all I can say is if we can't pull off something in November, because that's why I don't even really, I'm hoping that there's enough recovery even after that, because it's the generation of people, and it is just that people, there is no care, there's no concern. It's more natural to insult somebody than to compliment somebody. It's more natural to be aggressive towards somebody than caring towards somebody. And it's the whole message when you look back over the past couple of decades of what's been transmitted through the.
But here's the rub on that, though.
My God, look at the shit that's called mainstream entertainment on TV right now. It's crazy shit, dude.
But here's the rub on that. And this was an old guy at a gun show that told me this. And it was funny that it stuck with me. But once I saw it this way, it helped me deal with it, And what he said, we got into a talk. It was at a gun show. So, of course, it starts with guns, right? You know how that goes. But then we started talking about prepping. Then we started talking about people. And then we started talking about politics. And then we started talking about, how it naturally kind of progresses from one to the other. But what that guy said to me was prepping and survivalist thinking is a very selfish pursuit. you are giving yourself an advantage over the other guy. That's really what you're doing. You know, you're taking yourself out of the bread line. Well, when you're not in that bread line, you just freed up how much time to work on the things and do the things you need to do. You're buying yourself time is what you're doing as a prepper. And
that's crazy that you think of it in that perspective, though, or that guy did or whatever, because it's just, I don't know. Just never.
But if you think about it, like it, and really what it is like, and what he was saying is, here's the part that's kind of funny, is because in any other pursuit, a person will err towards the side of selfishness. But when it comes to self-reliance, they won't do it. They won't do it. They say somebody will take care of me. Somebody will be generous, and somebody will give me something. Or they pull the religious card and say, there's a friend of mine here. He says, God will take care of me. And I'm like, dude, God is telling you that it's coming right now. You know, God is telling you the flood's coming. Are you building a boat, or are you standing there laughing at a guy building a boat right now? You know, and like, you know, a bunch of people can be selfish together. And that was the thing that the guy said to me that really kind of rocked my mind for a second, because he's like, people got to look out for themselves. And we've been conditioned to be communal. We've been conditioned to fit into society. We've been conditioned to be a cog in the wheel of a bigger machine. This whole prepping and survival mindset is an individual mindset where you're removing yourself from the machine. You're not being a cog in the machine. You are taking care of number one in your family, and that's the prime focus. It's the opposite of what we've been doing and how we've been raised under this Rockefeller-induced system. You know,
that's the way I was raised, though, Bug Guy. See, it's like I guess maybe okay. So, if you had to do a basic description of a prepper, what would be a basic description of a prepper?
An old guy on a hover round.
No, what? So you got no description, because see, that's everything I've heard. It's like here we have oil lamps because the power goes out, so we go days without power. So we actually have buckets of water that we pour in to flush, or we go get a bucket of water to cook and wash dishes. So take a bath. So we live like that. You know, we have food stored. And we eat a certain way when there's no power. We're, of course, not opening and closing freezers all day and stuff. So, you know, we go down to kind of a minimized diet, I guess you'd say. So I guess it does matter where you were raised, because that's everyday life around here. I mean, sure, nowadays, after the past couple of hurricanes down in the bigger cities like Houston and stuff, and we've had some migrants from down there travel. So yeah, if we had probably some 2-week outage of power, we'd probably have a bunch of whiny asses around here right now. But it just, but it's survival for most people all in this county here where that's norm. And I mean, I guess if the grocery store really did not have anything, then there's cows out in the pasture, and we have farmers markets all around. So,
and that's how a lot of people used to be. And really, when that changed was when that Great Depression era died off. That value system kind of died in the city, you know, because nobody remembered when it all failed. And immediately after those old people died, the next generation said it'll never happen. And you're like, it just happened. You know, you're like, man, look, open your book and read where it happened. And they're like, man, you want all your money in the stock market. And you're like, well, when times get tough, the stock market crashes, and they look at you and they go, it'll never crash. And you're like, open your book again, dumbass. You know, I mean, it's like this stuff has already happened to us. We're only 200 years old or whatever. And like all these failures have already occurred to us. So, you know, it'll happen again. And that's the thing. It's, you know,
yeah.
Same thing with solar flares. You know, there were solar flares. There was that huge CME that happened in Russia where it burned all their power lines, because power lines were just starting to be a thing at the time. It was like 1900, I think. And
you're talking about the Carrington event?
Maybe, yeah. And those copper lines just caught on fire. You know?
Yeah, and they are 5 times stronger than our infrastructure right now. Those wires, that technology, it was stronger than what we have right now.
And what do you think's going to happen if we get another one of those? It doesn't even have to be a human political failure, which is what we're all assuming it's going to be, just because we've never had a less effective political system in place, as we do today. So most likely it'll be something political, but it doesn't even have to be, man. Like environmentally, we can get screwed, and just having a backup plan is just seems like second nature to me, because I was raised by my grandparents, and they always, my grandmother's basement was full of jars of stuff, and she was always cooking, and she never just cooked. She made a big old stock pot of everything she made, and you'd eat a third of it, and she would save 2/3 of it. 1/3 would go in the freezer, and the other one would get canned, and it's just, that was how she did stuff, man. And that was normal to me, seeing it. And then I kind of got away from it because I became a city guy and couldn't really afford it, didn't really have the space or whatever, got kind of lazy. And then I dialed myself back in, over time. But yeah, it's the thing is, I think we need to up those times. You're a responsible citizen that's got 2 weeks worth of stuff laying around. That's cool for like a power outage, but every disruption of political power, not electrical power, we're talking a year, at least. It'll be a year until things feel normal again.
So I want to go back to the thing that you're speaking about, because I think it's always been an interesting topic of, preppers being selfish
Guardian.
as well. Sorry, go ahead, get it. Yeah.
I just wanted 1 second. I'm gonna tell y'all good night. I gotta take my butt to sleep. I didn't even mean to stay up here that long. Sorry, Guardian.
Okay.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, brother.
No, you're good, bro.
Y'all have a good day.
I'll chat to you soon.
All right.
See you,
What's up,
man.
1A? All right, y'all. Later.
Yeah, see you later, man.
Hey, I'm gonna go ahead and head out too. I gotta get some rest while this little baby raccoon is sleeping.
Already heard.
All right.
Let me head out.
Take it easy, Richard.
Talk to you later.
Yep. See you guys later. Have a good day.
Yeah, see you later.
Bye.
Bye-bye. So
all right, Garden, go.
It's an interesting topic, right? And it's one that you brought up, and it's also one that Rescue Junior said on the side here. Now, if we're being realistic about this, and we being all completely honest, is survival and prepping a selfish thing? I firmly, going into prepping, I never did it for any sort of selfish reasons, other than, well, what would you clarify, as selfish? Is self-preservation. I think that the very act of prepping and then putting up like a YouTube channel and kind of completely destroying any obsec that I have, like, is kind of showing that I'm willing to try and assist other people to get into the right mindset of doing so. Because the only thing that I really can do is kind of try and lead by example by prepping, and then hoping that other people will be more prepared. Because essentially what you're doing then is, if you have much more of your community prepared, if they're able to, and prepping doesn't always need to cost a lot, it's so much more, the information and knowledge is always so much more important as well. So while I do agree with you, I do agree with that guy to an extent, is like, being prepping is kind of like you're cheating in the game. If the world had to go into SHTF, you are essentially, you've like taken your, if we were playing like a game right now, right? And we all have characters, okay? And our characters are who we are. And now what you've done is you've equipped that character with the ability to filtrate water. You've equipped that character with the ability to survive out in the wilderness. You've equipped that character with the knowledge on what to eat around the terrain, how to procure food, how to like skin, how to make sure that they can create their own clothing. Like you've taken, and that would be a prepper, right? You've equipped this character with all the capabilities that it would require, and then you compare that to a citizen that has not even ever thought about a SHTF scenario. You put them both in a zombie apocalypse type scenario, or whatever. I'm not saying zombie apocalypse is one of my highest things. Trust me, I'm not. I definitely think like weather is a much more practical thing, and then also political disruptions being one of them. This, the internet going down, all these type of things. But it's like what you've done essentially is you've equipped yourself and those that you care for with the capability to be more prepared. Now, in the old days, I could say in the old days, like back when people were still kind of moving from one place to another, they would have to learn to live off the land much more efficiently. So it would be a much more natural thing to be more self-reliant. But in the modern world, it's like people do see prepping as almost a selfish thing. Meanwhile, if SHTF really happens, like suddenly what you've done, and people have to rush to the stores, the preppers are not the people who are rushing to the stores and causing the queues to be longer. They're the people who have already thought about these things way before. And I don't need to raid any store for any time. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not one of the people that's going to be trying to go and be combative towards other people that are trying to acquire food at the last minute, because I've been pragmatic about it, and I've learned to live off a rotational cycle regarding my food so that I can be 3 months ahead at all times at the very least. Like, it's just pragmatic, and that's the thing, Bushido, it came naturally to you. Sorry for the whole rant and ramble, but like, that's my whole take on it, is I never got into this because of any sort of selfish reasons. It's just that I also live in a country where these threats are occurring all the time.
No, and it's actually weird, though. I think it's TV. Maybe it's the show that kind of gives the image that it's selfish, because, to be honest, when it's like growing up, it was the Green Berets were the survivalists. Were back then as a kid, it was when they came to be, man, that was like, oh, wow. But it was never viewed as independent. Those were the people that knew how to do, the stuff that was going to need to be. And so it wasn't about them for just themselves. It was, and I guess nowadays it's like the mentality, because I don't know, dude, I know how to do something. I would be doing it for everybody around me. It wouldn't be just me. And that's,
if they listen.
Go ahead.
And this is what I was talking about. This frustration because you're trying to share knowledge. It's because you're not selfish. And the word selfish is getting misconstrued a little, because in the end, you take care of yourself. And if you can share it, if you can spread it, if you can get someone else that is thinking about it and you show them the way, that's one thing, and that's why we're all here right now. We felt the need to communicate with other people about it, to teach or to learn or whatever, And so we aren't selfish, but we have to call it what it is, because what we're doing is we're ensuring our survival by stacking the deck in our favor, which is a self-preservation act, which translates into the simple way to say it is it's selfish, but it's the one time where being selfish is a good thing, but getting people to break that stereotype in their head is hard. They feel like they're hoarding. They feel like they're violating some kind of unwritten rule if they take more than what they need. We've been raised to not do that, and it's kind of going against the grain, sort of. And it's weird because people that'll break any other rule, for some reason, they don't want to knock the eraser off of the shoulder of that for some reason. And I think it's because of laziness mixed with other things, because once they start, then they're committed and they have to keep going, and it's like, if you tell somebody like, hey, do you want to start working out? They'll say yes. And then when you say, what are you doing Saturday? Oh, I'm busy, because if they do it the first time, then they have to do it the second time,
That's so true.
And it's the same thing with prepping, it's the same thing with prepping. And what they're hoping is that someone else will do it for them. And what I've learned, and this is the God's honest truth, I don't help people anymore physically, because every time I've helped someone, they stop prepping because they say, that guy's just going to give me what I need. I'll give people a pair of boots, a backpack, I'll give them stuff that's worth money. I got it off of jobs and I didn't pay for it, but I'm giving somebody a $200 backpack for a bug out bag. And then every time I talk to them, I'm like, so what have you put in the bag? And they're like, oh, I haven't got around to it yet. And I'm like, dude, it's been 2 years, You don't even have a bag full. You don't even have 72 hours. And I make fun of people that only have 72 hours. People are like, I got a bug out bag. I'm fine. I'm like, no, you're not. That just means you can choose where you starve to death. You can say, no, I want to starve to death over there. You know, like
well, you can really make fun of me because I don't have a bug out bag for shit. I have a location. It's my house. This is where I'm at. I'm in the woods. So
yeah.
I figure if the shit gets to me, then all y'all done threw in the towels. So there ain't nowhere
well,
else.
A bug out bag is that's like what your son would have in his truck. You know.
Yeah.
You have to have a destination.
I don't know. You know, like it's definitely it can be a very useful thing. You know, when it comes to having, if you can combine it with transport for yourself as well. Obviously, it is always part of a system. I mean, we don't need to go into the core of like the reason why, because it's actually debatable. And there's a lot of people that are more recently. There's people that are debating having a VOB, you know, having an inch kit, the I'm never coming home kit. And it's more just an interesting facet as well, because if you look at most survival situations, you like, if you think that like, you know, the idea that a kit will be able to be all you need is an illusion, but we all know this. But it's like having a kit can definitely help a hell of a lot in the sense, to be a cushioning kind of between our current comforts and just like, you know, complete SHTF type living. The thing is, having that kit together means that at the last minute, I don't need to go into town and get anything. Like I've got the kit that I would need to have and all the requirements covered. And also not just that, but because of my scouting and my like just general, I'm always hiking, camping and that type of thing, I utilize the kit and the gear all the time. So I discover what works for me and what I like and what gear actually like I feel the most comfortable and that I can rely on, that's just never going to break. Because I can't tell you how many times I've broken foldable little like shovels, like those compact shovels. I've broken so many of those and learned the hard way that the only way to really do it is like having a fixed, sturdy, like proper mini shovel, like the shorter compact ones. Like that's
like
really
the old
good.
Russian ones. Those old Russian ones are amazing.
Yes.
Sorry if I clicked on that. My bad.
No.
Sorry if I clicked on that comment rescue. Unless you did, I didn't mean to.
I did. I pulled it up. I was
okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead and put it on. My bad. Because when I'm on my phone, I scroll through the
being able to
comments.
read the writing off the wall, in my opinion, is extending the way of life you are accustomed to.
Yes.
I like that explanation.
Yes. That's very well said. Yeah.
I guess what I don't know. Sometimes I just, man, I don't know. I'm going to say this, and this is one of my Gary moments.
Are we all going to hate you for this?
You know, but I will. Hey, full disclosure, I'm not bringing nobody's wife up. So, there's just, you know, I guess it's hard for me sometimes to, and that's why. So hopefully, if I've come across as a smartass, I'm not trying to really. I'm not, but I don't know how to say this other than, man, you kind of go and experience something, and then once you do, and then you come out, and as you're kind of standing around, you listen to armchair quarterbacks kind of talk about, oh yeah, and it's like, man, you really have no idea, and you kind of shake your head, and sometimes, I'm not trying to disrespect nobody, but you just, man, when it comes to the ugly shit, unless you've been in that ugly shit, you just don't know what ugly is. And that's a whole, and so that's why I just try to, man, it's matter of fact, somebody even brought up, I think it was Tat, said something about trying to get a group in his area, you know, but people are, I guess, standoffish. He didn't say that. I definitely ad-libbed that, but he was talking about trying to get a group together and then not going. And see, and that's why communication, because we're here, you know, right now. So figure out a way to talk to people. That's what I'm in the process of fixing. I'm trying to work on is a way, because I know I'm surrounded by people that don't like me, and that's okay. I'm just, they've always left me alone. But now we're coming to a different time, so I have to change my perspective. But all I can say is it's easy to look at the 75 inch and watch a CGI version of something and go, oh yeah, I got this. And it's like, no, you don't quite. got this. But,
yeah. But, you know, the funny part about what you just said is that it happens backwards. And this is what I mean specifically. It's always the people that have the location and the people that have the stuff and people that are further along than I am. You know, I don't have any livestock. I don't even have chickens right now, you know. So I have a chicken coop, but I haven't had chickens for like 3 years.
You got possums, though.
I got me some possums. I sure do. When the dog doesn't kill them. But so like, hey, I got stuff I need to work on myself. Don't get me wrong, but the people that have land, the people that have a space, those are the people reaching out to people. Here's the funny part: when I didn't have land, I was searching for somebody that did, so that I could latch onto them and say, "Hey, man, here's what I'm bringing to the table. Here's what I have. I'm not going to cost you anything. I'll be a benefit because now we'll have one more swinging dick on the grounds, you know, to help keep things under control, help keep the security tight, carry water, do whatever I got to do, you know." And there were a few of us when I lived up north. We found each other, but we didn't have a place to go. We didn't have a destination, which is the most important prep, is to have a destination. That's when suddenly the bug out bags and the inch bags make sense. When you have somewhere to go, all that crap makes sense. When you don't, it makes no sense at all, you know?
And that's not only the thing, also, you know, having a place to go, great, but also knowing your terrain and knowing the local area and spending an extraordinary, like, get addicted to, if you understand like the local maps as well, and if you can do map reading efficiently, get addicted to map reading your local area. Just absolutely understand it as best you can. Use maps in general, then also go onto like just your atlases, and then go onto like Google Earth, go and spend some time on Google Earth and just look around at the terrain. Start falling in love with with understanding your terrain and the local region where you're at, and what you can and can't eat there, and where all the rivers are at. And just like, if you can utilize the resources that we have now, such as like Google Earth, as I've just mentioned, Google Earth, you go and use Google Earth and just tell me that you can't start thinking to yourself like what it really looks like out there and where to go. And then what you do is you go out there yourself with like an adventure motorcycle, and then you go into these different areas. And I've been exploring, and I promise you, Google Earth gives you a surprisingly good understanding of the terrain. And I've been able to, without using like my GPS or anything, be able to navigate the terrain just from the understanding of reading and being like really interested in maps in general of the local area. So yeah, either have a location to go to, or the bug out bag can also help when you know the most convenient areas for sustainability.
Well, I'm going to sue ahead right now, full disclosure, and let you know, Guardian, that if I go to bug out to South Africa, I have not going to have looked at one damn map over there, and I'm going to be 100% relying on you to tell me exactly where and what I need to be doing. I'm fessing up right out the gate.
I think you'd be extremely happy to know some of the, I could tell you just between us, possibly even here on the side, and I could tell you that there's a extraordinarily, like the best location you could ever imagine. And I could like, we could even discuss it now. And there's a couple of good places, but you and I can chat sometime off of live chat, and I'll tell you, I can show you the map and the region where I'm at, and I can show you some amazing cave systems. I can show you some places that are really beautiful, is all I'm saying. And not just the cave systems. I'm speaking about the cave systems are just like, you know, temporary shelters. I'm speaking about places that are where there's fresh water, beautiful fruit, like the fauna and flora, a lot of edible fauna and flora. It's good out there. That's what I'm saying.
I have a caveat too. Since Rescue came honest, any motorcycle I get on is an adventure motorcycle. I have just had to get that off my chest.
Song of the South said, bug out question. Don't you think too many generations have gone by and have forgotten about the Great Depression era of make do with what you don't have?
Oh yeah, for sure. And the funny part is, the Middle East is really hilarious because it reminds me of Depression era Americans. They will make something out of something that had no You would never think to use the stuff for what they use it for. They repurpose everything. The Philippines was the same way. I saw whole neighborhoods by the Intramuros that was made out of like milk crates and twine and all kinds of stuff. And I'm like, man, don't they have a building code here? And I'm like, oh, that's right. Well, they're not in a big bloated, ginormous, politically corporate environment. They can do whatever the hell they want here. But I'm in the free country, you know, like I can't build another outbuilding on my property or I'll get fined and probably arrested. Like, why does me having another barn like make the state fail and go into global warming or something, you know? Like, it's dumb.
I thought it was private property, right? I thought it was private property, which means I own it. That's the part that bothers me, is the fact that I should be able to do whatever I want on my property as long as it's not affecting the people around me. It's very simple. What the hell does building something on my property have anything to do with the community?
Oh, because that's where they, in the cities, the best I understand is how they just, it's like all the building codes, supposedly structural safe, all that's being taken into account, the appearance and all that good shit. And then you have your sewer utility usage has to be calculated. See, now where I live, oh no, it's totally different. I go out here and build whatever I want and install what I want. But that's what I've learned throughout these talks is there's a big disconnect between city folk and country people. And it's not because like the movies and TV has always made it. It's the way of life.
Yeah, man,
I do want to point out real quick, though, when they give me 1 sec, I want to point out that if, by the way, the shit does hit the fan, so whoever is closest to hot mess, when it hits the fan, we need to get her down, because then that way we have soap for life. Because she says she's bringing the soap to the thing.
If somebody lives near hot mess, somebody bring that poor girl, a raincoat, for God's sake.
A yellow one with a hat.
Yeah, can you
code
imagine
enforcement around here?
Sorry, go ahead, Glenn.
What's up, Billy?
I was going to say real quick, code enforcement around here only has jurisdiction within city limits. So they come out here sometimes, they'll creep outside their jurisdiction and come up here and like to our properties where I live and try to say things. We're like, bro, first of all, you don't have jurisdiction. You don't even have any authority. But second of all, you're not even deputized. Get the hell off my property.
Well, for us, it's the
county.
county.
They're just like, okay. And they leave. They turn around and leave. They're like, you're right. I've no. But what I want to say to them is, why are you even here? If you know that you're not legally allowed to be here and you have no authority over me, why are you here? That's the main question. You shouldn't even be here to begin with. You know you shouldn't be here. I know you shouldn't be here. Just leave.
Yeah, for us, it's the county. And because I share a county with a city, I am held to the standard of the city. So what they're thinking is, the guy who lives on 3/4 of an acre, why does he need 5 buildings? You know? But I live on 41 acres, you know?
Are you going by laws or ordinances or city ordinance?
I don't know. The guys that show up and tell you that
you need to find that out, bro, because this is something that D-Dog that is real big with what he likes. If your city ordinances and policies are not backed up by a state law, federal law, or a constitutional law, it is null and void. They cannot enforce it.
Well, what's funny, my neighbor beat
city
it.
ordinance just because they want to.
My neighbor beat it. He beat the system, and he built a she shed for his wife, pretty much, and he put it on blocks. So he didn't pour a slab. He put it on blocks and gravel, and the county came. He didn't install the toilet because he knew the county was going to see that he was building, and they knew that they were going to snoop and check it out. Well, they came in and he said, no, it's a temporary building. See, it's on blocks. And the inspector was like, okay, it's a temporary building. Well, you're allowed to have that. But here's what's funny. If you build a house, there's all these hurricane codes and these ridiculous laws. You have to have impact windows, and man, impact windows are really expensive. We're talking probably to the tune, you could add about 25 to 30,000 onto your house. just for windows and sliders, you know, because they're just way more expensive than a regular window or door, you know. And but anyway, you build some little shack that has no consideration for the hurricanes or the weather or any of that stuff, and you can do it.
We're talking about you.
But you can't build a permanent structure that could resist the weather and not be a detriment to the environment. You know, it doesn't make any sense. It's just backwards, man. It's funny how that works.
Well, they do it like even here. If you go into the city, if you do a trailer house, then you have to do the hurricane anchors and straps and shit to the trailer house. But after you get your trailer house put in and those straps, then you can go ahead and order your shed and have it set right out there on cinder blocks. So it's like that building can fly through the air. It's okay as long as the mobile home is stationary. Yeah, that's how where I live. It doesn't matter. You can put whatever, you can build whatever. But then that's
you want to know why the police don't like me around here and the city council is because any sign that they put up that's unconstitutional, I instantly contact their city attorney and city manager and I complain. And I break down why it's unconstitutional. And the two signs that I got taken down were outside of public buildings. Because if it's a public building, I have the right to take pictures or video inside your building. It's public. And you can't ask me to leave. It's not a private business. If I'm taking pictures inside of City Hall, as long as I'm not disturbing the peace, I'm not messing up, you know, the flow of business, as long as I'm not being disorderly. Oh. Are you leaving, Guardian? Take it easy, brother. I mean, interrupt you, man.
Poor guy.
Sorry, I was just going to say bye. I'm just going to help Patia quickly. I don't mean to interrupt you either there. Please continue. And I'm just going to say bye. And I'll catch up with you guys soon. Later.
I love you, brother.
God,
hey, I do want to ask
every time Guardian wanted to talk, somebody was like, and then I said, you know.
Bro, I've been sitting here for 45 minutes and they said a damn word.
What state do you live in, T-Girl? I'm just curious. If you don't mind me saying, if you don't want to say, that's fine. I totally get it. So don't worry about it. But T-Girl said, I have stocked my own pond with fish. And why do they have to have a fishing license to fish in their own pond? Ridiculous. And I'm just kind of curious to where that is because where I live, it's private lakes and it's our shit. And we don't have to have no license. But then I live in Texas, so it's different, I guess. I thought everywhere, if you owned your own shit, then you could do what you wanted with your own pond, but maybe not.
If you're in city limits in most states, within city limits, they have things that they can do. That's why a lot of people like to get
but can you do your own pond if you're in a city?
It depends, you know, like that's what I'm saying. Cities. All these cities have different regulations and ordinances that are all unconstitutional, and it's up to you, the people, to go fight that because they can't do that.
Here, I don't think that in the cities, I don't know if you can put a pond in per se. I know you can put like little, because you can do in-ground pools.
I'm sure inside of city limits, if you had a pond without a fence, you would probably get hemmed up.
That's probably what it is.
It's ridiculous.
It's like in the city, if you have a trailer house, it has to have skirting on it.
Bro, there's people that live 4 miles away from me that for like 8 years had a damn a double-story trailer that they built into a tree like a tree house. Okay, you know what I mean? And like code enforcement, you can't do this. And like, we're not in city limits. And like the police came out and there was actual a standoff in their double-story trailer, and then the police chief contacted the captain. It was like, we can't do anything to them. You need to back the hell off, or get us a lawsuit. And what I was saying earlier about the signs being taken down is that basically any public building that's funded, any public building is funded by taxpayer money. I have the right to be in there. I don't have to be like, say it's a city hall. I don't have to be there for official business. I can just walk in and walk around. From the time that the city hall opens till it closes, I can be there as a tax-paying citizen of this county. And nobody can tell me to leave. Say, Rescue, you were the manager there, and you're like, you have to leave. I don't have to. It's
Well,
public.
it depends because
It
see,
don't.
that's well, I don't know. I just got a bomb through it.
Okay. Well, that's different. Well, just because you got a bomb threat doesn't mean I have to leave. That's me. I'm in charge of my own personal safety.
Well, yeah, because now it's but that's my duty is to evacuate the building and to secure the area and to make it safe for all the people on that property. So that would be my role. So it's a back and forth. That's all I was pointing out. Not that I would.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree to an extent because you got to look at it as they operate on policy. It's public property. The same rules inside that city hall in the publicly accessible areas. The law is the same if I was walking down the sidewalk. Okay, now, if there is a bomb threat, any normal person is going to be like, well, I don't want to get blown up. I'm out of here. You know what I mean? I mean, they're going to be like, okay, you're telling me there's a bomb threat, but they're also public servants. And the law is on our side. And what bothers me is the fact that policies in public buildings are for workers only. It's not for the public. Now say, like how many city halls have a great setup of the history of the county and the city, and they have all these things set up, these paintings, these pictures. Why can't I go in there and take pictures of that? That's what it's there for.
Later, Twisted. Have a good one, brother. Get you some rest. Well, yeah, but that might have to do with ownership of the pictures.
Well, see, there's no expectation of privacy in public. So therefore, if you don't want those pictures to be seen, then they should not be put up in public. Because there is no consent law when it comes to videotaping or recording unless your state has more than a one-party consent law. Now, if you have 2 or 3 party, then yeah.
Is there one that says you can videotape and picture?
Absolutely. In Georgia, we have a one-party consent law. You know what that one party is? Me. I don't need your consent to videotape here in public. The Supreme Court already ruled that there's no expectation of privacy in public. And if you work as a public servant, which means you work off the taxpayer dollars, then we have the right to see what you're doing in the course of your duties. Whether you're a police officer, you work for City Hall, whatever.
Well, yeah, but with the art, that's different because that could be, I don't know, there might be some wording in that different. I don't know. I've never had.
The art is public. That's the thing, is if you go into, say, like a private museum and you see pictures, then they can tell you can't videotape because it's private. You own the whole building. When it becomes public, it means that
some of those places, but where we were talking with somebody and found that no, not all the buildings. The property might be public land, but the building could be private donors or something.
See, if it's funded, that's where it comes down to where if it's funded by taxpayer dollars, then it's public. Now, of course, I can't go into restricted areas. I can't go into employee or person, authorized personnel areas because that's illegal. But as far as the publicly accessible areas, like the lobby, the forum.
Can I ask you a serious question? So what makes, and this is serious. I know it's going to sound totally goofy, but I mean, I'm just serious. But,
yeah, bro.
So because the way the words flowed and the tone and everything, it's like you acknowledged a secure area or an accessible area,
Yes, because that's the law.
But you can't distinguish the same disconnect with like taking pictures of like artist pictures that they have on display or something.
Well, if it's in a public forum,
but then there isn't a door that's telling you no unauthorized access. It's still in the same public building. It's just that on this wall is the door.
No. See, that's the thing. That's that is listed with a law behind it. That is a restricted area. When you see that, that's like, oh, well, if I go behind that door, that's against the law. I cannot go behind that door. But in the public lobby or anywhere that's accessible to public, then you absolutely have the right to public photography or videotape. Now, if you go behind that threshold,
you don't think there might be law though, 1A, that like if there's a posted sign, that then you can't.
That's policy. If it's public. Okay. Well, I get what you're saying. Say you're City Hall, right? I walk in and on the door it says no no photography or video. But it's a public lobby. That is a unconstitutional, null and void policy. It's a policy. It's not backed by law. If there is a sign on something, it has to have proper signage. There has to be a penal code or a state statute that backs that up. Because if not, it's just policy. And if you're giving me policy in a public area, my First Amendment right is what it protects me.
But do you know that there isn't a state law or anything like that that backs that up?
Yeah, because it's a public area. If it was private, if it's a privately owned business, then I have to follow every single rule or policy that they put out because that's their privately owned business.
That the state can pass a law.
Well, they do all the time.
Well, yeah. But I'm just saying.
You know, they pass laws that are unconstitutional. You know, that's just how it works, unfortunately.
Well, a lot of the legislators today don't know the law. Is the problem?
That's what I'm saying. They don't. It's like if I go to Walmart and I'm videotaping and they ask me to leave, I got to leave, or that's criminal trespass. I got to get out of there. You know, they can't. You know, I can't argue with them. You know, that's not a public area. That's a privately owned business with private property.
Well, that is one thing I find, because I find the same thing you just said, but I find people will say that about grocery stores and Walmarts, and it's like, just to see, it doesn't work that way.
No, it don't. That's privately owned. It's not publicly owned. We didn't fund that, so how the hell do I have any say so?
But did you though? And this is the gray area, because you know a lot of those Walmarts are taxpayer funded. I don't know if you knew that or not.
We'll make it more confusing.
Probably the Metropolitans. I bet that's the green Walmarts, isn't it?
No, they make these deals and they sign deals at the crossroads with these small towns, and they say, we'll put a Walmart in your area. And then they make a little deal where they're like, okay, you can't have a competitor within this many miles of us, and you have to build this road and this road for us to set up shop here. And if you do that, then we'll do it. And the city, the local municipality or the state or the county or whatever it ends up being, they throw taxpayer money into the project for it to happen. It happens almost every time.
Double funded. It's double funded. So you do have some type of right there. Okay.
That wouldn't be publicly funded. That's publicly funded through the back door.
Yeah, we didn't know it was happening. So
different funding. Well, you're saying, hey man, you know what? I'll build this really cool thing if this is there and this is over there. So you go, hey, well, okay. Hey, you know what? Let's start new projects. Let's build this over there and build this over there. The benefit was now they'll come in and build theirs in their spot, you know, and that's I don't think the same as the public funding is in.
No, but like a lot of times, like the city builds their parking lot and their access roads and all that stuff. But Walmart now can guarantee that they'll bring this many jobs and this many this and this many that. And then they go to the cities and they say, what are you going to do for me? You know, so the deal is different for each location, because there's some locations where they don't want the Walmart there, you know, and they fight them. Well, Walmart eats the cost on that one. But then there's other towns where they're begging them to do it, and they're willing to go into the red to get that Walmart there because they want it so bad, you know. And depending on which one you're at, I'd be willing to wager that a lot of the startup cost was done with your money, you know.
Oh no, actually I know on our particular store, it was definitely them, and actually they ponied up to the electric company, because it was actually rather ironic, because they circumvented the city electric and got the county electric to go ahead and run and feed onto them, because they knew that theirs was more, because ours is a co-op and it's more reliable.
Right.
So
yeah.
they ponied that up. But they also, see, our little town loved it so much because of the revenue. Dude, the revenue from it just is what they'll look at on a smaller scale. Now, the Metropolitan, I've come to realize, man, them places, that's just, I don't even know how you begin to fix these big cities. When you start talking about just how jacked things are and just how crooked the dollar is, it's like, holy shit, man, these things are so far gone. And if people don't want to get out and build anything and do anything, then what do you do? You know, dude, I'd be all for going into like these damn abandoned places. Let's knock the shit out, tax collect their ass, foreclose on it just for being abandoned. Say it's out of, you know what, you do eminent domain on people's property to make a road. How about this? Eminent domain. You need to house some homeless vets or homeless people. How's that? Because, dude, that's the shit.
Yeah, not just for government gain, not just for so you can make some money off of it. If you're going to do that, do it for the right reason.
You got 6 and 8 story buildings down there with a parking garage even on the same property. And, you know, 15 years ago, or I'll put it this way, 25 years ago when the Astrodome and Astro World was all the shit still, well, these places wanted to be right there. All of a sudden that stopped. Well, those places left. Now the building just sits there. Busted windows, doors hanging off. But there's all this rhetoric bullshit about, oh, we're doing this for the greater good. And it's like, you're not doing jack. And see, and actually that's Houston. That's Sheila Jackson's little backyard. And I forgot who.
If you got a homeless problem, why couldn't you convert that building into a homeless shelter?
There you go. That's a good question.
Why do you keep complaining about homeless problem and we can't do nothing about these homeless people? Well, you have all these abandoned buildings that could be used, like you said, for the greater good. Do it.
It's the cities. And I guess that's the big difference because, man, I don't know what I'll do if it whatever can be like that out here.
But the point I was getting to, Rescue, about what I was saying is I don't play around about the Constitution. I have these rights for a reason. And I will be damned if I let some city council member violate my constitutional rights just because they weren't educated enough to do their job correctly. Okay, that's when I have to step in and let them know what's up. You're not doing this right. This is illegal. You know, I've had 3 trespasses rescinded from different public buildings in this county. Why did I get them rescinded? And why did they give me all my bond money back? And why did they give me everything back? It's because they were in the wrong. And the person that arrested me did not know the law, who happens to be a lieutenant. He's a lieutenant, but doesn't know simple public and private property laws. Well, how the hell are you a law enforcement officer and you're a lieutenant and you don't even know simple law?
Oh, well, that's easy, that brother. I can tell you that. Just that. Feel free to look up go put your hands on the actual book of all of them, and then look at what they have to study. That's an ongoing thing. I'll say that.
Whether they go by policy, they operate on policy. They
Yeah,
don't
but
operate
you're
on
a responding officer. You can't. You've got to be all of them. So you don't know what it's going to be. Domestic this, trespassing that. You don't know what's what. And there's not a specific officer for just specific ones.
That's why you took an oath to uphold the Constitution and know the seriousness and the danger that comes along with that job. Just like in the military, when you approach a terrorist in certain situations, you have rules of engagement. It's a damn terrorist trying to kill you and everybody that you know around you. You still have rules of engagement.
Yep, you don't get to
You know what I mean?
unless it's with the.
Well, it's not just that either. And it's funny because it gets conflated because there's the ROE, there's the rules of engagement, but there's also the rules for the use of force. And then there's also the laws of armed conflict. And sometimes they don't say the same thing. And that's where you're like, so if something happens here and I'm legal according to the rules of the use of force, but it goes against the laws of armed conflict, which can they still burn me in a court over there, even though I'm not getting charged in a court over here? You know, it's weird, man. It gets hairy.
Did you see? See what my son said 1A?
I did, yeah. No, I'm not. What I do is that I'm a free fucking human being and I have the Constitution to protect me. So what I do is if I go into a public building because I have to be there or for whatever reason I'm there and I feel like taking a picture or something or videotaping something, I don't give a shit about the people working. Do your job. You know what I mean? I could care less. But if I'm there and I'm just feel like taking a picture, like, oh, that's cool. I just seen a picture from 1824. The first settlers that just hopped into, you know, where we live, and I want to know the history, and I take a picture, and now they got a problem, and they want to kick me out the building for taking a picture or videotaping, narrating, going, hey, look at all this history. And absolutely, I'm gonna you know, flex my rights. You're not going to label me or make me, you know, a suspect or a criminal for exercising my rights that were God-given. It don't work that way. You know what I mean? I will flex my rights. I will argue with the police officer 100% if he's wrong. If he's right and he caught me doing something I shouldn't have been doing, well, guess what, guys? Taking a trip to the county jail. I'm just going to have to lay it down for a minute. You know, like, I will take responsibility in a heartbeat if I knew I was wrong, and I will not argue. I will not resist. But if I know I've done nothing wrong and my rights protect my activity, and it's a constitutionally protected activity, no, you ain't going to just do that. You're no different to me when you start doing that, violating my constitutional rights, and somebody in a communist country or in a dictatorship. Because you're not respecting the law of the land. You're not respecting the ultimate law, which is the Constitution. Therefore, I have a problem with it. You know? Don't make me go 1776 on your ass. I'm just kidding.
So, dude, it sounds like, here's the thing, and this, I find myself in this position a lot. Like, for example, I know if I go to court, I can beat that speeding ticket. I know I can. But then I got to take off of work, and then I got to do this, and then I got to do that, and then I got to go to court, and, you know, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to mail the $75 in and just say, F it, you know? I mean, that's complacency on my end, I know. But, like, man, I find myself going with the flow more than maybe I should, you know?
See, they know that, brother. They know that through conditioning of years and years of violating people's rights. Because you don't have the authority that they have. Unless you have your stop on video, you have a dash cam, you have a way to regulate your speedometer and push it through your dash cam, then guess what? He can come to court and testify and lie about every single thing that happened, and they're going to take his word because he's in a position of authority, and you just got to deal with it. And they know that. They know that. The biggest problem I find with cops is you're recording them, right? Say you're recording a cop. Like, first thing it says, you don't have to write to record me, you're by my consent. You're a law enforcement officer. You know damn well I can record you anytime I want. What's the beef? The number one, that's the thing, is if you don't want to be recorded in the course of your duties, then it leads me to believe you're doing something wrong. Every other job on the face of the earth, when you're in the course of your duties, you're under cameras all the time. And if you mess up one time, you can be terminated.
You know, this is going to sound probably a little crazy, but you know, there was a time when the government and the media and the crazy left kind of portrayed our soldiers as really screwed up people. You know, I think it was, correct me if I'm wrong, but it might have been during the Vietnam era. And guys came back and they got spit on, they got treated like shit, talked like shit, treated like shit, judged like shit. And it was all off of bullshit. Well, then you turn around and, oh my gosh, here we are in the 2000s. And you know what the latest narrative is? Now we're going to take the people that put on this uniform and we're going to make them the target. So now everything is just cop. That's the only problem I have with a lot of it. Because, one, those are just human beings. So, and if we search for stuff, if the choice of words that we use, the tones that we use, and we do it under the guise of, because I can, well, then you get this, they're just a human. So they're probably no different than you. So what happens if somebody walks up to you and does something and goes, "'Cause I can't," then you would have a response. So you get a response. But all of a sudden, because the government and the media and the narrative is bad cop, then now all of a sudden they're supposed to be totally different. They're impervious to any flaw. So instead of meeting them halfway and, kind of promoting law enforcement and then holding the bad ones accountable, but promoting the good ones, it just becomes cops. And that's but that's not the general narrative. General narrative is that cops in general, cops this. Nobody ever says Bob the cop. It's just those cops. And that's a generalization. Same thing I see is done was way back whenever they tried to pitch justification for that conflict, and they trashed our guys.
They did. And the thing is that if a cop comes up to me and I look at it like the golden rule, don't approach me disrespectful. Don't, you're in a position of authority, but the problem is that you don't have any lawful authority over me until I've done something wrong.
But can you be a little bit more?
I'm going to treat you like a human being as long as you treat me like one.
So if you can extend yours a little bit more, given the fact that his day consists of dealing with random people at any given time in any different mood and any different environment with any different attitude, where yours might just consist of, well, I just deal with this, and so it's usually have a calm day. Because see, that's where I think people have a disconnect. I'm not saying that these guys are perfect. Hell, my son's sitting right here in chat, and I'll tell you, he can be an asshole. But he's also, if you give him a moment, he can catch himself. But I don't think that they ever get that moment.
But see, that's in a different situation. I'm not that person. If a cop approaches me, he's like, "Hey man, what are you doing?" Well, I'm just standing here. I'm just hanging out. I'm smoking a cigarette. What's up? Well, if you're doing this or doing that, this and that, and they start trying to criminalize my behavior, then that automatically becomes disrespectful. If you want to have a consensual conversation with me, right? And it's consensual and we're just talking, it's no different to difference in this. Okay. Say I go, if I'm doing something wrong or I'm not, we expect if we see a manager at a company or an employee to just treat us with mutual respect, right? You have a job to do, and I understand that and I respect it 100%. Because with most cops, what they deal with, I think, because I know the law well enough, but there's a lot of positions and situations they're put in that no matter how trained you are, yes, it's a problem. You have to act in seconds. But I'm not talking about those situations. I'm talking about
what are those situations? Because were you just walking out of a gas station, but maybe he had just been there 30 minutes before for an attempted robbery and just finished clearing the scene, drove down, got a block and a half away, forgot something, came back, but maybe you do have the same kind of shirt that guy just see. I mean, there's so many variables.
Okay. You're right. Okay, but
I just think that if I know that person has a higher tense job on every given moment of the day, I don't know what it is, and I'm in my moment doing my thing, I'm going for food for my kids or something, then I'm just more lenient. And it's ironic because I'm the 2-time felon, so I'm supposed to just actually have the opposite attitude, but I can give leeway. But I'm also the same guy that has no problem calling them out, because it's like at some point then I know that I've handled myself to a point to where then I can actually look, and I have many a times going, "Excuse me, we're reaching right here and I'm trying to talk with you. Can we please keep this civil?" And you'd be surprised some of them catch themselves.
Yeah, that's the thing.
But I don't consider them all the same. I mean,
I've never have considered cops all the same. I've been given chances by cops. But the thing is I treat you how you treat me. If something in that situation where cops pull up and there was armed robbery and I fit the description, I got guns drawn on me, what the hell am I supposed to do? I got to comply. I have no choice. You know what I mean? Like I'm in a position where I have to be civil because of the situation that's going on. I'm not talking about high stress situations. I'm not talking about armed robberies, shootings. I'm talking about just daily, everyday, just day-to-day interactions and engagements with people. You know what I mean? Like,
I don't think it was that at all, Yankee. I think it was just, I mean, from that his perspective, that's just the easy way. I see it's like that was the why I jab somebody if all they're doing is going, okay, I'm going to peace out. I'll come back when the subject changes. Try to step back one step, and then there's a person that has to take that step forward, and then people wonder why shit goes south. I've dealt with this my whole life. Why can't people just let somebody take a step back? People always think that, oh, look, there was a step back. Well, let me step forward then. Well, then, sometimes somebody goes, oh, well, I'm sorry. Did you just step forward? So then they're going to step forward, and then there's a conflict. I
want to hear the other side. I want to hear the other side of it, Rescue.
I'm talking about there where Yankee said hitting a little close to home, Junior, because my son said, I'm going to peace out. I'll come back later when subject changes. And because my son said that and took a step back without doing any drama, just said, okay, peace out. I'll come back when the subject changes. Well, then there's a jab. There's a step forward to say, oh, hitting a little close to home. Like what? No, maybe it was just didn't like the topic. Maybe wanted to change because it wasn't previous.
Everybody has their limits. We don't all have the same profession. We haven't all, walked the same steps in life. Therefore, we all see things from a different perspective. So,
Morning, gentlemen.
Thank you, Carl.
What's up, Camo? Sorry,
I was
brother.
worried about you. I asked about you, I think, yesterday or the day before. I asked if anybody had seen you. I was worried about you, sir.
Oh, don't worry about me, man. I always seem to survive, but I appreciate it.
You get accustomed to seeing you, brother. So all of a sudden, didn't see you. It was, I was.
Well, it's getting warm out, Rescue. There's things to do.
It's just true.
That's basically that's the real bottom line.
And that's me. I probably, you're right. I kind of sit here. I take it for granted that I'm stuck, but yet, yeah. I didn't think that through. Yeah, I probably ought to think that about more whenever I kind of start to wonder about anybody. It's kind of like, well, no, there is daylight out there.
It's like wintertime. I save all my projects for winter because I know I'm going to be stuck in the house most of the time.
There you go.
Now I got all these things I've been putting off that he's done outside. Been working on vehicles in the yard and the house and just. I mean, I've been listening. I listened a couple times, but I've been going to bed earlier at night and getting up in the morning like a normal human being or whatever they call that.
Being productive.
Yeah. Plus, there's other crap going on. I'm doing all right, man. I hope you guys are all doing good. I heard some of the subjects. Been back and forth.
Cool. Real quick, I will say, Yankee, I understand. Apologize that come out just a little. That's such a sensitive thing because there is such a fine line in that. And don't get me wrong, because I'm on both sides. It's like, I think Billy said that it's hard when you watch some of it. And my wife could tell you during watching some of the behavior of some have just totally had me frustrated. Since I have having a personal connection, it's just a little different because I know that they're not all like that. And so that's
I have family that are police officers, Rescue.
But it's all
I have
good.
state troopers in my family. I have police officers, and that's why I have a better understanding of the job. Is because I've seen it. I've went on ride-alongs. You know what I mean? I've seen so many people help people, and cops do great things. So I don't want it to seem like I'm bashing cops, but when it comes down to constitutional law, I can't attack the good cops because they're doing a good job. There's nothing I can say about them. So I agree.
I just saw that morning, Ronnie. Okay. So I just want to address that because I realized, I don't know. And I'm still adjusting to this social environment thing. So,
I was raised by law enforcement. I've been around cops all my life. Got mixed feelings all about it. I mean, it used to be when I was young, you were innocent until proven guilty. Now you're guilty until you prove yourself innocent. What happened to serve and protect? What's going on is it's really not. I mean, in the police stations I've known, it's like 8 out of 10 officers are cool as hell. All right, there's always a couple of dickheads in there. I mean, that's really what I've seen, and I've known several police stations, you know. And I think when it comes to corruption, I think that's the same way. I think most of the people are there for the right reason. But what I really think is that the laws have been manipulated in a way that it put the officers in a position to where now they can shoot a dude for having a bad taillight. All right. You know, if the guy resists, he's screwed. You know, that's the way that is. Whereas back when I was young, there were places that police didn't go unless they were called into that place. You know, incorporated villages and stuff. They were known by everybody. Everybody got along with them. They were their neighbors or whatever it was. If such and such got too drunk at the bar and got pulled over, they'd escort them home. Mm-hmm. You know, now they're going to ruin their life. All right. For one mistake. And I think that the bureaucracy of all of it is way out of hand. It's more of a profit situation now, where I remember in the 70s hearing for the first time about a quota that they had to make each month to, you know, or they were going to get docked or in trouble, maybe even canned because they weren't meeting their quotas. And to me, that whole idea just blew me away, because it's like drunk driving. What if everybody just quit drunk? What if it worked? What if these penalties worked and everybody quit drinking and driving and everybody obeyed that law?
What then?
You're going to have thousands of people out of a job because there's no longer an issue there. You know? So it's like this big monster that the system has created that gets hungry, and it has trouble feeding itself. So now you've got, you know, thousands of law enforcement agency personnel, not just the cops themselves, but a whole system that if there's no purpose for them, they don't have a job, you know? So it's like, okay, well, we'll make it a little bit tougher for this, and we'll put a little more rules on this, and now we can charge them this much and fine them this and ticket them for that. And I think it's basically that the laws have been changed in a way that's not suitable to us. It's suitable to the system. And that's how I feel about it.
Well, yeah, it's the same like with the bigger version in Washington. We talk about the wasted money. These cities and counties waste money. And then you have departments that go, well, this is the only way they said we can get to the budget we need is to do this. And all of a sudden they end up with some $50,000 quota that they have to meet. And then, of course, shit rolls downhill. And so next thing you know, you got some little patrol dude or something that's out here, and it's like, nope, you have to go do this. So at some point, there'll be enough people out there that'll break the law. And it's like, see, this is where all the thinking went stupid.
I want to address chat, and I know exactly how you feel, Scat Pack, and the best life, because my father was killed by a drunk driver in 1969. So I do know how you guys feel too.
We need a damn moral compass established back again, a social fabric.
It's all about morals and values. Just like I said earlier, the golden rule, just no matter what situation you're in, depending, you know, just.
That's true, Ron. I was talking about the whole scope because it's into everybody's life. You know, nowadays, if let's say a gal, let's say your girlfriend, all right, all of a sudden says that you hit her and you never did. Well, now she can contact the police and they have to follow up on this report. Now they can get protective services involved. They can get a personal protection order against you. They can screw with your life all over an accusation. There doesn't have to be any evidence or any proof. And it's not just drinking and driving. It's the whole myriad of laws out there that are, it's like you were talking earlier. You mean to tell me I got to have a fishing license to fish on my own pond, on my own property with fish that I stock to myself? Right. And if you catch me, that you could come and arrest me if I don't pay the fine. That's the most ridiculous stuff there is. That's full on control. That is not freedom. People are forgetting what freedom is.
Mm-hmm. I agree. Anyways, Reska, like everybody was saying earlier, you get to see your grandchildren soon?
No, not that I know of.
Oh, damn, I was trying to make it
I
possible.
talked to her yesterday on the phone. She happened to be talking to my wife when I walked in there, so I said something. She heard me, so then she wanted to talk to me, so I got to talk to her on the phone.
Yeah, that's cute as hell though, bro. She heard your voice and was like, I want to talk to Papa Rescue. Shit. And then that's good.
Oh yeah. That's the one shining moment.
Good to see you, sweet T girl. She's always so nice to everybody. You guys notice how nice T girl is to everybody.
Hey, T, can I show? I mean, is it okay to show those? I mean, if you don't want me to, I won't, by all means. Don't get me wrong. But if you're okay with me showing those, I'll show them. It's pretty nice. Her tea bucket is badass.
I saw it on Facebook. It was funny because I've been calling her Sweet Tea, and then look at the name of that bucket.
Right.
Like she has sweet tea, like, damn, what? She has a sweet tea farm or something?
It's the name of her hot rod that she used to have.
Yeah.
Ooh.
A bucket.
Bye, Bug Out, wherever you went.
Oh. He fell asleep and then left.
The only way you can get Bug Out to fall asleep or stop talking is to talk. I know how that is, though. When you don't talk, you get tired and you're sitting there listening. You're like, I've been there many times. Hey, Rescue, I'll bring up some random. So I had to call my the manager that hired me from Walmart, right? And I was like, look, I just told him everything. I was honest. Because I was like, if I'm not honest, then it creates a lot of problems down the line. And I got a week to figure shit out with my sister. A week. She won't answer my phone calls, won't talk to me. So I kind of already figure how that's going to go.
God,
but
crap. I can't believe that. So she's going to drop the ball just in mid-stride.
Well, that's been like our relationship is if she needs help from me, I'm always there. But if I need help from her, it's non-existent.
So,
and I mean, she's got 3 baby daddies and multiple kids and stuff. And I understand she's got a hard life, but she created it on her own. So don't tell me something and like promise something to me. You know what I mean? And like, if you can't do it, just tell me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's that simple. Now you're messing up my life.
I had a car just like that, Rescue, but it was only about 18 inches long. It was a 1960s Irwin car, that was like scaled for G.I. Joe.
Oh, yeah. Hey, morning, Stanley. By the way, I just saw you came in. So morning, Michigan girl. And yeah, so this is T-Girl's tea bucket. So that's one picture there. And then this is the next picture.
You notice all those trophies?
Yeah. Oh, it's a good looking car.
Right.
Hey, what's up, Chuck? And then here's the other picture. There's the back. And that's Sweet Tea. That's Tea Girls. She's a hot rod mama. Hey, Ron. Cool deal, buddy. Get you some rest, brother. Wake up with a smile. Try not to hit it so deep one day.
You have to go really, really fast in that car when it rains, Rescue.
Oh, man. That would be one of those. Matter of fact, to take it out in that grass field right there and just start doing donuts would be a blast. That car, those, man, tea buckets are just awesome. You can just, man, they feel like nothing else. They're as unique as like riding a motorcycle. Something about sitting right there on the drive tires.
I love rat rods. Anything that's built that, I don't know.
And thank you for sharing that with us, T-Girl. Yeah, I was for boy. She sent those to me, and I was like, "Oh man, look at that car! That is something else right there."
So Rescue Junior, huh? That's a first. I never seen him here before. Rescue, is that new?
That's my son.
I know it is. I figured that out, but is it new to him coming here?
Oh yeah, he just I think day before yesterday. Kind of surprised me too. We were just sitting here talking, and all of a sudden I saw in chat Rescue Junior, hey old man, and I was like, oh.
I think it's awesome.
Yeah. And then he referenced the 72 truck that we used to have, what we used to call it our 100-mile-an-hour trash truck, because we used to have a 5-gallon gas can was the gas tank for it, and we put about 3.5-4 gallons of gas in that thing, put it under the hood, put the hose down in it, stuff a rag to stop the splash out, and dude, I drove that thing. That boy had haul ass. And as soon as he said that, then I knew it was him, because hell, I hadn't even told you all about that truck before. So saw that and I was like, oh yeah, so there's my son's now in my chat.
I think it's awesome. Maybe you even get up on panel, huh?
I don't know. I might prefer not to, but I already told him. I said on this, I just, it's hey man, I just shoot straight, so ain't no sugarcoating. So just,
you don't want to. Yeah, that's the thing, man. That's why I told my dad and other family members to know about my live streaming. Like, would I like you there? Absolutely, that'd be great. But I don't think you're ready for this. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think it's not like a normal conversation. That's why I try to explain to him that you got to roll with it.
Which one? The subject can change in a blink of an eye around here,
Yeah.
I'm saying,
yeah. Well, I mean, it would only be like if I talk about any of my personal thing that might, because I tell you all kind of, which I don't ever drag nobody in, because I'm proud of I'm proud of my son. I've said it before, him and his little budget stuff, and he's doing better at his age than I was for sure. And I told him that. But there's other things, so. But for the most part, it's just I am who I am, so that part's not different.
Oh, I don't know who told you that, Chuck, but I'll just tell you this: never listen to somebody else about what I feel. Ask me, because that's not what's going kicking rocks. I don't know what that means, but
He's kicking teeth, you know. But yeah, just messing with you, Carl.
I don't know. Kicking rocks kind of gives me like the impression of like somebody sad walking down the road, kicking rocks, with nothing better to do or something. You know, that's not what.
I hear that.
Yeah, people don't know shit about me, Chuck.
T-Girl said, "You're welcome," and that's why my husband called me T-Girl, T-Gal, Sweet Tea, is I think what she meant. Said he also called me honey, and when my great-grand were born, started calling me honey, LOL, and him babe, because that's what I called him. Cool. Hey, Chuck, what's up, buddy?
I've seen T's comments and chats.
Here's your power back on and going.
Hey, y'all, don't call me honey unless you mean
it. I've seen some of T-Girl's comments. She's missing her husband. That's some sad stuff to have to read.
She's cool as shit. That just made it even more valid. She's a car buff.
So you got your power back on, Chuck?
Yeah, it took them 4 or 5 hours yesterday. But yeah,
I don't know what's kicking rocks mean, anyways, Chuck.
I wasn't talking bad about you. It's like you just fed up, pissed off, and done with it. I can't remember. I was thinking they said it was concerning the shit with like Robert's
kicking rocks is like walking off.
Yeah, like fuck.
Like what?
Yeah, kicking rocks means like fuck it.
No, you said something about like something like Robert what?
You know, Robert getting jacked with again or whatever. And that I guess somebody thought something happened. like just.
Shoot, I don't even know what's going on. I barely been on for the last few days, so I don't even know what happened. Did he get trolled again or something?
Yeah, I guess he's getting hammered again.
Well,
man, I don't understand people's mentality where you just feel like that's your form of entertainment is to go do shit like that.
You know what I say they ought to do? They're that Billy Badass. Find a biker rally and just run up and punch the biggest one in the face. They'll get all the attention they want.
There's no reason from YouTube that I've not been doing YouTube. It's I've been working on vehicles and all kinds of crap, but plus, you know, I needed to get away for a little bit. Everybody's all right, I'll just put it this way. My mind is still on 2020. All right. And I feel that if something doesn't change within the next 6 months, this country is not going to make it. And I feel like that's being overridden by, I mean, I don't care less about Johnny Depp. Why is that even a subject right now? I'm just getting where it's like it seems like some people are losing track of what's important, you know? And it's hard for me to think of anything else when I realize it, you know? So it's like, if they want to talk about flat earth, that's fine. I'll just step back and find something better to do.
What do you think about the 2,000 mules, Carl?
I'm waiting, brother. I mean, I've got it loaded and ready. Let's see it. I've seen some things recent too. I've seen some activity in Arizona. I've seen some activity in Wisconsin. It's not totally forgotten, but dang, man, this is this is important crap. If we still have those freaking machines in there by the time it comes around, I already know what's going on. That's when I'm gonna be in a different state of mind, brother.
Yep. Well, I'm with you. That's why I said earlier, I'm all in until November, and that's, man, if we can't come up with something, if we can't just toe the line, then yeah, it's gone. So I mean, this is the pinnacle moment. We're coming. This is, what would you the 5-yard line kind of shit.
Yeah, if they don't do something by then, it'd be like, why don't you just find them guys that are stuffing them ballot boxes here, have them fill this out for me because mine don't matter anyway.
Well, it's getting people to vote too, because that's what I said earlier. That's what bothers me. That you hear so many people going, what's the point? It didn't matter.
Still works locally, but
I wasn't laughing at you guys. I read Brian's comment and lost it.
Right. And think about all them old people we heard how they walked 5 miles up and down through rain and snow to school. Those people, that would have never happened.
Yeah.
If everything was flat.
I just can't, man. I would have, all right, a year ago, you'd asked me if we had made it this far without fixing this shit. I'd have said, not a chance. We're going to be in the streets. It's going to be a horrible thing. All right.
Yeah.
A year and 4 months ago, you'd asked me, I said, no freaking way. Are they going to get away with this? No way. You know, yeah, you mentioned it to me 2 years ago, and I'd said, oh, they ain't got a chance in hell. So I'm at this point to where it's taking so long, and the way things are going is very odd to me. All right. So I feel off balance. It's like I'm walking on shaky ground here, and I no longer feel sure about things. And it's that's going to take a toll on me. You know, it's going to take a toll on something, because damn it, this ain't right. And everybody knows it. And nobody's done anything. I'm not saying nobody's not doing anything about it. I'm saying nobody's done anything about it. I mean, there's been some small level arrests on people in the election process that have been, you know, but that ain't what I'm expecting to see. And you know what I'm talking about. I can pretty much guarantee everybody here feels the same way.
all this Hollywood bullshit, all that is another, how can I put this, negative banner, meaning the FF word. It's all smoke, mirrors. Here, watch this over here. We know you're ignorant and stupid. You'll watch us do a monkey dance. Don't pay attention to them over there setting your house on fire. Look over here. We got a banana for you. And then all these people, okay.
Well, how's this going to work for us, Chuck? Because I don't know how many strikes on social media platforms by even mentioning it. All right. In the beginning, I let loose, man. I was on the Department of Defense sites. I was on the military sites. I was saying, there's just no way this, you know. And then all of a sudden, I couldn't say any of it. I was getting strikes, and I've got us talking code and all this crap. You know, how is this going to breach? You know what I mean? How is this going to enter the scene now? That, like, this 2,000 mules. I already know all the evidence pretty much because I paid attention to the first round. But now, is this all of a sudden going to be a mainstream narrative change? Because I don't know what's next, man. I can't visualize it.
Well, I will say one difference with this is going to disclose stuff that becomes evidentiary, I think was the word, because there's just critical data. It's geo-traffic. So there's geo-data that's actually been collected that document this phone activity, basically the mules, as it gets categorized, and then there's video footage to back it. So that's actually got some legal standing. I do just want to address Sister Marie. Welcome, good morning to you. But then I want to read what she said because I thought it was kind of cool. She says, good morning, y'all. Focus, prioritize your prepping, educate, and include people very close to you, but do so stealthy and smart.
Yeah, because you use too big of words, they think you're a freak, and now, like, I get told that I'm traumatizing and fear-mongering people. I'm like, because I tell you to buy stuff.
But that's not wise thinking itself. I mean, there's only time that I've ever been upset with myself is because I was underprepared. I've never been upset at myself for being overly prepared for anything. I mean, you know, a camping trip, a long car ride, vacation, whatever it is. If I was over prepared, that's cool. Maybe I have enough stuff to share. But if I was underprepared, you know, I didn't have the jack in the trunk when I needed that sucker. That's when I'm kicking myself, you know?
I've been frustrated because I over-prepared, but it was only for a moment. It was kind of like when I realized that, shit, man, I would not have to carry that whole bag right there or something if I had just thought this through. But oh well.
Yeah, minor thoughts like that.
Counteracted with that one brief memory of the time when I didn't think of something, and that's like shit moment. So yeah, it usually cancels itself out real fast.
Yeah, yep, exactly. I've been there too.
Carl, you talking about social media hits. I got that North Carolina rally and I put it on, and they were talking all about different stuff about it. And I put it as commentary or whatever. Anybody welcome. And still got a strike for something called misinformation because I replayed something and let people talk about it that was already being live streamed.
The ministry of truth is coming.
Yep.
Yep.
And I hope when the door shuts in their face, it puts their
That's
nose
it.
in the back.
It's on like Donkey Kong. You hear that, right? Don't you, Carl?
Yeah, I do.
I didn't know it was noon already. You got it, sir.
The good, the bad, and the ugly.
I guess depending on how this phone call goes, we're going to see which one Joe's going to fall under.
And the fugly, the fucking ugly. Excuse my language, but you got to put that in there too, because sometimes it gets more than ugly. The fugly.
I don't think I heard the word fugly until at least the early 90s.
Man, where did I hear that? I can't remember if that was in
that's when I was
or
born.
when I first came out of the Army, heard it, and it was heard fugly about the same time. Well, FUBAR was already going around, but
that's old. That's World War II, if not sooner.
Yeah, that's fugazi. That's FUBAR. That's fugazi. It's yeah. Is that what you're talking about?
FUBAR. It's effed up beyond all recognition.
Yep.
That's as old
That's
as
what
was
like
that
my
little thing that
generation
used to.
That pertained to ass whippings, that pertain to drinking binges, that pertain to all kinds of things.
Yeah,
I call that. Well, see,
but
like,
this made me think of seeing it written in chalk on things in World War II, like that. Kilroy was here. You ever seen that?
Oh yeah,
the little drawing of the dude with the nose always overhanging the edge.
Yep.
Well, FUBAR to me meant what FUBAR meant to me was it was bullshit. Somebody labeled it that you didn't want to mess with it.
Oh, if you saw FUBAR, that's what it meant.
Yeah, it's like you got to understand that people take lingo, and then every generation changes it. You know that.
Adapts it. Yep.
Yeah, they take the same shit we've been doing for how long, and then adapt it and change it, but use similar, lingo.
Morning, Amy. Morning, Christina. Morning.
Kind of how it goes.
That's it, Deanne. FUBAR is definitely a very popular term.
You remember PMCS?
No, not right off, Carl.
It was a sticker they used to put on all the vehicles. It was a yellow sticker, and it means preventive maintenance checks and services. And it's supposed to teach you to check your oil level, everything, all your lights, all your wiring.
Oh, you need that.
Huh, you'd think I'd remember that one.
It's the one that
MOS was actually mechanics.
Well, that's going to say that's the one that a lot of mechanics and stuff. That was their motto. They have drilled into their mind. It's like improvise, adapt, and overcome. It's something that's right there on the edge of their brain, ready for use.
I think it's because I never settled into that MOS. I was
a
rebel. Control. Yeah, I was out of control. I was just had no concept of it was time to slow down yet, and I guess it wasn't because I didn't for a little while longer.
Yeah, well, you're human. What do you expect?
Boy, if I could go back I'd love to go back and do that. And I'd do that as career. Hell, I'd still be there. I'd make them force me out. Okay, Deanne. So here comes the age test and how long ago. So I'm going to assume you were in Army. And if you were in Army, was your 63 Bravo? Because I know that they've rechanged and categorized everything under the sun nowadays. Yeah, because awkward Deanne, texting Deanne, she said her MOS was mechanics too. Oh, Air Force.
Air Force.
Okay.
Which could make it a lot of different things that she specialized in. I mean, it doesn't have to be aircraft. They had all kinds of stuff too.
Oh yeah. My uncle was career Air Force. Hell, he still lives on the outskirts of Biloxi.
I had a couple uncles in the Air Force. One of them was up there in Alaska for like 30 years.
My dad was a one-tour person in the Air Force, along with his brother. But my uncle, his brother, stayed in, and that became his career. And then, I was Army, and my stepdad was Navy. Having adopted
artillery.
Oh, she worked on the armament system on the F-15s. Yankee was 64 Charter. I think it's 80. I know seeing that, I was, man, I said, yeah, it's mechanics. That's 63 Bravo. That's not mechanics. Yeah, that's pretty. No, not anymore. And then I was like, holy crap. And then they told me about all this change. And I'm like, okay, I don't know. I have no idea why they felt the need to do all that.
And then the Brits down there going, what the heck are you talking about?
Yeah, oh yeah. You gotta say a whole unit's name whenever you talk with them.
We were talking dispersed pattern and SAS. He'd know all about what we were talking about.
Oh yeah, they did, didn't they, Grumpy?
Yes, they did. I may still have one or two of those around. You can look them up too, Grumpy. There's you guys ever seen the World War II private snafu?
Oh yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. Snafu.
Yeah, loose lips, sink ships, those type of things where they would have like a little cartoon, with a pinup style drawed women in it, and then this private snafu that was always making mistakes, and he was supposed to be the one teaching the moral to the story, kind of like those comic books he's talking about. And
right.
And they were really more as comic books. As I remember those books as being like, it would have general field or technical manual info, and then next to it there would be some drawing of some girl out of nowhere, just like to keep the guy's interest or something. I don't know. It wasn't even like they were part of a story or something. It was just like they were added in on the page.
Yep. Keep you focused in on looking. Hey, morning,
Yep.
Georgia. Glad you're here, ma'am. Miss Georgia Peach in the house. My dad was a civilian contractor that flew guns and drugs with CIA.
Hey, it could happen.
So that was you in that movie, huh, Brian?
He might not be joking, man. Could be being for real.
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, could be. I would definitely find it kind of ironically funny that just to be that open, because
Well, I'd say if he wasn't joking, see, like he said, he's not joking. He probably made a lot of landings in Arkansas on a private landing strip, I'll bet.
Well, he was in a where the fuck was it? Excuse my language. I think it was
Yeah, Air America was a thing.
so he was doing he was flying planes for Bill Clinton.
Yeah, there you go. Look into that
He's down
rabbit
there.
hole.
I'm
That's a
just
deep
joking, but
son of a gun.
Talking about
it was a
Every
joke.
time I
But,
hear the
oh, damn! You're talking about the Noriega and like, yeah,
yeah, he's saying
yeah,
the CIA
yep.
and the flew guns and
Contra.
drugs and stuff. So that was
Contra.
back then. Yeah, that was.
It was Mesa, Arkansas, I believe. Mesa or Mesa, I'm not exactly sure. Hey, Peach. Took me about 5 minutes to get my breath back, but I'm back. So. I got lingering asthma problems from being a child, so every once in a while I do have to hit my inhaler.
There you go. He landed a C-130 at the farm back then and was escorted at gunpoint. Dad was told to land at such and such location or they would land.
Ooh, doggy.
That's it.
That's a tough plane. The Hercules can take some fire.
But I'll tell you, you want to, regarding the military, where I live, we have a ranger base. It's called Camp Frank D. Merrill. It's one of the mountain phases for ranger training. And I had multiple family members go through it. My grandfather was the manager at the commissary there for 9 years before he retired. And then he became a Homeland Security officer and did that for 2 years. And then, retired, on a different, federally. But anyways, he when I would go there, my father worked there, and he would refuel the helicopters. So I'd sit there and watch him, get everything ready and refuel the helicopters. Well, I noticed that like they'd be driving by and stuff on Humvees, whatever they were driving at the time to go out and do their training, and they would drop flashbang grenades, flares, and grenades all the time. And I remember going and picking them up and taking them to people and being like, hey, I think you dropped this. I was only about 9 years old at the time, 10 years old. But, I knew what it was. And he'd be like, where the hell did you get that? And I'm like, y'all dropped them. They're just laying everywhere. Like, I've seen them multiple times. Like, and yeah.
Those little silk parachutes on the illumination flares are quite the collectible.
Bro, you know what I'm talking about, right, Camo? They drop and misplace and a lot of stuff, don't they?
Hey, will you hold the fort down for me for a minute?
Absolutely.
I'm gonna give me some chicken noodle soup, man. I need something in my stomach, I think. I'll be right back.
Be right here.
You know what I'm saying, right, Camo? You know how those things, quote unquote, missing, but they also drop them.
And all kinds of stuff. That's part of the reason they want to keep people out of those places.
Mm-hmm. But back then, it was like a family thing almost. You know what I mean? Everybody knew everyone. Like there was no, even back then though, you had to have a card. It was this white card. And it was completely white, and it was thick plastic. And it looked like a credit card that was like covered with a white like plastic or like I don't know what it's made out of.
It's a base entry ID.
Yeah, that was the base entry. But no, that wasn't base entry because you could just come in with an ID, and as long as you had either a military ID or you were with somebody who had regular ID,
you could get
in.
It's like I was getting ready to say.
Yeah.
way back, apparently they quit doing this, but you used to be able to go to a base and pay like $7 and as many ammo canisters or empty shells or whatever it was on the range, you could take as many as you could fit on a load in a $7 for a day. And that's how surplus places used to get ammo crates and those wooden boxes and the metal cans too, but the metal cans are reusable, so you didn't always get those.
Monty said, "Oh, I see your fourth is strong within you."
Yeah, May the 4th.
We talk about the Fourth Amendment yet? I like the Fourth Amendment, just like I do every other one.
Talking the Star Wars stuff for May. May the 4th be with you.
But camo, it used to be so easy, brother, to get into a military base. Like
in certain sections, it's not like that, but yeah, on base, I mean, they got stores.
Like, bro, but this is a thing. This is a ranger base. This is a base that is a phase that you have to go through to be a ranger. So it's not just some regular base. You know what I'm saying?
It's probably mountain training.
It is.
They go through several different courses. They go through the Arctic. They go through the desert.
Camp Frank D. Merrill. Look it up.
They're all across the country and in other countries. They'll send them out of country to go train them for certain things.
But the thing is, and it's weird, this how lax the security was there. And I mean, it wasn't like too lax. I mean, there was a book. They had a bookstore that I had to go to. Like, if it was Saturday, I'd go to work sometimes with my grandpa, and he was a manager of the base exchange, the commissary there. So basically, like he just, I'd be there and like help him stock stuff when I was a kid. And
man, you can get some cool gear going through the stores.
Yeah, so much stuff. It was crazy, and it was small. It's the smallest one in the country.
Hey, Jima. Yeah, I had a couple buddies. Got a couple buddies of mine that jumped out of perfectly good aircraft through that training, and I'm like,
I'm saying, Camel, look it up.
No, I will later maybe, but not right now. I wasn't even going to be on this long. I was just coming up to say hello. I got about 15 projects in my mind. I'm not even completely here with you, brother.
Chuck's got about 15 thoughts in his mind. Oh, damn.
Hey, Gigi.
Damn, Chuck.
Grandma. Calling us some fine-ass people.
Come on back up, Chuck. Damn.
He might have a bad service.
No.
Or he couldn't.
Wasn't ignoring him. We weren't ignoring him. We were just in the middle of a conversation, and then I just wanted to leave that off with you, and then talk to Chuck. But
I said my piece.
I wasn't trying to. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess while I'm sitting here, I could do a couple things. Weather's breaking. That's what's happening over here, man. I mean, it snowed here a couple days ago, but it's been warm enough to get outside and do some stuff. All the critters are coming out. I'm seeing turkey. I'm seeing deer, and there's some geese land in. Whoa, Dees. What's up, Dees?
I'm going to do it. Who's the adventurer Dees? Dees who?
He's a Canadian that I like to live vicariously through while he goes out and does his little adventures. See, Gigi's on the same course, man. I gotta weed the gardens. I got
so much stuff to do today, just like you. There's always something to do, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's just weather permitting, and it looks like it's going to be pretty decent, and it is not raining so far.
That's good.
some new lilac bushes to put in. But you guys were up about when I got
come on, man. And you want to talk about something, man? You guys come on up, bro. I wasn't trying to be rude. I was just finishing
He's
that.
probably in the same state we are. I think he was working on a building.
Right? Yeah, we all.
I heard.
Absolutely, I mean, dude. I mean, yeah. Every time I go outside and I look, I'm like, I could do this, I could do that. You know what I mean? It still looks good.
Yeah.
I could always do a little more. It kind of messes with me. I feel like I'm not doing enough. Like,
I get that feeling, man. It's like a guilt or something for sitting around too much.
I do too sometimes. Like, I have my breaks where I can get on live streams and hang out and stuff like that, but I always
There's also something to be said about.
I could have done something more productive. I'm not saying talking to y'all and sharing information, having a good time. I love y'all. But you know what I mean? You ever get off live streaming, you're like, man, I got so much to do. You know what I mean? You get caught up in it. You're there for too long.
1A, there's something to be said about the feeling of accomplishment. All right. When I actually accomplish something, I feel a lot better about my day. So it's not just the guilt of feeling like I'm not doing something. It's the lack of that. Hey, I finally did that.
By the way, morning, Gigi. Morning, D's. And yes, Bushi. Pretty much all I eat is chicken noodle soup. Every now and then I spoil myself and I have some Cheerios. Plain
I haven't had
Cheerios.
chicken noodle soup in a long time, Rescue. And like every time you talk about it, because I'm hungry right now. Like maybe I should just, you know what I mean? I'm like, it sounds good. It's easy to prepare.
What's up, G?
Later, Chuck.
Later, Chuck. Hey, Monty.
Take it easy, brother.
Now I feel like I'm chasing people off. You had
Why?
Bug out up here.
No, I think I did that. Which, by the way, is Yankee. Yankee, are you still in the chat? Yankee Watchdog. Yankee might not be here no more.
I think I talked over Chuck, brother. And so didn't mean to. Me and Camo were finishing up a conversation and
I know. Camo doesn't chase. I don't think chase him off. He said he is in testing and missed today. So apparently,
hey, I'm an imposter, man. Y'all chase me off. I don't chase nobody off. I ain't big enough. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I feel real bad about the deal earlier with Yankee Watchdog, and I can't say I'm sorry enough again. But yeah, I kind of. Man, I was standing in there.
What did you do? What did you do, Rescue?
I got too upset over a comment. Shouldn't have got as upset. All right, Tony. You have a good evening. Good day.
Oh, dang, there's that human element again.
Yep. That same one I'm in control of whenever I slow down and take control.
I don't think you were too aggressive. What I think is you just something. I mean, hey man, I would listen. I'm 31 years old. I would have probably been the same way. So.
Whatever it was, I bet you Yankee can handle it. He seems like he's pretty resilient and thick-skinned to me. In fact, Yankee came from that dangerous after dark crowd. I know he's got a thick skin. He's still around. not to, and I'm not trying to minimize anything or nothing. I'm just saying I missed it all. I pretty much just jumped up here after listening for about 10 minutes.
Well, it was in that first 10 minutes, I think.
What's up, Monty? We were talking all kinds of United States military lingo, and Tony was like, "What are you all talking about?"
Right.
So, what is this day that the mules was coming out? Is that the 6th, I think?
Well, it came out yesterday. I think it was, well, now it's the day before yesterday. Hey, Ray. And, bringing a ding ding do.
Yeah, sorry. I can't turn it off or anything.
No
just
worries.
in case the court tries to contact me.
Now, I think the virtual theater online deal is set for, was it Saturday or Sunday? Shit, I just listened to that.
I thought I saw where it said it was coming out the 6th. I would like it if it came out sooner.
Well, let's see this.
Camel, how you been doing? I haven't seen you in a few days.
Oh, I just been doing stuff, man. I'm doing all right. I just been like working on vehicles and the house, the yard.
I kind of figured you had a spell of good weather, so you're out doing things.
That's it. I mean, well, I can, because it could snow tomorrow. You just don't know.
Possum, how you been?
I'm at that moment where I'm not sure I'm at that moment, Slim, that I don't know if I'm gonna pull the plow off the tractor yet to put the mower deck on. Another couple days I'll probably do that.
What were you saying, Possum?
I'm doing good, brother. How you doing?
Man, my butterflies in my stomach have butterflies in their stomachs.
Right.
I'm beyond stressed right now.
I can imagine court dates suck. Oh, by the way, Carl, it's the premiere week is May 2nd to May 7th. It's in select theaters May 2nd through Wednesday, May 4th, and then the virtual premiere is Saturday, May 7th at 8 p.m. Eastern Time.
Oh, that's why you got butterflies. You got a hearing today?
Yeah, against my landlord for a preliminary injunction. It is in 45 minutes.
Oh, joy. Well, best wishes, man. Now I'm going to be thinking about you until I hear what happens when you come out.
Well,
Is it Zoom? Is it on Zoom?
Yeah, it's on Zoom.
That sucks, isn't it? Yeah.
Well, I had to get a hold of the other two residents and make sure that they were here behind me because the landlord's claiming that it's not retaliation that they're evicting me because they're evicting everybody. And the thing is, when I filed the complaint with the city, I filed it on behalf of all of us.
So there's no subpoena. You didn't have to subpoena or nothing.
And well, the thing is, I couldn't get a hold of the information that I submitted to the city, the actual complaint, because it was a web form, and I couldn't find out who.
So what are you asking for? You asking for a stay?
Right now, we're just asking for them to withdraw their 30-day notice to vacate and to cease any further attempts to remove anybody for the next 6 months, which is under statute for retaliatory actions. Any attempt to remove a tenant for anything other than unpaid rent or claiming that they caused the damage then those are the only two reasons that you can evict the tenant for 6 months from the date that they filed the complaint. And if they don't,
Anna.
Hey, Anna.
Go ahead, Ray.
And if they decide to continue, then me and the other resident are entitled to 2.5 times the monthly rent plus all our security deposits back. So I'm just asking the court now to enjoin the landlord, or strongly suggest that the landlord withdraw its 30-day notice to vacate. I mean, we're not asking for anything monetarily yet. We can't do that until the end of the month.
You think there's a sale involved?
Oh, there
They
was a
sold
sale
the property.
The property was sold to this new owner, and the old owner screwed up the gas, so we are without gas for 6 months with the old owner, and the new owner has failed to get the gas reinstalled for the past year, so we've been without gas for 1.5 years. The new owner is trying to remodel everything and make things look nice and beautiful so that they can charge, $1,500-$1,600 a month in rent instead of what we're paying, which is $650.
I'm betting that the laws for that rental agreement is going to be different, not only counties, but different in different states.
Well, different states have different laws in regards to their renters' rights. Actually, some cities actually have different laws than the state that give you more power. Like in California, some cities in California give tenants a lot more power than the state law does as a tenant. Arizona is not a tenant-friendly state.
Gigi, if you want to put your link in chat.
Hey, Gigi.
Put it in chat and just label it with Gigi's channel, just kind of label the link. That's all.
Did she get her 500 yet?
I don't know. Did you get your 500, Miss Gigi? She's going to be going live this afternoon, and she was, I guess, asking for any thought on what time works for everybody, I guess, in general, but 1 p.m. Eastern seems too early for some.
Anytime's good for me. I'm off today. I had to take the day off for this.
There you go. That's Gigi's link.
Awkward Texan, I haven't. Awkward Texan, I haven't had a lease. I've been month to month for the past 2 years. But the statute, again, because we're claiming that they're retaliating against us for filing a complaint with the city, the state statute doesn't care whether you have a lease or not. There's certain things that they have to provide. The utilities, if they provide utilities, they have to provide utilities. They can't just say, okay, well, the gas got cut off, we're not responsible for it. No, they're still responsible for getting it cut back on, and to do so in a timely manner.
So Gigi's at 486. So anybody that's not subbed to Gigi, she's a good lady to sub to.
Gigi, if you post your. Oh, you already have. Okay, I'll give you a shout out later today on mine when I do my final update on this.
They are messing with her more than normal because that's been up and down now. Like I said, I haven't been on, but even last week they were doing that to her. So if it's still like that,
well,
so close and yet so far.
When you subscribe, you need to hit the bell icon. You need to watch a few minutes of a video and then comment on the video. Otherwise, YouTube thinks you're a troll or, a bot or something like that. So they'll start taking away subscribers.
Well, I heard that, Angry, but I'm subscribed to a large number. So I'm not angry. I just keep track. I keep track of my numbers every day. When I get on YouTube, I look at the number, and if it's different from yesterday, I go and see who they unsub me from. And so far, since I started doing that, they haven't been doing it as much. It's like they know I'm keeping track or something.
Camo, I'm not angry. I'm better looking.
Who said angry?
You did.
Did I say angry? For real?
Yeah, you called me angry, and I'm much better looking than he is.
I didn't mean to, Slim. I know the difference. It just came out. If I said that, then I might have said something else because I don't even remember saying it.
It's all good. Even Possum kind of chuckled about that.
Jeez, man. I didn't even catch myself. Told you, my mind's somewhere else, man. That's my excuse.
Hey, I understand completely. My mind is definitely somewhere else.
Right. Yeah.
And then I checked my website for this RV I was planning on buying, a class, an old 1980s Winnebago Chieftain Class A. And it looks like it may have already been sold. I got to give them a call after court.
Yeah, here in Michigan, I think that since you don't have a lease, that would be in the new owner's hands, and the court would side with them.
Yeah, well, our laws are very clear. Once you file a complaint with the city, they cannot retaliate for 6 months. It used to be 3 months, but they changed it to 6 months, regardless if you are currently under a lease or not. But each state is different.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I was trying to pay attention, but do you have a lawyer?
Unfortunately, no. I don't have $4,000.
Okay, well then, probably gonna railroad you, man.
Well, I know what he's going to try to claim as defense. He's already told me what his defense is, and that's why I made sure to get a hold of the other tenants to make sure that I have them right behind me so that I can offer them as witnesses and that they can ask any questions in regards to that, because we basically tried to organize. Yes.
If you think you're right, make sure it goes in front of a judge. A lot of times they try to work a deal on the side. Oh yeah.
Oh no. It's gonna go in front of a judge, but give me just a moment. One of the tenants is asking me a question.
He didn't even sound like angry. I can't believe I called him angry.
Angry Ray.
Sorry. One of my friends, one of the other tenants, wants me to go get a beer, and I'm like, I can't. I got.
Hold on 1 sec, Ray. One sec. I'm sorry. 1 sec. Hold on. Hey, Yankee, are you still here? You didn't already leave, did you? I was hoping you were still here. You still here?
I think Yankee's still here. It's only been less than a minute.
Just said off to work. See y'all, but sometimes I don't know how much delay there was, and how quick that was.
Well, the timestamp I'm showing is 7:57.
Okay,
yeah, see, he's still here.
So, hey, I just want to apologize again for earlier, and we're cool, right? Because when I was getting my chicken noodle soup, it just kind of made me rethink that again. So, but we're all good, right? I hope, please. Yes.
Half hour before your hearing, and he wants to go get a beer? I don't think so.
I want a beer. I need a beer right now.
Wait till it's over. It'll be more, satisfying.
Don't do it, Batman. Don't do it.
I need a bottle of whiskey, God damn it. Calm my nerves. I hate going in front of judges. I really do. I had a bad experience when I was 13 years old, and I freeze up a lot when I'm in front of a judge.
I think that would stand for most people. Anybody who enjoyed that is probably getting paid.
I'm not angry. I try not to get angry, T-Girl. I don't like the feeling of being angry.
Okay, cool, brother. Thanks. Don't work too hard. Just harden it.
Did you get that? All right, cool. Hopefully you got that.
I noticed one thing about the internet. You make one little mistake and everybody's going to let you know it.
Hey, Rescue, I got you for about 30, 45.
Okay. All right, dude. Later, Yankee.
What?
But yeah, awkward. I definitely need a beer right now.
Well, it's 10 o'clock for me too, and I think I might just go relax. My chicken noodle soup kind of kicked in, and it was like, man. But 1A is going to hold down the fort, so he's going to carry on. So I will leave you in good hands. All I'll ask of anybody is just to try to smile today or be the reason somebody else does. That's it. But much love. Y'all have a good day. You're in good hands. 1A, appreciate you, brother. Ray, appreciate you for hanging out. Carl, it's awesome to see you. Much love to everybody in chat.
Thanks for having me up here, man.
Just remember that you bring a smile to almost everybody's face in here.
Yeah, well, I can take that away just about faster than I can give it. So,
well, everybody can do that. But
you know how it is when someone looks up to you. You know what I mean? And then you say something to them. You get it, bro. It's not. Yankee already validated that.
And sometimes it's not just. It's not you. It's the situation that we're in.
Mm-hmm. Oh no!
Like when me and you got, I got pissed off, and I said some things that I shouldn't. I came back up and I apologized. I told you what was going on, that it wasn't directed towards you or anybody. That I was sorry. It was just the situation that I was in at that time. I had to lash out. Sometimes you got to do that. I mean. Just come back and apologize later.
Well, that's and that's how I try to do whenever I kind of screw up, and that's why I tried to do that earlier. And sometimes it still wears on me, and it's not always the person receiving; it's just me. I do it till I feel okay. That's what I gotta sleep with myself. That's the main thing. Thank you, Bougie, Sharon, Hit Gal, Awkward, Yankee, everybody.
You ain't gotta leave. I'm here.
No, you ain't gotta leave. I'm gonna go chill, but 1A's still here. Carl's still up here. Ray's still up here.
Yeah, I'll be here for another couple minutes, 10 minutes.
You can, if 1A will still be able to get people up if he wants. That's all good. So this is the easy way of we work. This way I don't have to do it when there's 50 people in chat. So, but much love, everybody. Y'all have a great day. Remember to smile. Thank you again, 1A. Appreciate you, brother. Thanks, Carl, Ray.
See you soon.
Have a good night.
Later, all.
Good day.
Yes, very much. And hey, good luck in court, Ray. You'll be in my thoughts and prayers, sir.
I'm gonna need them.
You got it, brother.
All right, so How long does Ray? How long do you have to court?
It's supposed to start at 8:30. It's supposed to be 15 minutes, and it could take anywhere from 8:30 to 9:30 before I'm called.
And how long will it take you to get back from the store when it's over?
Hopefully, my friend is already going to the store.
Right.
That's what I'm hoping. Because either way, I've already decided. Me and Milo have already discussed it. I'm out this weekend, irregardless. They're not getting any more money from me. My whole thing right now is to protect my friend, the other resident, to protect her, her husband, and their child, so that they have 6 months to find someplace better to live.
I hope they get it. Here in Michigan, man, they're pretty strict about that stuff. They don't have to have much reason to get you out within a shoot. Sometimes it'll be 10 days. Be lucky if it's 30.
Here's the thing I don't understand about states is the renter rights are, some states have really crappy renter rights, like Arizona and other states, where they can almost have you out within 3 days, if not the same day. And more Americans rent than actually own homes. If you're worried about your living situation, you're not going to be a very productive person. Yeah, but Bougie, it's only a 15-minute hearing. Again, we're going to provide information to the judge. Again, this is a preliminary injunction and a motion to compel.
So it's basically them just bickering over, both sides are having their moment to figure out where it's going to go from here.
Yeah, basically.
This is going to set precedents on what happens.
So Slim, some 30 some years ago, the apartment manager where I rented, but I worked for them. I was doing a bunch of remodeling and outdoor work for the owner of the apartment complex the lady managed. And one night I caught her husband. I almost killed him. He come in my apartment to steal guns, and I caught him red-handed. And he went off to prison for life because he'd only been out of prison for a year for killing somebody but stealing their guns. And he was, he's gone. But right when that happened, the owner of the complex tried to strong arm me. He came over and he's like, why are you gonna do this? I said, I ain't doing nothing, man. I caught the dude in my apartment. You can go read the police reports, whatever. He's like, but you're gonna sign statements and you're gonna go against him in court. And I said, I don't even have to do that, because actually the cop said, nope, Carl, it's over because he broke his parole and you don't even need to appear. I never even had to go to court over it. Right?
Yep.
Anyways, the guy tried to evict me for the guy breaking in. The owner of the apartment complex wanted to evict me when this happened. I don't really know the reasons why, but he tried.
Come on.
And what I was getting to, Slim, is they tried to make me deal on the side. And I said, no. I want this to go in front of the court. I want a judge to hear my side of the story. And they folded.
Right here.
And I was there for another 6 months after that happened. They wanted me out.
I'm just on a panel talking with some friends. Oh, shit. Sorry. I didn't have you on mute, guys. Sorry.
Good.
Rather, I didn't have you on mute.
Just. Yeah. I was just trying to tell them, go in front of a judge if they try to. You're right. Stick to your guns. Right, 1A? Are you still there?
Okay. This is how I've always been. Like, say.
Why are you so muffled? Why are you muffled?
Can you hear me now?
Better.
Okay, no, I was coughing. what I look at is like, if you are charged with a crime, right, and arrested, and you know you didn't do it, like you were framed, like not framed, but like they think you did it or this or that. You know what I mean? It happens.
You know you're innocent.
It happens all the time. And I won't say all the time as in it's like prevalent in our society, right? I'll say like it happens more than it should. Are you going to take a plea deal? Or are you going to take it to trial? I'm taking it to trial. 100%. You don't got no evidence saying that I did anything. I know I didn't do that. I have no idea what the hell you're bringing up. I am not going to settle. Take it to trial.
So, Gmail, you pissed off the appropriate amount of family this morning, so you came into the chat to piss off the appropriate number of community members too, huh?
I didn't see none of that since I've been here.
And Gmail, you got to take her with a grain of salt. I love her. She's cool as hell.
Yeah, she's feisty.
She is feisty.
Yeah.
And that's why I like her. She's, you know, she don't care. She ain't gonna lay down for nobody. She's gonna, like Kemma says, stick to your gun. Know exactly what to do.
Get in line. I'll get to you.
Yeah. See, she's quick with it too. She's quick-witted. She don't play around.
I don't know. I've seen her around for a long time. I saw her. I think the first time she was modding for. Oh gosh.
I met her.
Can't remember the first person or the first stream I seen her on.
Because she was talking the same shit back then that she is now. She ain't changed at all. That's why I love her, dude. She ain't changed a minute. From the first time I saw her, she's been the same. I've seen people get mad at her. People, you know, call her out in comments, and she just.
Yeah, I missed all of that. I've never seen any of that.
I have seen it a couple times, but that shit gets shut down quick. It gets shut down quick.
I'm blissfully unaware. You know, that's
time ago, bro. That was like 7-8 months ago. And stuff like that. Yeah. This is funny.
Well, I don't see no sunshine yet. I was hoping.
You don't need no sunshine. I mean,
I need some sunshine. I really need it. I need it on my body. I need it all over my body.
I hear that.
Gentlemen, Gmail, rest of chat. I'm gonna drop down. I'm gonna take care of business.
Good luck, man.
Brother,
See you soon.
Yeah, I'll be going live later today to let everybody know what's up.
All right.
It ain't gonna take that long. Let us know.
Well, if you're still live, I may come in and give you a preview.
Yeah. You can't tell us all of it and then not let us know.
Be live for about, almost 30 more minutes. So.
All right, see you guys in a little bit.
All right, later.
All right. That's like, you know, watching half of a mini series. You know, what the hell?
Well, to me, it's not that like that. But all I care about is, you know, I'm cool with Ray. So I like Ray. So I hope that.
This is what I mean. That's exactly what I mean. You get invested. You know, you want to know what's going on.
Sure. Absolutely. It comes that that deep.
Yeah, you know, when I was growing up, when I worked for, you know, I guess you'd call them slumlords. All right, that's what the term was back in the 70s and stuff. These guys, they'd own 50 apartments all over in different towns all over here in Michigan, and the places were always bought super cheap. You could tell because they were falling freaking apart, and it was always our job to put them back together to where they were habitable, you know. And a lot of these guys, they didn't want to spend much money, so they'd put as little money into something as they possibly could, which didn't make for very good housing. And some of them, like being downtown Pontiac and stuff, I've seen some horrible things, man, in rental. I once went with him to go check on an apartment he hadn't had access to in months, and it had a full-size basement. Imagine a full-size basement packed with garbage bags full of garbage. Right to the freaking ceiling, dude. I had to start digging out to get down the stairs. All right. It was that bad. And it was diapers in those. And it was nasty smelling. And it was a horrible job. But yeah, you know,
never do that. I mean,
they're some of them guys, they're kind of cutthroat, you know. It's the way I see them is only way they get ahead is by being kind of cutthroat. Actually, I think I worked for 3 different guys like that. Forgot about the one, but he was more business owner than he was landlord. But there's good things about doing that kind of work. I mean, you learn electrical, you learn the plumbing, you learn roofing, you learn all these things and how to patch stuff, but it comes in handy for you later. Just didn't pay very much either.
No, but you learn the trade, and not only that, like you said, you can use it in your personal life. When you learn things like that and do different types of jobs for different people, you're able to fix things on your own instead of having to pay an outrageous price for someone to come in and do something you could do yourself. So
I'm DIY all the way. I am. You nailed that.
Hell yeah. That's what I'm saying. If I can look it up, if I don't know how to do it, I'll look it up. And
there's a YouTube video for everything. Have you noticed that?
Huh?
Have you noticed there's a YouTube video for like everything? Like I got this work on this furnace. Wow, it's got the exact same model, same problem. Shows you exactly what you need to do, you know?
And you look at it and you're like, okay, that's all I got to do. Yeah, I can do that. And you just jump into it. Yeah. You know yourself. You know your own aptitude. You know what I mean? You know your limits as a human being. You know when you shouldn't be doing something. And then sometimes you don't got a choice. And you got to be like, well, if it messes up.
Man's got to know his limitations. Yep. I don't like new cars, dude. I really don't. I'll be the first to admit that. When somebody's got some fancy new car, I don't want to work on that at all, man. 85 and older, no sweat. You know, I'll help you. I'll probably even enjoy it. You know,
new cars, no. That can't work on my own vehicle. Why would I buy it? It's my property. Why do I need you to fix it? Now, there's certain things I don't know how to do. I could.
I'd say that I won't do it, but I just helped the guy, and it was all modern crap. And there's shit all, man. One little job turned into a bunch of jobs, and it's just
the whole problem.
You got to have special couplers on everything. I've seen some of the craziest crap. You got to take freaking 30 bolts out to take his battery out. What the kind of crap? The engineers do not like us. I'm sure of it. Do you ever see that transmission that has the starter right inside the bell housing of the train? You have to take the transmission off to change the starter.
How did you see that? That doesn't make any sense.
That seems mighty intentional.
It's going to go out first in a vehicle usually. The starter. Depending on, like the vehicle. I mean,
yeah. I mean, you're right.
If it's a good made vehicle and it was a made correctly, the transmission shouldn't have any problems. To me, it's like at least like 10, 12, 15 years. You take care of it.
what Anna Marie just said. I've seen where you have to take a lot of the engine apart, or even undo the motor mounts and move the engine to be able to change all the spark plugs.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. I mean, are you kidding?
That is some of the. I mean, I also knew a guy that took a sledgehammer and a pipe and beat his firewall in, so he didn't have to do that every time he changed his plugs. I mean, it's crazy. They're not user friendly. They're made to fail.
And that's obvious. I mean, that's for obvious reasons. I mean, come on.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's not, you know,
dollar sign
or anything that's that. Just like that, how they take advantage of people at these like quick, like these quick lube places and shit. You know, these mechanic shops where just somebody comes in and they get just basics done. They take advantage of people all the time. I mean, they change all fluids, before they need to be. You know what I mean? They change, spark plugs and just filters when they don't need to be, because the person doesn't know anything about their vehicle. They think that's just normal. And they make a lot of money on people like that. I mean, that's how they run their business. If they didn't have that, they wouldn't have a business.
I feel very insecure. I've owned them. I just feel very insecure having a car that had so many sensors that you can't physically see what's wrong with the vehicle. You have to run it through a diagnostics, and then one sensor going bad might cause another sensor to go bad, or and it's just that they screwed us over in 1977 real hard with that emissions laws and all that crap that came into play. That's another one of those deals. Screw the American people. We can make some money off of them.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like a lot of businesses have been designed like that for a long time. A lot of major industries, and that's why we suffer as the populace. We can't, there's really nothing we can do about it. There is, but there's not. You know what I mean? Like, we always talk about, like, if shit hits the fan, well, we got stuff set for our people. But then we want to talk about community and outreach and going further in our community and, like, building things back. Well, one thing I always fail to hear when people are talking about shit hits the fan scenarios is who's going to run the hospital? Who's going to run the nuclear reactors? Who's going to run all these things that if we don't have going, there's going to be mass famine, mass deaths, mass disease. There's going to be all these things that we can't control unless we implement people into these positions to help out the community and what we got going on.
Feels like a slow burn to me. And then people say shit's hits the fan, and they use that terminology. It makes it seem like something that's going to happen suddenly. Like as soon as it, it's all going to explode as soon as it hits the fan blade, But I think it's a much slower burn. I think that shit is hitting the fan, a little bit at a time.
Well, and I always see a lot of people say, we don't need any leaders. We can do it ourselves. What do you think a community is? There has to be a leader. There has to be somebody that knows what the hell they're doing. Like, it don't matter where you go in life, there's a leader. And that's just how life works.
You go too far there into that utopian lifestyle. You're talking about communism anyways.
Yeah, we don't need, like, lawlessness to, like, 100% where there's no laws that people follow, because if there isn't, what do you expect to happen? I don't think you're ready for that. I'm not saying you, I'm just saying a lot of people, they're not ready for that. You're going to have to do a lot of things and be a part of a lot of things you don't want to. You have to do, it's not going to be, it's going to be like 98% just doom and gloom until you get to that little bit of happiness.
Well, no, you're onto a subject I think about, but I never talk about it. All right, you're onto something that I think about a lot, but I don't mention it because there's a lot of people that are going to take it wrong. There's a lot of people that aren't going to understand it. There's a lot of people that aren't ready for it, you know, because life is pretty harsh and it gets much worse. You're going to find out what's in the hearts of men around you, and they're not all good. And it could get ugly fast. If you can just for a minute think of what it's like living in the Ukraine right now. Born and raised in some town right there that's getting shelled to pieces, and all your neighbors are hiding in the basements with little or no food. And every day they see dead bodies out in their front. You know, this stuff is happening. And if you look at the people just in our community here, right, I'd say that there's a good 50% of them are going to be okay. All right. But there's another 50% out there that I feel bad for because I'm not in a position to help them. If it really got worse, I hope that they paid attention to the people that were speaking real, you know, because it's not easy to bury somebody you love. It ain't easy to lose, you know, it's hard enough to lose a pet, you know, right. But in a real situation where, and I'm not talking by, it could be from health issues, from food issues. There's a lot of ways to die, and a lot of those ways are getting closer to us all the time, you know, and there's going to be some harsh reality if it gets much worse. And that's the part where, you know, you're going to have people that just can't cope with that. You know what I'm talking about? Mm-hmm. In one way or another, their systems are going to fail on them.
That's the thing is, how are you going to get medication for your family members? Like, one in every 2 to 3 people basically are on medication, and one in, I think it's like, I don't know, but let's just say 25% of our country is on medication that they have to survive every day.
Scat Pack knew exactly what I meant.
Absolutely, they will, Scat Pack. And I know exactly what you're saying, Camo. I'm just, you know, bringing up, you know, other things that are going to be a reality. Yeah. It's always been, that's why they say, and I hate, you know, I don't say this disrespectfully, Carl, anybody in the chat, but it's going to be a young man's world. That's why we have to focus on the future, because they're going to be the ones that are taking control of stuff.
I think I pretty much told you that myself.
Yeah, that's how it's going to be. So I don't like that, because I mean, I'm 31. By the time this probably happens, I'm going to probably be in my 50s. That's just my personal outlook on it. Yeah. So we're going to need younger folk, and I'm 31, and I say that, I'm talking about the people younger than me, because those are the ones that are really, even my generation's messed up completely. I can't argue that, but the younger generations are even more and more just detached from reality. So we got to bring them in. We got to find a way to speak to them in a way that they connect with, to the point that they actually feel what we're trying to say, and actually, you know, understand that this is not a game. But good luck trying to do that. That's why I feel
they played farmland on Facebook. They played farmland on Facebook, and they played Call of Duty in their video games. They'll be all right.
Yeah, but most of them could never apply that to their real life. You know what I mean?
Being sarcastic. That was sarcasm.
Yeah, like they're actually learning something. They don't realize it. They're learning that even though this is a game, that this is real life actions, and like you got the knowledge for it, you just have to apply it. So
yeah, Scat Pack hits another home run. That's another thing. Without electronics, this world would be a lot different.
That's my first thing. You want to change culture and change society and the way people think and feel and the way they operate on their day-to-day basis in a positive way. Destroy technology. We don't need it. Unless it's medical or military-wise in certain aspects, we don't need it. We don't need it. Never have. We didn't need it for a long time. Until the 90s, technology wasn't relevant in our country at all.
You're telling me?
I
watched it evolve, man.
So why do we need it? Things were better back then, so why do we need it now? It's just comfort, just entertainment. It's just easy way to order something instead of actually getting out there on foot and going and buying it somewhere. You know, just take away your inhibition as a human being, that you just don't want to be normal no more. It made us all, the internet made us all weirdos.
There are people out there that want to download their consciousness into electronics. You know, there are people that think they can live forever if they can pull that feed off. All I'm going to say is, did George Orwell nail it or what?
Yeah, 1984 is kind of like the blueprint. If you look at it, people are like, "That's fiction. That's you know, science non-fiction, or it's a science fiction." I'm like, you just don't understand that a lot of these people, back in the day, that's how they put their information out. You couldn't do it. Like, you think people die nowadays for putting certain information out? It was happening on a larger scale almost back then.
If you were to step back just 20 years and tell somebody what it was going to be like today, there's just no way they would believe it. I mean, if I was 20 years old, you know, and somebody was telling me, oh, someday everybody's going to be connected electronically, everybody will have tricorders in their pocket, can do anything, and the government's going to control you and everything, you're going to have nothing and you're going to like it, I would have said, kiss my ass. There's no way that'll ever happen. There's just no... The men who fought and died for the freedoms that we have would never have believed it would have gotten to this point. All right. There's a generation before us that are rolling in their graves. Mm-hmm. This is the most surreal thing I've experienced in my life. This whole, it's not even just a political atmosphere. It's something, it's the entire atmosphere. The world is upside down. Things just don't make sense. It's crazy. It doesn't surprise me that half the community thinks the end is near and the Revelations is upon us. It doesn't surprise me that people think that. You know, it's gotten really, really weird. In my lifetime, watching the changes from the freedoms and liberties that we had compared to today.
Yep. That's the thing, is I don't need any of these worldly possessions. I never have, man. I'm happier when I don't have, like, certain things. Like, I'd be happier without a phone. I was happier when I didn't have one. Phone caused more problems. And this is the first thing I learned when I got my first cell phone. I was 16 years old and got my first cell phone. All right. And then I realized now all these people can contact me. And now all of a sudden, if I don't contact them back or text them, even though I don't even know how to text yet, even if I don't text them or call them, then they're going to get mad. Now somebody has a way to contact me because they're mad at me. You know what I mean? I was like, and then I was like, it was just weird, bro. Like I never liked. I loved.
1A, I could when I in the 70s and the 80s, I could pack a pack, walk out the door, walk across this state and the next one, and nobody would ever stop me. Nobody would ever question what I was doing. Nobody would screw with me at all. All right. You can't go 5 miles down the road without somebody giving you a sideways look or a cop stopping you and asking you what you're doing. This ain't the same country, man. This has changed in a way that you young folk are not going to see, and it's not your fault. You know, there's so many more restrictions, so much more red tape, so many more ways to get sued. There's so many different things about this country than it was. It's like boiling a frog in water. You put him in cold water, turn the heat on, and he might not even jump out of the pot because he doesn't even know he's cooking to death. You know, it's the same thing. It's like been a slow burn. Then it's just they keep taking away more and more freedoms and liberties and rights from people.
See, Scat Pack said all you gotta do is turn it off. That's absolutely true. But the problem is that you first get a phone and now you're like, all these people have my number. And you care about those people, right? Because you're told, you know, when you first, like when I only give your number out to people you care about, you know, like somebody, you know, you want to have your number. But then now you got people calling you and just wanting to talk. No, I've never been like that. I've always been a secluded person. Like, I'll talk to you if it's important, you know, or if like say you just want to talk to me and have some time. Yeah, I'll talk to you. No problem. We can have a 2-3 hour conversation, but I don't know. I've never, it was always like a negative to me because, unless it's talking to family, what else would you really have a phone for? I mean, I just a year prior to that had a landline where people would call me on that, and I wouldn't answer the phone if it was somebody I didn't want to talk to, and I'd just pick it up and do *69 and figure out who called, and you know, like, nah, I ain't gonna go.
I can't stand having this phone. I've had this. This is my first cell phone, and it's a couple years old, just over 2, I think. And I can't stand it. And the main thing I don't like about it is that somebody can get a hold of me at any point in time. You know, I tell everybody I know, I take the battery out of my phone for most of its existence. Until I'm using it, that battery stays out. I'm with you on the landline. I miss the landline because if I left the house, I wasn't available, you know.
Exactly.
That's just the way it was.
If I left the house, it's because I'm doing something. I don't want to deal with talking to nobody or texting nobody. You know,
yeah.
That was a good day. Didn't have to
and it's like I try to explain to people, because it's happened, whereas texting, you know, or messaging or whatever you're doing, those are not always, you're not always able to answer them immediately. All right. If you're driving down the road and somebody sends you a text, I'm not answering that until I get home, sit down, get my coffee. Then I feel like answering it. All right. And if people are impatient about that process, then I don't want no part of it. It's like, okay, I might have seen that you messaged me, but don't get irritated because I didn't immediately answer you. I had other things going on in my life. You know, there's this lack of patience that I find in people with this electrical world that I don't agree with, man. I got a CB, want a better CB, want an old school CB. I don't want no freaking digital crap on it. I want one of those click, 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 old school. It can even be a 23 channel. I don't even need a 40 channel. I just want something better than I got. I like old stuff, man. I like old, reliable stuff I can fix if it breaks. I don't like digital crap.
All right, brother. Well, I'm gonna shut this down in the next couple of minutes.
I'm all right with that. I was only sticking up here because I didn't want to leave you alone. I got stuff I want to do.
Well, I said I had to go for 30, 45 minutes, and it's actually
I thought we were going to wait to hear from Slim, but like he said, he'll go live later.
Yeah, I think it'd be better if he did it on his own. Just, it's, I don't want to take away from his life. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We can tell it the best. We don't have to interject, and he can, give a straight fact. Ain't nothing wrong with it.
No.
But
it was
I don't
good
know.
Visiting with you though, and chat, which I didn't pay too much attention to. I was fiddling with stuff while I was talking. But it's good to see everybody, and I'll see everybody somewhere soon. I always do.
I appreciate you, brother.
Yeah, I'll be around. See you soon, man.
Love you, brother. Have a good day. So I don't know what time Ray's going to go live because of his court date, or how long it could take. They're always behind, and it's always late. So that's how courts go, usually. So hopefully he'll be going live in the next, say, 30 minutes or so. Check it with him. But I appreciate everybody coming by while I was up here. So thank you to everyone in chat. I appreciate it. I love y'all. I enjoyed the conversation. Y'all have a blessed day, and I love y'all, and I'll catch you somewhere else.